Chapter 697. Chinrue's surprise only lasted for a moment. He nodded. So it's the most dazzling jewel of the Ryo Empire. Your Highness, the Blue Moon Princess. I've been rude. Although he said it was rude, his tone was as calm as water. It was as if the most beautiful princess of the Holy Empire was no different from a passerby. In reality, the strength of this princess had already reached A+. Even without considering her appearance and status, she could be considered a rare genius at her age. Rambis was slightly startled, then smiled bitterly. People can't choose their birth. Although the members of the royal family look noble, they're actually the same as many other people. They're just puppets that have no choice. It's just that the clothes on these puppets are a bit more gorgeous. Her pitiful expression was especially moving. Chinrue actually felt his heart palpitate. Fortunately, he had gone through the refined heart training and had a succubus made with a talent for charm, so he was quite immune to it. He quickly regained his composure and said with a frown, perhaps, "I wonder why your Highness has come to find me?" Rambis noticed this detail, and her expression gradually returned to calmness. "I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll just say it directly. I've come here today with the highest sincerity. On behalf of my father, the Blue Moon Emperor Covalanti, I invite your Highness to join the Saint Church of the Ryo Empire." Saint Church? The Saint Hall is an organization founded by the 13th Blue Glorious Ancestor. Every member is a powerful saint-level expert. The Ryo Empire is one of the two holy empires. It's powerful and has an alliance with the elves. The members of the Saint Church can use large amounts of precious resources that the outside world can't compare to for cultivation. They can read countless secret books of the royal family and spar with experts of the same level. If you join the Saint Church, you'll be equivalent to a high-level guest of the royal family. You'll receive the courtesy of the emperor and have power and status that far surpasses that of regular members of the royal family, other than the Blue Moon Emperor. You won't be restricted by the parliament. The experts of the Saint Church can usually focus on cultivation. They only need to act when the empire is threatened or in an emergency. There'll be extra rewards every time. Chinrue understood. It turned out that the Ryo Empire had such an organization. As everyone knew, the Ryo Empire was different from the Longhuang Empire. The monarch of the Longhuang Empire was unique, and his rule was rather thorough. On the other hand, the Ryo Empire had a parliament that had the power to veto many of the emperor's decisions. It was equivalent to taking away part of the emperor's power. There were even precedents of the emperor being deposed, which was something that no emperor wanted to see. The Saint Church should be a trump card in the hands of the Blue Glory Emperor. Even if it was only in his hands, it would be a great deterrent to the parliament. For ordinary cultivators, even if they were saint-level experts, this was a great temptation. Putting power and status aside, just the resources to cultivate with the power of the entire nation, the chance to spar with experts of the same level, the opportunity to read precious books, these conditions were hard to refuse. Unfortunately, these were all fleeting clouds to Chinrue. Even if the Blue Glory Emperor gave the throne to him, he wouldn't be interested. He immediately shook his head. These conditions are quite tempting, but I'm used to being free and unrestrained. I'm not used to being controlled. Rambis was slightly surprised to see him reject her so quickly, but she quickly recovered and smiled. I won't hide it from you. I've interacted with many powerhouses, but this is the first time I've seen someone as carefree as you, Lord Richard, who doesn't care about fame and power. In fact, I'm very envious of you. I'm a so-called princess, but I'm just a sparrow trapped in a golden cage. If possible, I really want to be like that cute bird on your shoulder. I want to find a strong arm and live a free and peaceful life. Rambis's words seemed to have another meaning, but Chinrue didn't reply. Recruiting powerhouses is actually a mission my father gave me in exchange for a short period of freedom. Rambis didn't continue on the topic of Little Bird, sighing softly. I don't know why, but now that you've rejected me, I feel relieved. I wonder if Lord Richard would be willing to make friends with an ordinary assistant teacher like Rambis? Rambise's frankness left a good impression on Chinrue, and he naturally wouldn't reject her. He nodded. Of course, it would be my honor. Thank you, Richard. Please allow me to call you that. I'm about to leave the Jadewood Forest. What do you plan to do next? I wonder if we'll have the chance to meet again? I guess I won't have the chance, Chinrue said in his heart, but he naturally wouldn't speak the truth. I don't have a clear destination. All this time, I've been traveling around in pursuit of greater power. Lambis pondered. I see. You should have heard of the Starlight Academy's Star Tower. The Star Tower will open next year. Even for a saint-ranked expert, it's an excellent way to train and cultivate. However, only the most outstanding students of the Academy have the right to participate. Every teacher has an additional recommendation quota, and it can be someone from outside the Academy. This is actually a way for the Academy to recruit teachers. Starlight's foundation might not be comparable to that of the Ryo Empire, but it's still extraordinary. Of course, the choice is entirely up to you. If you're interested in the Star Tower, you can join a small group I've created called the Elite Society. We'll fight for a quota through fair competition. You can rest assured that there are no rules in the Elite Society, only a few like-minded friends. What do you think, Lord Richard? Elite Society? This term is a little familiar. It seems to be a certain island publishing group in my previous life. After experiencing the trials and hardships of the demon realm, Chinrue was no longer the inexperienced otaku from his previous life, nor was he the weak Arthur. He instinctively felt that this fiancée of his was not simple. If the previous method was to gain benefits, now it was to move her emotions. There was one thing to note. Previously, she was representing her father, the Blue Brilliance Emperor, to recruit him. But now it seemed to be her. Rambis reminded Chinrue of an acquaintance in the demon realm, Celine. However, in comparison, Rambise's methods were much more brilliant. From the beginning to the end, it gave people the feeling of a spring breeze, and it was difficult to have the thought of rejecting or being disgusted. Unfortunately, it was useless against Chinrue. He replied almost without thinking, I'm not interested in the Star Tower. As for the Elite Society, I'm sorry, but I can only disappoint your Highness' good intentions. Rambis looked surprised. It was the first time she had seen such a stubborn person. Her charm that could conquer men in the past seemed to be useless in front of this man. If he was just an ordinary genius, it would be fine. However, this person not only had the powerful power of the Peak of Saint, but he was also likely to be a double Grand Master of Magic Circle and Mechanics. Such an amazing person was extremely rare in the entire world. He was far more valuable than those who only had martial arts. I'm sorry I was rude. Rambis stood up and suddenly asked, I'm very curious. You don't care about fame, power, strength, and friendship. Do you really not want anything? No, your Highness is wrong. I'm actually a very greedy person. Chinrue shook his head and deliberately asked, What if the condition for me to join is you, your Highness? Me. This condition is a bit unexpected. Judging from the previous performance, I thought I couldn't enter your eyes at all. If your condition is really this, it's not impossible. Rambise's eyes flashed. My fiancé is the second prince of the Long Huang Empire, Arthur Roland. He has been missing for several years, but Rex the Great insists that he is still alive. With the approval of my father, who prioritizes the interests of the empire, this ridiculous political marriage is equivalent to a heavy shackle. It is still effective today. This matter is almost well known in the entire human world. As long as you have the power to surpass the two holy empires and even ignore all rules, help me break this shackle, and I'll be your woman. Do you have this power? Chinrue smiled bitterly. If I have this power, I don't have to wander around. Rambis revealed a moving smile. Then let's change the method. If you can help me to have great power and completely grasp the key to fate in my own hands step by step, Then I'll be very happy to become a partner with such a man who can support me and go through thick and thin together. Then the key now lies with you. Do you have this determination and courage?" Chinrue shook his head and ignored Rambise's expectant gaze. "I can tell you with certainty that I don't." "Even love can't sway you? You're the most stone-hearted man I've ever seen." Rambis looked deeply at Chinrue and sighed. "I'm sorry to disturb you for so long. I'll take my leave first. I'll visit another day if I have the chance." When Rambis turned to leave, Chinrue said, "Life is unpredictable. Maybe one day your fiancé will suddenly appear and cancel the engagement. So what? Even without this marriage, as a woman of the royal family, my body marriage, everything in the future is just a bargaining chip in a political transaction. I can only forever be manipulated like a marionette." Rambise's voice was a little low. "I just want to grasp my fate in my own hands." Chinrue was silent for a moment, then said, "I agree with your will and pursuit, but true love is not a bargaining chip. The same goes for friendship. I don't agree with such a transaction. So I can only wish you well, Your Highness Rambis." Rambis didn't turn around and said, "Recently the eastern region has been very restless. The Church of Light has sealed off several teleportation countries. All of the Church's elites have been mobilized to carry out a large-scale search. They even sent emissaries to the Ryo Empire to ask for assistance. I didn't return to my country, but I received relevant information, especially two names, Simon and Richard. As someone with the same name, you have to be careful during this time. If you change your mind, you can always come to Starlight Academy or the Ryo Empire to find me. I will spare no effort to help my companions." These words made Chinrue slightly shocked and surprised. When he heard the last sentence, his eyes flashed and he suddenly smiled. "If there's nothing else, Your Highness, please don't disturb me any more." Rambis clenched her fists and felt a strong sense of defeat in her heart. She strode away without looking back. Chapter 698. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. Rambis really didn't come to Chinrue again, and he was happy to be alone. In these 3 days, Chinrue went to the Purple Heart treehouse twice. The progress and understanding he showed each time shocked Finoa and Bernd as if he had been experimenting and understanding for several years. The two Grand Masters naturally didn't know the existence of the super system. They could only sigh that this was a true genius. Finoa's disciple, Tarana, also benefited a lot. The elf master originally had a very strong foundation. After getting guidance from the human, who was completely different from Finoa's teacher, he felt that the path that was getting narrower and narrower had suddenly become clear. His arrogance toward this human had also become true respect. Under the beautiful and tranquil moonlight, Blanche was making a fire to barbecue food. Chinrue was thinking about something. Neither of them spoke much until Blanche handed over a roasted bamboo shoot. Chinrue took the bamboo shoot, took a bite, and praised, "It's so fragrant." Although there was no shortage of food in the storage warehouse, this was Blanche's kind intention. Moreover, these vegetarian dishes were indeed quite delicious after her cooking. Blanche listened to his praise, and her one eye lit up, but it quickly dimmed. She rarely asked, "Are you leaving tomorrow?" In the past 3 days, the half-elf had not said more than 10 words to the human, but she had done more than 10 things for Chinrue. Guarding, cleaning, looking for food, taking care of Duo. This was a girl who spoke with her actions and silently interpreted the word friendship. Chinrue didn't say much thanks. He just showed the trust and tacit understanding between friends. Yes. Chinrue nodded. In about a day, he would be able to gather 1 million faith crystals. At that time, he would activate Stargate and return to the long-awaited demon realm. He returned to Isabella with the snow dowlet. Oh, the half-elf young lady gave Miss Duo a skewer of roasted bamboo shoots for her to eat. Then she lowered her head to pick the mushrooms in the basket and asked casually, "Will you come to the jadeite forest again in the future?" Yes, but there should be very few opportunities. Chinrue was telling the truth. This time, he would go back to cure Isabella. After gathering 2 million faith crystals in the future, he would come to the human world again to obtain the source of light and wind for Rolla. He didn't have many friends in the human world. Although he didn't spend much time with Blanche, she was definitely a friend worth making. He would definitely visit her in the forest again when he returned to the human world. However, once he obtained the 2 types of elemental origin power, he didn't know if there would be a future. Yes, the half-elf girl lowered her head even more, her expression almost indiscernible. This is for you. Chinrue handed over a bottle. The half-elf girl looked at the transparent liquid in the bottle with some surprise. What is this? The Spring of Life. This magic bottle is specially made. The Spring of Life should be effective for another 3 months. Blanche was shocked. The bottle actually contained the Spring of Life that could save the Tree of Nature. The Tree of Nature was the sacred tree of the elves. It was said to have miraculous powers, but it had gradually withered over the past tens of thousands of years. Only the Spring of Life could save it. In order to gain the approval of the elves, Blanche's father did not hesitate to take the risk to go to the Plains of Nightmare to find the legendary Spring of Life. In the end, not only did he not find anything, he unfortunately fell into a volcano and died. She didn't expect this human to have the Spring of Life. If he gave the spring to the elves, he would definitely receive precious treasures or benefits. However, he didn't do so and gave it to her directly. Michelle said before that the city empress can be considered your aunt. Before your mother passed away, she agreed to take you in. However, due to the prejudice of the Sidhi tribe, she was unable to take care of you more. If you give the Spring of Life to the Elven Queen, you will make a great contribution to the elves. In the future, you will not be discriminated against and treated unfairly by the elves. At the very least, your situation will be much better than it is now. Chinrue said seriously, you must accept it if you still treat me as a friend. However, remember to give it to the queen after I leave the forest. I don't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. Yes, I understand. Blanche accepted the bottle with trembling hands and placed it in the basket. She didn't thank him, only lowering her head and continuing to roast the mushrooms. However, she was trying to hide her reddened eyes. After roasting the mushrooms a few times, the mushrooms were finally skewered on bamboo sticks and roasted over the fire. The 2 of them didn't speak for a while. The half-elf girl finished roasting the bamboo shoots and mushrooms, then made some vegetable soup. She ate some, but most of the soup went into Chinrue and Dwidwa's stomachs. Let me play a song for you. This is the only thing my mother left me. The half-elf girl took out an emerald green leaf and placed it on her lips. Her clear voice sounded leisurely. It was a lullaby of the elves. The leaf did not seem to be an ordinary leaf, and the sound it produced was somewhat similar to a flute. The song was quiet and elegant, making people feel at ease. Even the little phoenix, who had been jumping nonstop, closed its eyes in satisfaction. Chinrue could tell that the half-elf girl was really playing the music with all her heart. For the generous gift of the Fountain of Life, she had nothing to give in return, as she had nothing to give. She could only play a song for her friend wholeheartedly to express her feelings. Chinrue gently closed his eyes. This should be one of the most precious gifts he had received in the human world. At this moment, the song began to become a little strange. Finally, Chinrue felt that something was wrong. He opened his eyes and saw that Blanche seemed to be trying hard to suppress the great pain. Her forehead was already covered in cold sweat, but she insisted on playing the song until the end. Blanche! The leaf in the half-elf girl's hand fell to the ground, her body trembling slightly. No. Chinrue hurriedly went forward and asked, "What's wrong?" "Why now?" Blanche tightly covered her left eye, her fingernails digging into her forehead, leaving traces of blood. She gritted her teeth and said, "Stop!" Chinrue suddenly thought of what Michelle had said before. The reason Blanche wore an eye patch was not because she was blind, but because her left eye had inherited her father's bloodline and had undergone some kind of mutation. It now possessed a cursed, forbidden power. This forbidden power would activate at night from time to time. Thus, under the strong request of the Elf Queen and Blanche, Michelle never dared to come to their residence at night. The last time the two girls had brought Chinrue into the Silver Moon Immortal City was at night. Because of this, Michelle had been scolded by the Elf Queen. "Richard, get out of here. Hurry! I can't control it any more. Believe me, I can help you. Let me take a look at your eyes." Chinrue had the intention to help Blanche get rid of this so-called cursed forbidden power, so he grabbed her hand that was squeezing her forehead until it bled. At the same time, he used analytical eyes to instruct Duo to fly back to the treehouse and not come out for the time being. "No, hurry up and leave." The half-elf girl's voice actually had a rare sobbing tone. Suddenly, Chinrue felt a terrifying destructive power surging out of her eyes. The eye patch actually burned and her hands were shaken away, revealing a blood-red pupil. One side had a dark blue pupil, while the other side was blood-red. It looked especially bewitching. With Blanche's left eye as the center, a strong breath was emitted. This breath had far surpassed her own Demon King level strength and had even soared to S level. The half-elf girl's entire body was steaming with blood-red flames. The plants around the soul tomb began to rapidly wither and turn black. A strange and powerful destructive power directly attacked Chinrue's body and began to destroy everything crazily. However, the super system quickly played its role and quickly offset and devoured this destructive power. As soon as Chinrue looked up, he found that the moon had actually turned blood-red. He was shocked and suddenly realized that the surrounding scene had changed drastically. In an instant, the moonlight, the soul tomb, and the treehouse were all gone. All he could see was the churning magma, like a sea of blood. His vision was distorted and deformed in the high temperature. The air was filled with suffocating heat. This familiar scene shocked Chinrue. He vaguely heard a crying sound coming from the front, so he immediately shouted, "Blanche! Where are you?" The crying sound was faintly discernible as it was mostly covered by the bubbling sound of the magma. Chinrue felt that in this scene his vitality was actually weakening step by step. It was like a game scene where one's HP kept dropping. Even if there were no enemies, one's HP would be depleted in the end. With a thought, Chinrue's eyes were bloodshot. His entire body seemed to have integrated into the world that was full of destructive breath. The erosive force could no longer affect his vitality. This was a new mystery of the 6-star evolution that he comprehended. When Shura didn't separate his incarnation, his main body could exert Shura's power to a certain extent. Suddenly, a strange shadow appeared in front of him. It was a female body wearing a golden red armor. She was holding a long whip with flames and lightning in her hand, exuding a terrifying breath. Chinrue was shocked because he had seen such a powerful and terrifying creature in a place before, the fiery sorceress. However, with Chinrue's current strength, he could already see that the fiery sorceress was just an illusion. The light in his eyes changed again, and the illusion power that he obtained from the mirage seeped into the space. Gradually, the illusion of the fiery sorceress disappeared, and the color of the sea of blood dimmed a lot. His vision started to become clear. He saw a little girl floating in the air in front of him. The little girl was about 3 or 4 years old. Her pupils were blue and red, respectively. She looked delicate and cute, vaguely resembling the outline of Blanche. She was crying with a strange flame all over her body. "Mom, where are you?" "Don't leave Blanche. Blanche is so scared to be alone. Everyone else is bullying me. Woo! Blanche!" Chinrue flew forward slowly, but little Blanche just kept crying as if she couldn't see him. "I'll protect you, Blanche." Chinrue opened his hand, and a strand of illusion power gently wrapped little Blanche. Little Blanche seemed to hear something. Under the comfort of the warm power, she gradually fell asleep. The scene of the sea of blood around her quickly faded, and finally they returned to the soul tomb under the moonlight. Blanche was lying in Chinrue's arms. The terrifying power of destruction had disappeared without a trace. Her beautiful face was filled with a serene expression. Her eyes were gently closed, and her long eyelashes were slightly curled up, just like the little girl sleeping in the space. Chapter 699. Early in the morning, Blanche opened her eyes and found herself sleeping in the magic tent, covered with a comfortable blanket. The half-elf girl vaguely remembered that when she was playing the tune last night, the taboo left I suddenly acted up. After that, she couldn't remember clearly. The only thing she clearly felt was a very warm embrace, the kind of warmth that she hadn't felt for a long time. Blanche glanced at the human who was cooking outside the magic tent. For some reason, she suddenly felt her heart beat a little faster. This strange feeling was something she had never felt before, not only for this human, but also for other men. Chinrue was sitting with a pot in front of him. Little Phoenix, Duo, was fluttering her wings beside him. Today, Duo seemed particularly restless. Her cries were full of anxiety. Dad, Dad. In the analytical eyes, little Phoenix's voice sounded like she was crying. Don't leave Duo. Duo wants to go together. Duo hates Dad. Chinrue gently grabbed little Phoenix, put her in his arms, stroked her head, and sighed. Dad is also reluctant to leave Duo, but Dad's current strength is not enough to take Duo away. Dad swears on his life that I will definitely come to take Duo back. By then, Duo will also meet the other moms. Let's live happily together, okay? Chinrue really wanted to take Duo back to the demon realm, but unfortunately he couldn't pass through the star gate with little Phoenix. Little Phoenix would be rejected and stay in place. This was already confirmed before he came to the Emerald Forest Sea. Little Phoenix was very attached to Chinrue, and Chinrue also treated Duo as a real family. Because of this, he had been afraid that she would be sad, so he didn't tell her the fact that he was about to leave. However, the 1,000,000 faith crystals needed to teleport to the demon realm would be gathered this afternoon. Isabella was affected by the light annihilation seal, and she might die at any time. He must not delay, so today should be his last day in the human world. He must leave. I don't know if the next evolution of the super system can allow me to carry a complete life form through space. In any case, when I come to the human world again next time, I must try to bring little Phoenix back home. No matter how he persuaded, little Phoenix kept on crying and jumped onto his left arm, desperately pecking at it. It used a lot of strength, making Chinrue feel pain. Duo was sent flying by Chinrue's automatic defensive power, but it rushed up to peck again while crying. Chinrue only thought that little Phoenix was venting. Sighing, he withdrew all his defensive strength and let Duo peck out blood from his arm, only comforting her with gentle words. At this moment, Blanche walked out of the tent. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but be surprised. What's wrong with Duo? The half-elf was not Michelle. If the little elf princess was here, what's wrong with your bird? Would definitely shock everyone again. Chinrue looked dotingly at little Phoenix, who left blood on his arm. She's very sad because she's going to be separated from me. The place I'm going to is very special, so I can't bring her with me for the time being. So, before I come back here next time, I want to ask you to help me take care of Duo, okay? Blanche was startled. Then her eyes suddenly lit up, and she nodded vigorously. She was very clear about the relationship between Duo and Chinrue. Leaving Duo to her to take care of was not only a kind of trust, but it also meant that this human man would definitely return to the Emerald Forest Sea in the future and return to her. She didn't know if he would. The half-elf's face turned red, and she didn't dare to continue thinking. Suddenly, she felt uncomfortable on her face, and realized that her eye patch had disappeared. Shocked, she hurriedly looked for something to cover her face with. At this moment, a hand was handed over. In the palm of the hand was a pair of glasses. "This is a pair of magic glasses that I made at the last minute. It can change the color of your pupils, and it can also restrict certain changes in your left eye. If you drip a drop of blood on it now, no one will be able to take it off except you." The human's gentle voice sounded. "This should be the first work I've done after comprehending some kind of knowledge. If you don't mind becoming a test subject." The half-elf bit her lip lightly and took the glasses. She dripped a drop of blood on it, and the glasses immediately shone with a dark golden light, as if it was a part of her body. After putting on the glasses, an unprecedented cool and comfortable feeling came to her head, especially her left eye. The warm feeling replaced the faint, burning feeling, and it was just like the warmth of the embrace in her memory. A faint mist rose from the glasses, causing the half-elf's sharp vision to become blurry, but the hazy shadow in her heart became clear. "It looks quite suitable." Chinrue smiled slightly. To be honest, the moment the half-elf threw away the eye patch and put on the glasses, it gave him a quite amazing feeling. Both of them were bespectacled beauties, but Laura appeared mature and alluring, while the half-elf girl appeared delicate and pretty. If she were to wear a student's uniform and carry a book with her. Soon, Chinrue drove this kind of distracting thoughts out of his mind, pointed to the eyes, and asked, "I would like to ask, has there been any abnormalities in your father? Have you heard any news about your grandparents?" Blanche shook her head. "My father is just an ordinary half-elf. The only special thing about him is that his pupils are red, but he doesn't have the forbidden power like me. Her Majesty once said that my grandfather was an elf, but I never heard Her Majesty mention anything about my grandmother." Chinrue nodded. In Blanche's left eye, there should be the power of the Abyss race, and it was very powerful. Fortunately, it had not been fully awakened yet. As for her father not having the forbidden power, it was likely that the power of the bloodline was inherited across generations. It seemed that the Abyss race had not only appeared in the demon realm, but also in the surface world. In any case, Blanche was innocent, now that he had helped her seal the bloodline power in her left eye in advance. If there were no accidents in the future, it should not happen again. Chinrue did not stay on this issue and handed over a space ring. "I should have given you this space ring yesterday, but I forgot because of a moment of negligence. Please accept it. There's a bottle of Fountain of Life in it, and the fire crystals that Duo needs to consume. Please take care of her in the future." The half-elf girl knew what a space ring was. Almost every elf had one, but she, a half-elf, could not have one. Now she finally had one. However, this meant that they would be parting soon. Blanche was silent for a moment and asked a question that she already knew the answer to. "You will come back, right?" Chinrue nodded. "I will. I will wait for you." The half-elf girl said these 3 words softly. The bright and firm eyes behind the half-elf glasses made Chinrue's heart tremble slightly. He suddenly did not dare to look at her directly and secretly sighed. Duo had already stopped pecking with her little beak and flew weakly to Chinrue's head to rest. Chinrue was talking to Blanche and did not notice that a strange blood mark had been pecked on his arm, but due to the effect of his special physique, it quickly healed and disappeared. After a few hours, he finally managed to get Duo to fly up to the half-elf girl's shoulder with much difficulty. Chinrue smiled. He was actually very reluctant to part with this cute daughter, but all good things must come to an end. It was time to leave. Chinrue's departure did not alarm too many people. Other than Blanche and Duo, there was also Phineas and his disciple, Bernard and Michelle. What was surprising was that Rambus was also among the people sending him off. Although the past few days had not been long, Chinrue had a very good relationship with the 2 grandmasters, especially with regards to the design of the blueprint. He had given many constructive suggestions, and the 2 of them had become close friends. The old dwarf said casually, Don't let me and Phineas wait too long. Remember to bring more of that millet wine next time." Chinrue smiled and nodded, patting Michelle's head. The little girl's big eyes were a little red. Ever since Chinrue had stood up for her in the purple forest, the little girl had already seen the human as a trustworthy friend. Tarana lowered his proud elven head and bowed respectfully to the human. He had completely submitted to Chinrue today and was even more grateful for the selfless pointers. Chinrue bowed back, and Rambise's voice rang out, "Take care, Richard. I wish you good luck. I hope we can really become friends in the future. Teacher Rambis, I wish you good luck as well. I hope your dreams come true soon." Even though Rambis was very scheming and had a very strong goal in her actions, she was not wrong from her point of view. The dazzling palace was actually a huge whirlpool. In the face of power, any feelings would sometimes seem fragile. If one was too naive, they would most likely be swallowed by the whirlpool, like Arthur. Chinrue had always believed in grasping his own fate in his own hands. It would be difficult for him to cross paths with this fiancée of his in the future, so this blessing was very sincere. At this moment, the blue sky above suddenly turned fiery red. Some kind of invisible barrier started to twist violently, and then it was as if some kind of glass had shattered. Countless beams of light with a vast aura shot down, enveloping the entire area. Everyone was shocked, especially Fanoa and Tarana. They knew very well what it was that shattered. It was the elves' defense enchantment, even though this was the outskirts of Silvermoon, and the barrier was relatively weak. To be able to cause the barrier to collapse in an instant, even if it was just a small piece of the sky, the power it represented was quite terrifying. There was a hint of green in the fiery red sky, and the beams of light became much dimmer. A deep voice sounded, "Icyril? How dare you ignore the demigod contract and attack the Jade Forest Sea without permission? Is the Brilliance Shrine trying to start a war?" "Icyril." Chinrue was shocked. This guy actually made a move, personally and at this time. It was definitely impossible for him to attack the elves without permission. There was only one target, me, the heretic. Fortunately, the elves also had a super powerhouse. They were temporarily in the middle of negotiations, which bought him precious time. Chinrue immediately ordered Blanche to quickly escape with Duo using analytical eyes. With a thought, a blue light gate that was flashing like stars appeared in front of him. He was still a little short of 1,000,000 faith crystals, but he could use this star gate to escape to the nearest star point, Starlight Kingdom's Venus City. As long as he escaped from here first, Icyril's last divination technique would be ineffective. Chapter 700. A thought flashed through Chenrue's mind. Before he entered the Stargate, he did one thing. His body exploded with a strong light, and numerous balls of light with a strong destructive aura appeared. At the same time, the balls of light shot towards Fanoa and Michelle. "Silence them." Michelle couldn't believe her eyes. This trusted friend of hers had actually revealed such a sinister side. His identity had been exposed, and he had to silence them before he left to avoid leaving any traces. At least, that was how it seemed on the surface. It was just like how Chinrue had immediately denied that he had anything to do with the hill dwarves when he saw the Elven Queen. A few seconds before Chinrue released his aurora shot, Fanoa heard a warning in his mind. A desolate look flashed past his eyes. He roared angrily, and a ripple-like magical wave appeared in front of him. It extended and enveloped everyone within it. At the same time, rays of sharp blue light shot out from his hands towards Chinrue. However, something unexpected happened. Whether it was Chinrue's attack or Fanoa's defense and counterattack, it was as if they had been refracted by multiple pillars of light. They did not reach their destination, but were instead refracted into the distance. This phenomenon was similar to the Aquarius Saint Kalena's ultimate defensive technique, spatial wall, which Chinrue had encountered. However, the refraction of the pillars of light was continuous. Every time they refracted, their power would be greatly reduced. Qin Aurora shot disappeared after refracting 4 times. The Elven Grandmaster's counterattack was the same. However, the power of these pillars of light was more than 100 times stronger than Kalena's spatial wall. Qin was shocked. Without thinking, he stepped towards the Stargate. However, with this step, his body strangely did not advance. Instead, he retreated further away from the Stargate. This was the case regardless of whether he advanced or retreated. In just a few steps, he was already dozens of meters away from the Stargate. Chen Rui's pupils shrank. He could already feel that this was not a simple 20 meters. It was countless separated spaces. Chen Rui immediately activated instant transmission, wanting to cross space. However, after teleporting, he found that he was still in the same place. Unwilling to give up, he used the Stargate again, but he still couldn't enter. Just like before, the closer he got, the greater the distance. Chen Rui's heart sank. His biggest trump card, the Stargate, which could be used to escape at any time, was actually restricted by such a method. A gloomy voice reverberated in everyone's ears. Pross, if this were a racial war, I would have descended directly into the center of the Silver Moon Immortal Capital instead of here. I'm only here to hunt down a heretic who has committed a heinous crime. This is the jadeite forest of the Moonlight Goddess, not the Holy Mountain of Light. Not only did you destroy the barrier without authorization, but you also attacked the elves' mechanic, Grandmaster, and the little princess. You have seriously violated the dignity of the elves. If you still don't leave, don't blame me for being rude. Pross, put away the pleasantries. If the jadeite forest sea insists on protecting this felon, then they will have to prepare for war. The deep voice snorted coldly. You're exaggerating. Is the so-called felon this little guy? He can actually trigger a war between the Holy Mountain and the elves? Do you know what he did? He sneaked into the Holy Mountain of Light and destroyed 3 snow dalai trees. Iceril's voice became colder and colder. Now, Pross, are you sure you want to stop me? Everyone below was shocked. Even Rambus couldn't help but take a deep breath. What is the holy tree of the Holy Mountain of Light? Not only is it a symbol of faith, but it is also involved in many secrets related to miracles. In terms of status, it is almost the same as the elves' tree of nature. I didn't expect Richard to do such a big thing and destroy all 3 holy trees. The super powerhouse of the elves, Pross, was silent. After a while, he asked, "Just this human?" This question had already expressed his attitude. The attitude of the super powerhouse of the elves staying out of the matter was expected by Chen Rui. Originally, he didn't want to implicate his friends. The real accident was the failure of the Stargate. After losing this trump card to escape, it was equivalent to falling into a desperate situation. He could only stake everything on this. That's right. This guy is good at changing his appearance and escaping. Even Saint was deceived by him. That's why I had no choice but to use my power to penetrate the barrier and lock down this area. As for the others, they're just victims. Iceril immediately answered. As the light flickered, everyone except Qin in the light pillar area was teleported out and appeared in the distance. This action made Pross decide. Then the elves will not interfere in this matter, but the Holy Mountain must compensate for the destruction of the barrier in the future. All right. Iceril's figure appeared in front of Chen Rui. He was a handsome man with brown hair and blue eyes, wearing a gray robe and holding a book under his arm. He looked like a refined scholar. Race, human mutated, overall strength assessment, SS physique, SS strength, SS spirit, SS speed SS, analysis, fire attribute spatial ability, danger level, extremely dangerous, SS strength, complete kingdom level. Wait, race is human, not angel. Qin recalled that the Capricorn St. Clark once said that Iceril was a 4-winged angel, and he couldn't help but feel confused. No matter what, this would be the strongest enemy he had ever faced. Although the other party didn't show any special aura, Chinrue had a feeling that this four-winged angel was even stronger than the Octopus King or the Lich King in the Sea of Death. Even the Saint Dragon Rodriguez, who was left with only a broken soul after the destruction of his kingdom, was not as strong as Aicyril, who was at his peak. Aicyril saw Chinrue's previous failed attempt and showed a look of disdain. "Don't waste your time. I know that you have a special spatial talent and escaped from the Holy Mountain. You used this trick to escape from the Saint's encirclement. Unfortunately, in my eyes, this kind of ability is nothing more than a small trick. This is my kingdom, and there are countless independent spaces here. Your space gate has already been locked by the power of my kingdom. Unless you can defeat my kingdom, even if I don't do anything, you will never be able to enter the space gate." Chinrue took a deep breath and quickly circulated his astral power, as if he wanted to make a final struggle. "Reckless, Ant, don't you realize what kind of existence you are facing?" Aicyril's eyes were full of disdain. "Blasphemer! I, the four-winged angel Aicyril, will give you one last chance. Tell me the real whereabouts of the snow tree, and I will grant you a painless death. Otherwise, your body and soul will forever live in the torment of begging for death." "Angel," Chinrue revealed a look of mockery. "I don't know what made you abandon your true identity as a human. Or is it just a trick to deceive yourself? As for blasphemy, compared to those fellows who openly steal the power of faith, I can be considered the most loyal believer of the God of Light." Aicyril's expression changed slightly. He did not expect this ant to reveal one of the biggest secrets of an angel. His aura surged, and 4 fiery red wings of light faintly appeared on his back. The entire area was instantly filled with a scorching aura. The terrifying pressure made Chinrue feel as if he was embedded in a boulder. Even with his S+ strength, he was unable to move at all. "I won't waste my breath on you. For the last time, where is the snow tree?" Aicyril's voice was imbued with the power of his kingdom, and it seemed to penetrate Chinrue's brain. It buzzed, and he almost could not resist it. At this moment, powerful elves had already rushed over upon hearing the news. Their leader was Queen Liv, but she immediately received a message from Pross and did not come forward. Instead, she went over to Michelle's side. The trial team from Starlight Academy had also rushed over, and they met up with Rambus. From afar, they looked at the 2 people in the area of the Pillar of Light. The teachers and students of Starlight Academy were not ignorant people. Aicyril's image and that formless and terrifying pressure caused everyone to reveal expressions of shock and excitement. The legendary angel, a demigod. In the human world, the sage level was already the so-called highest level that mortals could reach. However, above the sage level, there were powerful beings that were close to the level of gods. They were known as demigods. Just like in the realm of demons, this was a general term. Only those who had truly reached that level or were close to it would know the difference between the 3 levels of the kingdom, the armor of faith, and the demigod. What shocked the teachers and students of Starlight Academy even more was that the person opposite the demigod was that detestable Richard. However, looking at the current situation, Richard was about to be annihilated by the angel. This made many people rejoice in his misfortune. Since there's no way to escape, Chinrue looked straight at Aicyril without fear, his aura rising rapidly. "Then I can only try to defeat you. Now that there was no retreat, the only choice was to fight. This is your answer." Aicyril was stunned, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He burst into laughter, and the surrounding space actually trembled slightly under his laughter. The spectators in the distance, especially the teachers and students of Starlight Academy, could not help but sneer at Chinrue for overestimating himself. Even if Richard had really reached the peak of the sage level, there was still an insurmountable gap between the sage level and the demigod level. It was like a sage-level powerhouse facing off against an ordinary master level or soldier level. He could be easily obliterated. Aicyril's smile suddenly froze on his face. He felt that Chenrue's soaring aura had far exceeded his expectations, and it was still rising. It was as if some terrifying power was brewing, giving him a sense of danger. Immediately after, Aicyril saw light. Everyone saw light. The vigorous blue light seemed to explode into countless resplendent lights, illuminating the entire forest in an instant. Even the nearby immortal capital of Silvermoon could feel the radiance. The resplendent light gradually converged into the figure, and before anyone could see the figure clearly, the figure suddenly moved. In an instant, everyone had an illusion that a meteor was flying towards Aicyril. The naked eye could no longer follow the specific movements of the meteor, and could only feel the explosion of brilliance. After a violent tremor, everyone finally saw the situation clearly. Aicyril retreated about 50 meters, the contempt on his face replaced by solemnity. There were 2 terrifying drag marks on the ground, and the resplendent figure appeared in Aicyril's original position, raising his armored fist. This time, be it the elves, humans, or dwarves, all the spectators held their breath in unison. An angel was actually repelled by a punch. Is this the power of a sage? Many people immediately reacted, especially Rambus. Her beautiful eyes flashed with disbelief. Richard is a demigod powerhouse. Chapter 701. Chenrue was wearing a dark blue armor. The dazzling light had been completely restrained, but it was faintly shining like a sapphire. No, a sapphire is definitely not as deep and gorgeous as a star. Only a star has such a magnificent and brilliant brilliance. This set of full body armor was brimming with a glorious and holy aura, causing people to involuntarily feel the urge to look up to it. On its back was a pair of huge wings, full of elegance and solemnity. Compared to Aicyril's red wings of light, it was like a mediocre woman flirting in front of a peerless beauty, paling in comparison. Chenrue felt the powerful power surging out of his body. The feeling of using himself as a small world and integrating with the real world was unprecedentedly clear without stagnation. It was as if every cell was active in this cycle. The countless small cycles in the whole body drove the real endless power, just like the universe. The strongest combat transformation. Blue polar star transformation. In addition to 1 million auras, this polar star transformation also cost 10,000 faith crystals. If he wanted to gather 1 million faith crystals, the time would be delayed again. Aicyril's pupils suddenly contracted. It was the first time he saw the armor of faith with such temperament and power. It actually made this ant, who was originally just a saint, to almost the same level as him in an instant. Those above demon, overlord, and below god were collectively referred to as demigod level, but those who reached or were close to this level knew that the so-called demigod powerhouse was actually divided into 3 stages, and there was a huge difference in each stage. The first stage was the kingdomization of the territory. This was the lowest threshold to enter the demigod level. The powerhouse at this level had completed the transformation from territory to kingdom, but there were no believers, and it was impossible to produce armor of faith. Aicyril, King Octopus of the Dead Sea, Lich King, and so on belonged to the kingdomized powerhouse. As for the Mirage, it had no entity, and there were certain problems with its own attributes, so it was relatively weaker. The second stage was to establish a complete territory kingdom with believers. The believers were strengthened through the power of faith. Not only they had the armor of faith, but they could also bestow the armor of faith to the most devout believers. Those who reached this level were called demigod in the true sense. From this point of analysis, Satan of Mountain Secred could give Tiffany the armor of faith, so he was at least at the level of demigod. The third stage was called false god. The most fundamental difference between it and the previous 2 stages was that the embryonic form of godhood was condensed, also known as false godhood. This was the highest level of demigods, and they could already touch the edge of gods. Once the false godhood was cultivated into a true godhood and the domain kingdom was transformed into a divine kingdom, they could become a true god. What shocked Aecirl wasn't Shinrue's sudden increase in power, but the armor of faith. Possessing the armor of faith without the power of a demigod meant that the armor of faith was bestowed upon him. If a believer could possess such a terrifying armor of faith, then the existence behind it, in the distance, two figures stood in the void, watching the battle between Aecirl and Shinrue. That human kid's background isn't simple. Pras, you made the right decision. No matter what the outcome of this battle is, the elves will be bystanders. And it's a pity, on the surface, that little guy has been upgraded to the kingdom level by the armor of faith, but he doesn't have a real kingdom, so he still can't be Aecirl's opponent. This battle will end soon. Aecirl obviously had the same idea as the two figures. Although he was surprised, he still didn't put Shinrue in his eyes. He sneered, "Ridiculous guy. You just put on a false shell, and you think you can compete with a real powerhouse?" The biggest difference between the kingdom level and the saint level is the power of the kingdom. Your bluff power is actually vulnerable. Shinrue didn't talk nonsense. He instantly came to Aecirl and punched. Bang! The punch was caught by Aecirl's left hand. Aecirl immediately launched a counterattack, but his right fist was blocked by Shinrue in the same way. Both of them attacked and defended at the same time, causing the entire forest to tremble. Pras, who was far in the sky, pointed with his finger. Suddenly, layers of green thorns appeared around the forest. These thorns were like emeralds, emitting a sparkling and translucent glow. They surrounded the two of them, and the trembling of the forest gradually subsided. In the eyes of the City Empress and the others, Shinrue and Aecirl seemed to have slowed down a lot, and their eyes could barely keep up with their movements. Aecirl and Shinrue flew out at the same time and instantly collided with each other at an unbelievable speed. The two figures kept flashing, and in just a few seconds they had already exchanged countless attacks and defenses, causing the ground of the forest to tremble continuously. The spectators were clear that if it wasn't for the protective barrier created by the green thorns, just the aftermath of the battle between the two of them would be enough to strangle a peak saint-level powerhouse to death. Aecirl repelled Shinrue with a heavy punch, but there was an inexplicable stuffiness in his chest. This strange phenomenon had already occurred a few times. This was the effect of the new passive attribute, punishment, that Shinrue had obtained after his 6-star evolution. Punishment could reflect all damage received. Currently, Shinrue's blue star rank had a 30% chance of activating it, and could reflect 30% to 50% of the damage to the opponent. Shinrue took advantage of the moment when Aecirl's movement was delayed by the rebound and slashed out with his aura blade. Aecirl tilted his head, and a faint red mark appeared on the side of his face. He couldn't help but be furious. This actually hurt him. Reptile, let's see what the real power of a nation is. Both of Aecirl's eyes shone with a bright light, and the two pairs of wings on his back shone with a fiery red light. The light beams that were shot down from the sky all turned into solid shapes, engraved with all kinds of mysterious spell symbols. The solid light beams burst into raging flames, forming a strange array in the air. Shinrue suddenly felt that his opponent's aura had skyrocketed dozens of times, and a strong sense of crisis arose in him. He subconsciously blocked with his hands. Bang! A violent force burst out, and Shinrue suddenly flew back hundreds of meters. He only felt that his arms were about to break, and a terrible power of flames penetrated the polar transformation armor and rushed into his body, as if it was going to turn his entire body into ashes. Before he could stabilize his body, Aecirl suddenly appeared in midair, and the dense sounds of attacks were endless. This continuous attack actually lasted for nearly 200 meters, and the last heavy punch was thrown out. Shinrue was hit to the ground like a meteor, leaving a huge pit in the ground. Aecirl didn't use teleportation, but teleportation. In a nation, he could freely move in a large range. Of course, the further the distance, the more energy it would consume. However, he didn't continue to attack because the punishment attribute was activated again, and a small part of the continuous attack just now was reflected back. Although it was only 30% to 50% of the rebound, it also made Icyril feel pain. It was like attacking an enemy covered in thorns, and when he hit the enemy, he would also be hurt by the thorns. He couldn't help but curse. This round of attack made Chinrue suffer quite a bit, but his eyes became even brighter. It turned out that when comparing a nation-level expert and a saint-level expert, the real difference wasn't the absolute difference in physical strength, but the country. Icyril was like the ruler of this small world. Under the rules of the country, ordinary opponents couldn't cause any substantial damage to him at all, unless the entire foundation of the country was shaken. Not only that, the owner of the country could also become one with the country, and exert strength that was tens or even hundreds of times that of the original body. From this point, even if the strength of a saint-level expert was infinitely close to the level of a nation-level expert like Rala, if they didn't understand the true power of the country, they would never be able to defeat a nation-level opponent. Icyril was really afraid of that strange rebound, and didn't want to delay any longer. With a thought, a book appeared in his hand. It was the book that he had brought with him when he first appeared. Accept your judgment, sinner. I didn't think that a mere ant would make me use the book of judgment. Icyril looked coldly at Chinrue, who was crawling up from the ground, and slowly flipped a page. God said, sinners will lose their freedom. Chinrue suddenly felt his body tighten, and he could no longer move. This was definitely not the power of magic, but a mysterious power of the country's rules. Regardless of teleportation, stealth, or any other means, he couldn't get rid of it. You can't move, right? I will dismember your body into 1,000 pieces, then pull out your soul and throw it into the flames of purgatory. You will forever suffer the pain of being burned. Icyril sneered and flipped another page. God said, sinners will receive the judgment of being stabbed by 1,000 blades. Countless translucent, red, sharp blades began to appear around Chinrue. The dangerous breath emitted by these sharp blades was 10 times more than Icyril's previous attack. If he was hit by all these sharp blades, even if the Polar Star armor's defense was super strong, it would be hard to escape the fate of being dismembered. Chinrue did not panic. Instead, he calmed down. The astral power in his body began to circulate in a special trajectory, and there seemed to be an image of something rotating in his black eyes. If one used a magnifying glass, they would see that it was a star. Seeing that Chinrue was in danger, the half-elf girl felt her heart beating violently, and her left eye began to emit an aura of destruction because of her agitated emotions. She took off her glasses, and just as she was about to activate it, she suddenly felt a pain in the back of her neck, and she instantly lost consciousness. The one who acted was the elf queen Liv. Looking at the half-elf girl who had fainted on the ground, the queen's eyes revealed a look of pity. She shook her head and sighed softly. Let's not talk about the fact that Blanche's power was not enough to shake a nation-level powerhouse. Even if she could, she should not be allowed to interfere in this matter. Without Blanche's control, Duo immediately flew up and flapped her wings, wanting to rush into the battle. However, she was blocked by the invisible force field emitted by the emerald green thorns, and could not get close no matter how hard she tried. It's time to end this. Pross, who was far away in the sky, said. Another voice suddenly revealed a hint of surprise. No, the real battle has just begun. In Icyril's kingdom, the shadows of countless stars suddenly appeared, slowly rotating in a mysterious pattern. Not only did they rotate, but they also revolved around the sun. At the center of the stars was Chinrue, who was bound by the Book of Judgment. The shadows of the stars became clearer and gradually condensed into a solid body. Icyril felt the powerful aura of the rules and could no longer maintain his calm. He cried out involuntarily, "Kingdom!" Chapter 702. Shinrue himself was surprised. This was the first time he used the Polar Star transformation. The current Polar Emperor rank was blue, so the system called it Blue Polar Star transformation. The mysteries of Blue Polar Star transformation were far more than that. In addition to the qualitative change in strength, some skills also underwent corresponding changes. The skill that Shinrue used was supposed to be Star Field, but under the state of Polar Star transformation, it became Blue Star Kingdom. The original weakening and strengthening attributes disappeared, and there was no time limit. The attributes were gray, and it seemed to have no function. However, Shinrue felt a completely different power aura from before. This aura was no longer limited to the feeling of using oneself as a small world, fusing with the real world. His whole person seemed to be the world and the universe. Although it was only a faint understanding, it was enough to point out the direction for Shinrue's future. In a sense, the use of Polar Star transformation was not only for fighting. If he could use this to completely understand the mysteries of Blue Polar Star transformation, then he could enter the next rank. In the field, the two kinds of kingdom powers, the stars and the pillars of fire, repelled and resisted each other. The ground in the central area began to sink inch by inch at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time on the emerald thorns, a small yellow duo flower bloomed, and a gentle force of nature calmed the violent turbulence. Aicyril could clearly feel the incomparably pure kingdom power coming from Shinrue. It was actually on par with his own power, and he was extremely shocked. A true king-level powerhouse. This enemy actually hid so deeply. Of course, he was not a demigod, but a terrifying existence that could have such believers was definitely a false god. The Snow Dalai tree was very important. No matter who was behind this enemy, he must defeat him today and interrogate him for the whereabouts of the holy tree. The space here has been locked by me. Even if you have the true power of a kingdom, you can't escape. Aicyril's book of judgment shone with a red light, and translucent red sharp blades surrounded Shinrue from all directions. With a terrifying sharpness, the nearby space showed a series of small cracks under the terrible power. Annihilate under the power of judgment. Sinner. The sharp blades turned into countless red streamers, interweaving like lightning. A large ravine appeared on the ground that was protected by the boundary. The people outside could only see a red cocoon of light spinning at high speed, wrapping around Shinrue. The threads of the cocoon of light were getting thicker and thicker, and it was already impossible to see the figure in the middle. Or rather, the target in the middle had already been annihilated by the terrifying verdict. This scene caused the spectating elven grandmaster and the old dwarf to clench their fists in unison. Michelle covered her mouth in panic, tears welling up in her trembling eyes. Even though she had misunderstood Shinrue's actions of silencing him, the kind-hearted elven princess couldn't bear to see her former friend die in front of her. Suddenly, Aicyril's pupils shrank, and he saw the figure in the red cocoon of light become clearer. It was as if his entire body was wrapped in two huge wings, and the red streamers that could easily tear space apart were only able to leave a few sparks on the wings. The wings gradually retracted, and Aicyril felt the pressure from verdict suddenly increase. His expression couldn't help but change. He suddenly spread his wings, and rays of resplendent blue light shot out, instantly shattering the entire cocoon of light. Within the spread wings, Shinrue floated unscathed, and the countless red streamers that were blasted away shot back at Aicyril. Aicyril was shocked and hurriedly circulated his power. Most of the red streamers that were reflected back at him were diverted to the other side by the power of space, but there was still a portion that couldn't be diverted in time. His body felt as if it had been sliced by countless blades, and in the blink of an eye he was already covered in blood. This was completely caused by the residual force of his own ultimate move. This was another mutated skill of Blue Pole Star, Starwing Protection. It replaced the original defensive barrier, and its defensive capabilities were greatly increased. It could also reflect the opponent's attacks within a certain range. Damned bastard! Icyril didn't expect the opponent to actually have such powerful strength to reflect verdict back at him, and the Book of Judgment flickered with a gentle white light. God said, devout believers will receive the protection of holiness. Under the white light, the blood on Icyril's body was quickly absorbed back into his body, and the large wounds on his body and face were also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, his expression looked even more ferocious. Now he didn't have the slightest bit of underestimation in his heart. This opponent's strength was strange and unpredictable, and he had to go all out, or else the situation might develop to an uncontrollable degree. Thinking up to this point, Icyril's forehead opened up a slit, and a third eye appeared. That golden pupil was revealed, and the aura all over his body rose to the peak. At the same time, the Book of Judgment in his hand turned fiery red, and lines of strange patterns could be faintly seen, as if some terrifying power was brewing. Chinrue waved his hand, and several huge destructive light balls appeared, flying toward Icyril. However, when they got close to the opponent, the aurora bullets seemed to have hit something slippery, and they were all repelled far away. The sense of danger in Chinrue's heart grew stronger, and he slowly floated into the air, stretching out his arms. The huge blue wings on his back spread out and extended as if there was no end to them. The spreading wings turned into countless stardust, covering the entire blue planet nation. The planets in the nation rotated faster and faster, and the image became more and more blurry. In a moment, the planets had already disappeared, turning into streaks of high-speed blue stardust. Countless dazzling stardust drew irregular arcs of death in the void and condensed into a huge blue storm. Polar Star Storm. This was the truly powerful attack skill of the Polar Star transformation. This kind of attack, which also carried the laws of nature, could no longer be diverted and could only be taken head-on. Almost at the same time, Icyril shouted, "Flame God's Fury!" In everyone's eyes, a huge shadow bathed in flames like a god faced the blue storm that shone with countless starlights. In an instant, everyone's vision became blurry, and they only felt the earth shaking. Following that, their vision and hearing all seemed to have lost their ability to see, and only the whistling storm and flames were left in their consciousness. In the face of this terrifying power, life was insignificant. The emerald brambles in the surroundings could not withstand this terrifying power, and one by one they broke and withered. Fortunately, a sparkling and translucent barrier appeared in the surroundings, blocking the violent impact. After a long time, the terrifying impact finally subsided. In the center of the battlefield, all the trees and plants had turned into nothingness, and the ground was distorted to the point that it was unbearable to look at. The only people standing were the figures of two. Icyril's appearance was extremely miserable. His body was full of terrifying wounds, and some of them were so deep that his bones could be seen. His third eye was oozing blood, and he could not open it. The Book of Judgment, which had never been damaged before, was now in pieces, and only a broken cover remained. Fortunately, he had made a prompt decision to sacrifice the Book of Judgment to protect himself, or else he would have been turned into ashes by the terrifying power of the Polar Star Storm. When Icyril had rushed to the jadeite forest sea, he had thought that it would be a piece of cake. He never would have thought that he would end up in such a sorry state. Not only was he seriously injured, but even the most important Book of Judgment was destroyed. Compared to Icyril, Chinrue's injuries were much lighter. Faint cracks could be seen on his blue armor, and there was a trace of blood that had not yet dried at the corner of his mouth. However, his expression was extremely nervous because there was something in Icyril's hand, a little red bird. It was Duo. Damn it, it's actually a young phoenix. Icyril's body swayed, and he could barely stand. He felt that his injuries were extremely heavy, and he could not help but grit his teeth. If not for this damned phoenix, you would have already been turned into ashes by the flame god's fury. I will crush all of you into pieces." At the crucial moment, Duo had suddenly appeared in the kingdom and used her talent to devour most of the power of the flame god's fury. Otherwise, even if Chinrue did not turn into ashes, he would have suffered extremely heavy injuries. Now that Aicyril was seriously injured, and his kingdom was on the verge of collapse, Chinrue could already use the Stargate, but he could not leave because Duo was still in his opponent's hands. Duo's expression was extremely dispirited, mainly because she had just devoured the flame god's fury. If not for the phoenix's special physique, and the flame god's fury being a pure fire attribute power, that attack just now would have destroyed her body and soul. Chinrue saw Duo's listless appearance and his heart ached. He shouted, "Let her go! I can let you leave this place safely. Speak, where is the snow dalai tree?" Aicyril had seen this little red bird and Chinrue together in the divine peering eyes, and now he was even more sure that his relationship with the little phoenix was not ordinary. He increased the strength in his hand, and Duo could not help but cry out in pain, "Daddy!" Chinrue's heart trembled, and it was even more painful than his own suffering. A snow dalai flower appeared in his hand. "Stop! Otherwise, I will destroy the snow dalai tree." As soon as this snow dalai flower appeared, Aicyril immediately felt the familiar light attribute, holy power, and knew that it was not a fake. The hand that was holding the little phoenix loosened, and it confirmed the hypothesis that the snow dalai tree was not destroyed, but was absorbed by this mysterious enemy using a special method. "Don't be afraid, Duo. Daddy is coming to save you. Duo wants to be with Daddy. Daddy will not leave Duo. Duo must be with Daddy." "Definitely." Chinrue took a deep breath and looked at Aicyril with a cold, murderous gaze. "Let go of the little phoenix, and I will give you the snow dalai tree. If you dare to hurt it, even if you escape to the end of the universe, I will still crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Not only that, I will also completely destroy the snow dalai tree and every church that we meet in the future. If no one dares to join the church or lose their faith, your power of faith will completely disappear. Humph. Even if you kill all these ants, it will not affect me at all." Aicyril was a cultivator who had lived for countless years, and now that he had a hostage in his hands, he naturally would not let go easily. Just as he was about to propose the conditions for the other party to surrender, he suddenly felt a shock in his hand and saw the little phoenix's body suddenly explode. Aicyril was shocked. He definitely did not kill just now. It was the little phoenix that exploded. Chapter 703. Chinrue's gaze instantly froze on that burst of flames. In the haze, that young voice still echoed in his ears. "Got it. Mom. Dad. Duo wants to play the slingshot game. Dad, Duo can fly. Duo wants to go together. Duo must stay with Dad." Unknowingly, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. His tightly clenched fists were about to penetrate deep into his palms through his armor. Aicyril's explanation was stuck in his throat because he saw Chinrue's eyes. That pair of pupils had already turned into a raging crimson red, as if they were burning with flames that could annihilate everything. Even a nation-level expert who was proficient in fire like him was terrified. There was only one answer to this kind of gaze. It was either you die or I die. Any explanation would be unnecessary. Aicyril leaped into the air and shouted loudly, as if to boost his courage. Thousands of meteor-like red flames appeared around his body and swept towards Chinrue. He had actually made the first move. Chinrue's consciousness was already burning due to extreme anger. He did not notice that under the armor on his left arm, a strange mark was emitting a scorching power. At that moment, there was only one thought left in his mind: kill! The figure in the blue armor turned into a bolt of lightning, ignoring the dancing red flames in the sky and rushing straight towards Aicyril. Boom! 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 The meteor-like red flames hit its target firmly. Sparks flew everywhere, but the figure that was heavily hit seemed to not feel anything and rushed straight in front of Aicyril. Aicyril shuddered when he saw the crimson eyes. Just as he was about to move away, his lower abdomen was ruthlessly struck by a violent force. His body was sent flying hundreds of meters. He bent over in pain, clutching his stomach like a shrimp. Blood foam spurted out from his open mouth. Then he felt a sense of danger from his back again. He was hit hard, and his unbalanced body shot straight toward the ground. Before he landed, a figure suddenly appeared below him, and with a knee strike, Aicyril's body was sent flying. Everyone saw two figures flashing in the air, accompanied by the dense and dull sounds of attacks. Aicyril used the space to move away with great difficulty. His robe was torn like a beggar's, and his swollen face was full of bruises. He kept coughing out blood. As an angel that was worshipped by the church, Aicyril had never been in such a sorry state before. He roared in anger, and a fiery sword appeared in his hand as he faced Chinrue. Chinrue didn't dodge and let the sword penetrate the armor. However, before it penetrated deeper, a fist rapidly enlarged in front of Aicyril's eyes. Bang! Aicyril's nose was caved in, and tears and snot flowed out of his eyes. How could he still hold the sword in his hand? The two elves in the sky shook their heads. Aicyril's momentum was completely suppressed. His mind and fighting spirit were all taken away by his opponent, and there was no hope for him to turn the tables. Aicyril's body was full of fist marks, and his whole body was like a honeycomb. Chanrue's mind was filled with the small ball of fire that exploded in Aicyril's hand. Aicyril's attacks were getting more and more frenzied, and Aicyril had completely lost the ability to fight back. Arg! Aicyril let out a blood-curdling scream. It turned out that the red light wings on his back were actually torn apart by Chanrue. For a moment, he was dripping with blood. The elf empress couldn't help but cover Michelle's eyes. Michelle was indeed very scared, but subconsciously, she still hoped that Richard could avenge Duo. Wait! Aicyril tried his best to teleport far away, his eyes filled with deep fear. He would rather face the combined forces of the two elves than continue fighting with this terrifying lunatic who did not care about his own life. Aicyril exerted all his strength, continuously setting up spatial barriers. The tattered cover of the Book of Judgment appeared in his hands, and it quickly transformed into a scarlet shackle that floated in midair, emitting a terrifying aura. This is the divine weapon, the shackle of true flames, bestowed by Lord Raphael. If you dare come any closer, I'll use the flames of my life to activate the shackle and take you down with me. Aicyril had just heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the redness in Chanrue's eyes deepen. In an instant, he charged over at an unprecedented speed. Aicyril cursed Richard for being a lunatic, but he knew that he had no choice but to risk his life. His hands immediately ignited with a dazzling flame, the flames of his life. Under the effect of the flames, the red shackle began to emit a dense fire energy. The entire kingdom was dyed red, and an incomparably powerful aura surged forth. The shackle of true flames seemed to have some kind of demonic power, and the flames of life in Aicyril's hands were sucked dry. Even the blood in his body flowed towards the shackle. Aicyril's face grew paler and paler, and his life aura quickly dimmed. Finally, the shackle moved, turning into a giant beast that bared its fangs and brandished its claws, pouncing towards Chanrue. Aicyril's body went limp, and he slowly sat down on the ground. He only had a sliver of life left, and he had completely lost the ability to resist. At this moment, even Michelle could take his life. Chinrue had just used teleportation to jump through the barrier of space when he saw the terrifying beast pouncing towards him. A strong sense of danger rose in his heart, and he immediately regained his senses. His hands immediately glowed with a water-like light, and the giant beast was pulled away with great difficulty. However, it immediately turned around and continued charging. If it were not for the fact that Chenrue had suddenly scattered into the air, he would have been pounced on by the giant beast. After that, Chenrue's attacks were ineffective. No matter how he tried to teleport, the giant beast was like a shadow, and he could not break free. Stop struggling. This divine weapon has spatial abilities. No matter how far you teleport, it will catch up to you in an instant. Aicyril let out a weak laugh. No matter how strong your armor of faith is, it will turn to ashes under the power of the true flame shackle. Your flesh and blood will be devoured by the shackle, and your soul will be imprisoned forever. Suddenly, he saw Chenrue's figure teleport towards him. It was clear that he wanted to kill him before he was imprisoned by the shackle. Aicyril was shocked. He no longer had any strength left. Fortunately, the giant beast's speed was astonishing, and with a boom, it had already pounced on its enemy. At that moment, Aicyril suddenly felt everything around him slow down. It was not just Aicyril, but all the spectators also felt the same thing. Then Chenrue, who was supposed to be pounced on, suddenly appeared in front of Aicyril and grabbed him by the head. Impossible! Just as this thought appeared in Aicyril's mind, his entire body froze, and his pupils started to dilate. At that moment, the giant beast that attacked first, but arrived later, just pounced on Chenrue. Chenrue's body trembled and emitted extremely strong flames. The blue star armor on his body was dyed fiery red in the blink of an eye. His skin was all red as if it was going to burn. However, the flames only rose for a moment. Then it gradually converged into his body. There was no longer any abnormality. It was as if Aicyril's words of turning to ashes and devouring flesh and blood were just a bluff. Even the shackle was gone. In Chenrue's mind, a prompt appeared in the super system. Unknown rule energy corrosion discovered. Do you want to activate aura protection? It will consume 1,000 auras and 1 faith crystal per minute. This cost was very expensive, but Chenrue immediately chose yes. The system continued to prompt. Aura protection is activated successfully. Starting deep analysis. Estimated analysis time to determine attributes, 24 hours. Aicyril didn't know this at all and was momentarily stunned. He had seen the terrifying power of the true flame shackle with his own eyes. Why, this was the last question in his life. Everyone watching the battle from afar saw the dazzling flames appear and disappear. Then, Aicyril's body was like ashes, falling into pieces and finally turning into nothingness. Everyone woke up as if they were in a dream. The super powerhouse of the Church of Light, the demigod Aicyril, was actually annihilated by Richard. Finoa and Bernard looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. The Elven Empress and the others were also in disbelief. The teachers and students of Starlight Academy were shocked, but more afraid. This Richard they had offended actually had such terrifying power. If he wanted to annihilate them, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. The only exception was Rambus. She sighed in her heart. She had always thought that she valued this man very much, but she didn't expect that she had still underestimated him. This demigod powerhouse. She was afraid that she would never be able to obtain his help again. Far away in the sky, Pross slowly lowered his crossed arms. His ears suddenly twitched and his eyes flickered for a while, but he eventually stopped moving. After turning Aicyril into ashes, the anger in Chenrue's eyes gradually faded. He took a deep breath and looked at the sky in the distance, vigilantly. A blue door of light appeared in front of him, and his figure entered it. The door of light gradually dimmed and disappeared without a trace. Kale, I say, why did you stop me? If Aicyril dies here, I'm afraid the elves will be in trouble. Regardless of whether you can take down that human or not, the Jadeite forest may have to face the terrifying existence behind him. Do you want the elves to fall into an even greater crisis? Kaelse shook his head. This matter has nothing to do with the elves. Moreover, Aicyril came here and destroyed the barrier the moment he attacked. He is the one in the wrong. I have already recorded everything that happened with a magic crystal. When the time comes, We only need to send an emissary to pass the crystal to the Church of Light. With the demigod contract, I believe the Holy Mountain of Light will weigh the pros and cons. Starlight Kingdom, Venus City. In a room that had been booked for a long time in a hotel, a blue door of light appeared. Chinrue walked out of it. The polar armor on his body had disappeared, and he felt an irresistible fatigue. He slowly walked to the bed and lay down. The true flame shackles that Icyril desperately cast just now was not ineffective. The supersystem's prompt was actually generated after the power of the true flame shackles was endured. The real reason that saved Chinrue from the damage was an additional skill that suddenly appeared in the supersystem. Fire Phoenix Divine Mark. Reduce fire damage by 90%, 10% chance of complete immunity. Increase affinity with fire creatures. Chinrue clearly remembered that he didn't have this additional skill previously. It should be related to Little Phoenix's annihilation. Duodua's protection with her life. Duo, my daughter. Amidst the tears, his eyes began to blur, his consciousness gradually blurred, and he finally fell asleep. Chapter 704. When Chinrue woke up, a day and a night had passed. The aura protection of the supersystem was still automatically continuing, and the results of deep analysis had come out. The true flame shackles was called an artifact by Icyril. It was indeed not an ordinary item. According to the supersystem's prompt, this artifact had turned into a law energy that entangled Chinrue's body stubbornly. If there was no aura protection, the true flame shackles would continuously devour his soul power and life power until he died completely. It was still feasible to activate the aura protection in the short term, but the cost of this protection was quite expensive. It consumed 1,000 auras and 1 unit of faith crystal every minute. It required 44 million auras and 1,440 units of faith crystal a day, which greatly exceeded the current output of the supersystem. He could still use some savings now, but it would probably be difficult to continue later. After the supersystem's analysis, it gave 2 solutions. Once these 2 solutions were in operation, they could not be stopped, so he must choose carefully. The first solution was to consume 5 million faith crystals at one time to completely destroy the true flame shackles. The time was 3 months. During this period, active skills of aura could not be used. The second solution was to consume 500 million auras at one time to gradually absorb the power of the true flame shackles into the supersystem. However, the time span was a bit long. Under normal circumstances, it was expected to take about 2 years. During this period, he could not use the faith battle transformation. If other factors were not considered, these 2 solutions had their advantages and disadvantages. The main advantage of the first one was that the time was short and it could be done once and for all. However, the restriction of not being able to use aura skills had a greater impact on daily life. The second one could absorb the law for his own use. It seemed to have a better effect, but the time was longer. He couldn't use the faith battle transformation, which was the polar star transformation. This would affect his high-end strength, and he couldn't compete with the super powerhouse above the demon overlord. Chinrue chose the second solution without hesitation. The reason was very simple. He didn't know how long it would take to collect the 5 million faith crystals required for the first solution. Besides, he couldn't use the active skills of aura, so he couldn't activate the Stargate. Isabella couldn't afford to wait at all. As for the second item, although it required a large amount of spiritual chi, it could still be gathered for now. After collecting 500 million aura value, Chinrue activated the plan to absorb the rule. Polar transformation could indeed fight against national-level powerhouses, but it was not just a transformation that enhanced combat. If he relied on this transformation completely, his own cultivation would only stagnate and it would be harmful. During the battle with Icyril, Chinrue had faintly touched the edge of the universal laws through the polar transformation. Although he would not be able to use the polar transformation again for 2 years, from the perspective of cultivation. That precious understanding was clearly more important. If he could separate himself from the polar transformation and understand it alone, his own strength should be able to truly step into the doorway of the nation level, and then it was very likely that he would directly reach the next rank, the Polar Emperor. Due to the battle in the Emerald Forest Sea, the polar transformation had consumed another 10,000 faith crystals, causing the time to collect the 1 million faith crystals to be delayed again. However, the accumulated faith that Shura had stolen had not been completely digested. In addition to the previous day and night of slumber, he only needed about 2 days to activate the Stargate and return to the long-awaited demon realm. Chinrue habitually looked at the side of his pillow. The small, warm body that was originally nestled on his face was no longer there. In fact, not even a feather was left. His heart twitched. He clenched his fist and slowly sat up. After leaving the hotel, Chinrue came to the streets of Venus City. It should be because of the news of Aisiral's death that the church and the nearby kingdoms stopped the joint blockade. The people on the streets had become more and more. For a demigod enemy who could kill Aisiral, this kind of time-consuming and laborious blockade was meaningless. It would only expose the church's incompetence to more people. Chinrue walked aimlessly on the street. Without the chattering little shadow on his shoulder, he felt empty in his heart. So much so that when he passed by Golden Star City's Palace of Light, his heart involuntarily surged with a strong murderous intention. This killing intent was quickly suppressed by Chinrue. Every injustice had its perpetrator, and every debt had its debtor. Aisiral was already dead. If he implicated these innocent people, then what difference was there between him and the Aquarius saint, Kalena, who had killed a young child? Chinrue entered the Palace of Light. Seeing the many believers praying devoutly in front of the statue and donating their hard-earned money, he could not help but sigh. People needed faith and spiritual support. The believers were not wrong. What was truly hateful were those bastards who were a holy code on the surface, but were secretly doing dirty things. From the likes of Archbishop Phil, who had killed young children, to the angels like Aisiral, they were all using the name of the God of Light to fool the world. In reality, they were using their power to satisfy their own selfish desires. Countless believers prayed with their lives in darkness and suffering, just for the last glimmer of hope in their hearts. However, it was these messengers of God who had personally buried their hope and plunged them into deeper darkness. This was intolerable. It was impossible to overturn all the people in one go, but the existence of black sheep was undeniable, and there were quite a few of them. Absolute status and power were often accompanied by corruption and darkness. The growth of these tumors would only harm more and more innocent people. Could he just watch on helplessly? Chinrue did not make any movements. He quietly left the Palace of Light, but he had decided one thing in his heart. Walking into a secluded alley, the shadow under the sunlight suddenly split into two. Shura. Chinrue was in a hurry to return to the demon realm, but Shura was not in a hurry. The future evolution trend of the super system would require more and more faith crystals. The faith power that Shura obtained could be directly converted into the super system to become faith crystals, no matter how far away it was. What was easier to obtain faith power than the human world? As long as the clone of Shura was not destroyed, he could always stay in the human world. As for removing some tumors and saving some innocent people while obtaining faith crystals, just take it as a convenience. The power of an individual was actually small, but seeing and doing were two completely different concepts. Chinrue suddenly remembered a sentence he saw in the anime in his previous life. Although there is only one sword, if you can use this pair of eyes to stop it, then you can protect something. Looking at the familiar face, Chinrue nodded slightly. Shura also nodded. A faint red light flashed in his eyes. He showed a strange smile and turned to leave. Watching Shura leave, Chinrue felt relieved. He walked out of the alley and went to the largest magic store in Venus City. When the store owner heard what Chinrue wanted to buy, he couldn't help but be stunned. "Customer, the number of scrolls you want is too large. We don't have so many in stock. Why don't you wait a few days? We will urgently transfer the goods. The opening time of the teleportation portal is coming soon. I estimate that the goods will arrive in 2 days." 2 days? Chenrue calculated. "Okay, I will wait for 2 days. The price is not a problem, but the quantity and quality of the goods must be guaranteed." "No problem. Please rest assured that the goods will arrive in 2 days. As for the price, we will never let the customer suffer a loss." The store owner immediately patted his chest and agreed. He cleverly didn't ask the reason why the customer purchased a large number of magic scrolls and blank scrolls. Based on his experience, this customer should have an extraordinary background. He was probably a purchasing staff of a certain kingdom's magician branch or academy. Once a good relationship was established with such a buyer, the business would definitely last for a long time. Therefore, he must give the customer enough benefits for the first transaction. Chinrue didn't have the time to figure out the store owner's mind. The important purpose of his order was for the study and application of scrolls. Magic scrolls were very common in the human world. Even ordinary people could cast the magic recorded on the scrolls. However, in the demon realm, due to various historical reasons, scrolls had been declining for many years. Even in the magic stores of the 3 imperial capitals, magic scrolls were rarely sold. Moreover, they were extremely expensive. Naturally, they were rarely used in battle. During Chenrue's visit to Grandmaster Finoa in the Emerald Forest this time, in addition to the understanding of mechanics, another huge gain was scrolls. In the human world, as a part of alchemy, scroll status was slightly second to mechanics and pharmaceutics, but it was also a recognized and important subject. Both big and small academies offered this course. Due to time constraints, Chinrue had just come into contact with scrolls, but he was inevitably attracted by the mystery. The elf grandmaster gave him 2 books, Basics of Scrolls and Scroll Proficiency, respectively. They were reference books for the 2 major stages of scrolls entry and advancement. The information recorded in these 2 books was quite complete. What was even rarer was Finoa's own experience and annotations. It was 100 times more precious than the textbooks of ordinary academies. If he mastered scrolls, then the fallen angel empire and the 2 empires would have one more bargaining chip. Perhaps he could even revive scrolls in the demon realm. More than 100 years later, there would be a large-scale war between humans and demons. The cause of the war was that they were defeated by the human coalition forces in the ancient war and were expelled to the harsh environment of the demon realm. Demons had always given up the attempt to return to the ground. Therefore, every 500 years, when the barrier entrance weakened, a terrible war would be launched. The demon realm was Chenrue's home, while the human world was the home of Arthur. Although, as a traveler, he wasn't a human of this world. His heart was more inclined to the demon realm where his lover and friends were. However, in the eyes of the people of this world, he was a human. No matter which side won, his situation would be very awkward. Chinrue always had an idea. If the demon realm was as prosperous as the human world, was it necessary to continue the war for this reason? Of course. There were many unsolved mysteries in this world. Perhaps there were other reasons for this war. However, there were still more than 100 years. As the owner of the super system, it meant that Chenrue had unlimited possibilities. There was still time to change some things. At the very least, he had to become stronger and better protect everyone he cherished around him. 2 days later, Chenrue got the scroll as he wished. His faith crystals finally reached 1 million. With a thought, a blue light door slowly appeared in front of him. Behind this door was home. Chinrue was a little excited. He took a deep breath and walked toward the light door. Chapter 705. The blue light gate gradually faded, and Chenrue's figure appeared on the land that he had been away from for a long time. Demon Realm, a room in the fallen angel palace. At the moment when the star gate disappeared, a childish voice suddenly sounded in his heart. "Dad! Duo is asleep." Chinrue was shocked, and he shouted subconsciously, Duo! However, the voice did not sound again. Chinrue shook his head hard. It must be an illusion. Duo is no longer there, and this is already the demon realm. How is it possible this Duo had alarmed the guards outside? This was a beautiful woman with a veil. Her skin was sky blue. Although Chinrue's face did not change, the special spiritual imprint breath had made the lamp spirit recognize the identity of the master. She immediately bowed. Soon after, a familiar, graceful figure appeared in front of Chinrue. On her long golden hair was an exquisite crown inlaid with gems. This crown symbolized the peak of the demon realm's power. Countless people yearned for this crown, but only 3 people in the entire demon realm really owned it. The moment she saw Chinrue, the beautiful face moved slightly. She still maintained her usual calmness, but in her amethyst-like bright eyes, the usual cold ice and snow had been melted by the heat. "You're back." It was still this faint sentence with a very familiar style. Chinrue felt warmth in his heart. He walked straight forward and hugged her in his arms. The lamp spirit guard at the door had quietly retreated. This moment belonged to only the 2 of them. The woman's body moved slightly. She closed her eyes, put her hands around his waist, and clung to this long-lost embrace. No matter how honorable she was outside, in front of this man, she was just a woman who loved him. She didn't need to wear the mask on her face, usually. She just needed to simply love. This was a rare happiness, especially for an empire's empress. Neither of them spoke. They just quietly felt each other's warmth. After a long time, Jia opened her eyes and said a surprising news. Something happened to Isabella and Rala. "You go back to the Dark Moon immediately." What? Chinrue was shocked. He went to the Dead Sea this time, and he went to the human world by mistake. He went through all kinds of hardships to get the snow dowlet in order to save Isabella. What happened to her? And Rala? You will know when you go back to the Dark Moon. Shay saw his nervous look and sighed. She gently broke free from his embrace. "You should go now." Chinrue looked apologetic. "I'm sorry, I originally had a lot of things to tell you, but I can only postpone it." "Very well. Don't forget your promise. I must be the first person to know about these things. This means that before that you can't tell other women, understand?" "Very well. Don't forget your promise. I must be the first person to know these things, which means that you can't tell other women before that, understand?" Chinrue's heart warmed. He nodded and walked out of the door. Her Majesty Empress added a sentence behind him. "Solve Isabella's matter as soon as possible. We need a bridesmaid for our wedding." The key point of this sentence is the wedding. Is it a bridesmaid? Or is it about the secret infighting of the Crystal Palace? Chinrue's forehead was a little sweaty, and he felt a sense of helplessness that he had not felt for a long time. For a bastard who doesn't know his own happiness, this is also a kind of happiness. Chinrue was worried about Isabella and Rala. After disguising, he rode a fast horse out of the capital and galloped toward the Rainbow Valley. A few hours later, Chinrue appeared in the Rainbow Valley. The scene in front of him surprised him. The Rainbow Valley was beyond recognition. The original magic circle and inscription circle were destroyed. Judging from the situation, it was not cracked skillfully, but it was destroyed by some kind of irresistible and terrifying force. Fortunately, the laboratory area was not damaged. What happened? Chinrue had an ominous omen. He immediately rushed into the laboratory and shouted, "Rala! Isabella!" Every room in the laboratory was empty. The shouting echoed in the valley. Chinrue couldn't help but think of Duo. His heart tightened. He could no longer bear the blow of losing his loved ones. His gaze fell on the space channel leading to the Dark Moon's residence, and he quickly rushed in. After the dazzling teleportation, he came to the Dark Moon's residence that he hadn't seen for a long time. "Rala! Isabella!" Chunrue's shout alarmed several people who were in the yard. Chunrue! A moving voice sounded. It was Rala. This voice was like a heavenly sound in Chunrue's ears. Although there were a few acquaintances in the yard, Chunrue only saw Rala at first glance. His hanging heart was finally at ease. He rushed forward and hugged her tightly, feeling the familiar body fragrance and temperature. Great, my Rala's fine. Why did Jia say, and the Rainbow Valley, why does it seem that someone is coughing? Sigh. Whether it's having an affair or valuing a lover over a friend. Let those two bastards laugh at me. When did you come back? Rala let Chunrue hug her. Her moving eyes squinted, and she looked very happy. I just came back. He is so nervous about me. As soon as he came back, he called my name and hugged me so warmly. Wow, ha ha ha. It seems that I am the woman he values the most. How did he learn wow, ha ha ha? It seems to be taught by a little princess. Humph, it's a pity that Athena and Kia are not present. Also, he seems to have called Isabella? Never mind, the first name is me. Cough. The coughing sound on the side became louder. Chunrue recognized that it was Paglio's voice. He gently let go of the hug and scolded. You dead, duck dragon. Do you have a cold or jealousy? Your whole family is. Paglio didn't finish his sentence with hatred, and he put on a smile again. Sir Augustus, this is Chunrue. Augustus? Chunrue's heart moved. He finally saw a stranger sitting in the yard except for one person. This was a man with short black hair, about 30 years old. He had a square and cold face, thick eyebrows, a mustache, and a pair of dark eyes with vicissitudes of life. The man just sat there, but it gave Chunrue, who had already activated his spirit perception, an almost ethereal illusion. It was as if he was faintly discernible and might disappear at any time. Therefore, he was not immediately noticed previously. Race, dragons, black dragon, comprehensive strength assessment, unable to determine. Analysis, extremely dangerous. Chunrue was shocked. With his current strength, even a national-level master like Iceral would show specific information. However, this man with dragons showed unable to determine. Then there was only one reason. He had the strength of a national-level master, or a demigod. Why would such a powerful member of the dragon race appear here? Chunrue thought of the accident mentioned by Jia and the situation he saw in the Rainbow Valley. He frowned slightly and was about to walk over, but Rala hugged him tighter. Miss Long the Fairy looked at the man as if to show off. He is my man, Chunrue. When Chunrue heard Miss Long the Fairy called him, he felt a warmth in his heart. He patted her back gently, motioning for her to let go of him. He walked to the man and bowed. I'm sorry for being rude just now, respected dragons. Oh. The man with dragons, Augustus, raised his thick eyebrows. You can actually see that I'm a dragon? Is it because of Paglio's address? Or is it some kind of hint that I don't know? It's just intuition. Chunrue felt the threatening deterrence, and he smiled slightly. Please forgive me for offending you. In my feeling, Sir should be a powerful black dragon, at least a demigod. As the owner of this house, please allow me to extend my most sincere respect and welcome to Sir. Although it's a little late, Augustus's eyes glowed with a cold electric light, and a threatening spirit power spread out. This spirit power was extremely powerful, as if he was in a storm that could tear everything apart. Rala shouted angrily. As she was about to make a move, the man glanced at her, and she suddenly couldn't move. Paglio's body moved slightly, and he was pulled by Crobolus next to him. Facing the terrifying spirit oppression, Chunrue's face remained unchanged. He maintained a smile, and he secretly operated the super system to decompose the spirit power that invaded his consciousness into aura. However, this pressure was extremely huge, and the decomposition speed of the super system couldn't keep up. After a long time, Chunrue's forehead began to sweat cold sweat. Augustus didn't expect Chunrue to be able to resist his dragon's demeanor. A strange expression flashed in his eyes, and he dispersed the oppression. He nodded and said, "Not bad." On this side, Rolla's body glowed with blue and yellow brilliance. She automatically drew strange runes to eliminate the man's control. The fairy Miss Long immediately teleported in front of Chinrue. "Augustus, what are you doing?" "Nothing, I'm just trying." The result is quite satisfactory. Augustus's deep gaze seemed to penetrate Chinrue's soul. At the age of less than 30 years old, the strength of the peak stage of the demon overlord, especially the spirit power that is close to the national level, is indeed a rare genius. However, he is actually a human. You guys didn't tell me about this before. Chinrue smiled bitterly. Sir's eyes are really sharp. I have tried my best to use the secret skill to disguise, but I was still seen through. Amazing secret skill. Actually, I didn't see through your disguise. I just faintly felt that annoying light attribute physique. Your identity is not an ordinary existence, even in the human world. Augustus suddenly frowned. Wait a minute. There is also a strange breath on your body. Is it the power of law? It's just a little trouble. I can solve it with some time. I don't dare to trouble, sir. Chinrue knew what Augustus was talking about. He didn't want to reveal the secret of the true flame shackles and the super system, so he said calmly, "Little trouble?" Augustus sneered. "It seems that your power is stronger than what you seem, but in my eyes it's just a cheap trick. Since you, the master, have made a welcome speech, then you should introduce yourself. Augustus, Scylla Salamonkiel, the ruler of the Dragon Island. You can also call me His Majesty Dragon Emperor. The master of the Dragon Island. His Majesty Dragon Emperor. No wonder he has such a powerful strength." Chinrue was really taken aback. At this moment, a figure rushed in from the door excitedly. "Dad! I spent all the 300,000 black crystal coins you gave me. I also specially bought you a skewer of barbecue." As soon as he heard this voice, His Majesty Dragon Emperor, who was unreachable and domineering just now, suddenly became timid. He smiled from ear to ear like a middle-aged uncle, without any airs. This voice surprised Chinrue even more. The Black Dragon Chick, Oliphius. Chapter 706. The Black Dragon Chick from Mountain Sacred is actually the daughter of the Dragon Island's leader? Nothing surprised Chinrue more than this news. In front of Oliphius, His Majesty Dragon Emperor no longer had the domineering appearance just now. He turned into a cheerful uncle, took a skewer of barbecue from his daughter, and ate it with relish. That careful action, lest he waste his daughter's kindness by eating too fast. Chinrue looked and suddenly thought of the little phoenix daughter who called Dad. His heart was warm and sad. When Oliphius saw Chinrue's eyes, he frowned. At this time, Oliphius found Chinrue and jumped over happily. "Boss, you are back!" And Oliphius, long time no see. Chinrue habitually patted Oliphius's shoulder, but he immediately felt the sharp gaze of an uncle on the side, and he quickly stopped. Oliphius didn't feel anything strange, and she showed a flattering look. "Boss, I didn't know you were back, or else I would have brought you an extra skewer." This expression made Chinrue feel even more uncomfortable, and he was a little flattered. This chick eats faster than anyone else. When did she learn to do an profitable business? The Black Dragon Chick revealed her true colors in the next sentence. Boss, when do you think we should settle the account in front?" As expected, Chinrue smiled. "Okay, if you are free." The uncle seemed to be dissatisfied with his daughter's intimate attitude toward other men, and he interjected, "Oliphius, what good thing did you buy with 300,000 yuan? How about showing it to Dad?" "What?" Oliphius asked Chinrue, as if she didn't hear it clearly. "Playing dumb." Chinrue rolled his eyes. Based on his understanding of this chick, there must be something wrong with the huge expenditure of 300,000 yuan. Facing the uncle with strong resentment, Chinrue betrayed the Black Dragon Chick without thinking. "Your father is asking you what you bought with 300,000 yuan." Ah. Olifius asked Chinrue, as if she didn't hear it clearly. Chinrue, seeing that she couldn't hide it, the black dragon chick searched for a long time and took out a handful of blue stones. I bought these magical divine stones from a mysterious merchant gypsy. It is said to be able to change a dragon's fate. When Chinrue saw the stone, he broke out in a cold sweat. How is this divine stone? It is clearly the stone that the black dragon chick and Alice picked up together when they played around the blue lake last time. The little loli also pestered Chinrue to tell a story of a mysterious gypsy merchant who sold fate. Augula stared at the divine stone that could change the fate of a dragon and said and instantly exuded a terrifying breath of Augula's teeth. I, dragon, long Rue dragon, dragon, I Rue, what? Olifius asked Chinrue with an expression that she didn't hear clearly. Everyone, just when His Majesty Dragon Emperor roared about destroying the dark moon, footsteps came from the door again. Olifius, why are you running so fast? This familiar voice made Chinrue's heartbeat suddenly accelerate. His gaze immediately turned to the door, and he happened to meet the veiled woman's gaze. In an instant, the two of them only had each other in their eyes. There was no warm and intense hug. Just looking at each other from a distance was already better than 1,000 words. Until a certain guy's waist was pinched heavily by a lady in glasses did he wake up. I'm back. Like, ja! Isabella also said this plainly, but anyone could see that her previous indifferent temperament had changed. Her blue eyes exuded a charming breath, and she became full of vitality and charm as if she was a different person. Sir Dragon Emperor on the side couldn't help but snort coldly. Julia, didn't I ask you to accompany Olifius? How did she get cheated of 300,000 black crystal coins? It turned out that the black dragon lady, Julia, who was brutally abused by Rala on the battlefield last time, also came back together. 300,000 black crystal coins? Julia was taken aback, as if she didn't know about this at all. Augustus frowned and said, What money did Olifius spend today? Julia shook her head. Ms. Olifius didn't spend money today, but she picked up 2 white crystal coins. Oh, by the way, she just used Athena's name to have a big meal at the Cloak Hot Pot restaurant. Finally, she took away 100 skewers of barbecue. Later, she really couldn't finish one skewer. The people in the courtyard showed weird expressions at the same time. The 300,000 black crystal coins that Dad gave didn't even spend a penny. They were all embezzled. This is simply a real scam. Sir Dragon Emperor's face twitched. His fingers holding the barbecue skewer trembled. Olifius? What? Olifius asked Chinrue, as if she didn't hear it clearly. Everyone, after a while. Woo-woo. Olifius cried. My head hurts so much. I have a bad memory, so I forgot. Your head hurts again? Augustus was shocked. He stood up and gently hugged his daughter. It's fine if you have a bad memory. It's just a small amount of money. Don't worry about it. My memory is indeed bad. Olifius nodded, but her teary eyes flashed with success. Chinrue saw it and took out a pair of red gem earrings. Rala, these fire rose earrings are for you. As soon as she heard the words, fire rose earrings, Olifius's ears suddenly perked up. She appeared in front of Chinrue at an amazing speed. Boss, didn't you say that this earring is for me? Chinrue had a strange look on his face. No way, when did I say that? Olifius said with a serious face. On the morning of the 4th day before you went to the Dead Sea, you said at the gate of the fallen angel Princess Capital's Princess Villa that you will give this to me as a reward when you come back. I remember that the magic clock at the gate showed that the time was 9:20, 58 seconds. Sister and Alice were also present at that time. Everyone was speechless. Chinrue wiped the cold sweat on his head. Don't you have a bad memory? Olifius opened her mouth. After about 10 seconds, she suddenly covered her head. My head hurts again. Before Chinrue could speak, he immediately felt a sign of extreme danger. He heard Dragon Emperor roar, "You bastard! How dare you give Oliphius a headache!" The black dragon chick saw that the pair of fire rose earrings disappeared again from her fingers that were covering her head. She immediately blocked in front of Chinrue. "Dad, don't talk about the boss like this. The boss is a good person." Seeing that this chick suddenly didn't have a headache again, he was actually speechless in his heart. He was angry that his precious daughter spoke up for the man. "Oliphius, don't be fooled by this man. The boss won't lie to me." Oliphius glimpsed the fire rose earrings that appeared again, and she was overjoyed. She quickly said, "My first black crystal coin was given by the boss, my first barbecue was made by the boss, and my first space ring was given by the boss. Wow, it seems like the boss is really a good person." Of course, it's true. Chinrue accepted this good person card without blushing. Previously, Jia said that Rala and Isabella had an accident. It should not be without reason. It is likely to be related to this dragon Emperor Aeogules. Now it was obvious that Sir Dragon Emperor was controlled by the black dragon chick. As long as he could get through Oliphius, any problem would be much easier to deal with. When Aeogules heard this, his face was slightly relieved. Oliphius felt that something was stuffed into the hand behind her back. Judging from the touch, it should be the pair of fire rose earrings. She couldn't help but be overjoyed. The greedy miser intended to seize the opportunity to earn more extra money. Then she said passionately, "The boss gave me 100 black crystal coins the first time we met. A whole 100. The boss then used a lot of delicious barbecue to exchange for the useless fertile yuan soil, and he hired me for 300 years at the price of 100 black crystal coins per year." The faces of Aeogules and Chinrue changed at the same time. The unaware black dragon chick was still praising Chinrue's great achievements. She didn't notice that her father's head was already bulging with blue veins. She talked about her proudest bodyguard career. Dragon Emperor was about to go berserk, but he heard Oliphius said solemnly, "The boss is a good person. He taught me a lot of things, such as the professional ethics of bodyguards. If someone is blocking the way, I will help him beat them up. If there is magic fire thunder on the ground, I will step on it first. If there is a puddle, I will jump in and fill it. The boss also said that if a man dares to approach my sister, I will beat that person into a pig's head. If the door of my sister's yard is locked, I will help the boss secretly open it from the inside. If the boss climbs over the wall to come in, I will pretend not to see it. If the boss wants to have sex with my sister, I will help him guard the door. By the way, I have always wanted to ask, where can I buy that sex? I want to eat it too." The uncle who couldn't hold it anymore couldn't listen anymore. He grabbed Chinrue, who wanted to slip away, and his angry voice made the magic circle in the yard tremble. "You bastard!" Oliphius seemed to be taken aback. She suddenly covered her head, and the 3-dot diamond-shaped mark between her eyebrows flashed. Her black eyes gradually turned white, and there was an uncomfortable expression on her face. Her black hair began to flutter all over the sky, and her nails quickly extended to half a foot long. Her whole body was full of violent breath. In analytical eyes, her comprehensive strength assessment actually reached S+. Not good. Aeogules was shocked. He couldn't bother to settle the score with Chinrue. The 3-dot mark also appeared between his eyebrows, and a gentle force wrapped Oliphius. Oliphius showed a fierce expression as if she didn't recognize Aeogules. She wanted to attack with her claws and fangs, but she was blocked by that force and couldn't get close. "Oliphius." Isabella shouted the name of the black dragon chick and walked over slowly regardless of the danger. Chinrue was about to stop her, but he was pulled by Rala and shook her head at him. When Oliphius heard Isabella's voice, her body trembled and stopped moving. Her expression became more and more painful. As Isabella kept calling, the fierceness in Oliphius's eyes gradually became hazy, and it turned into bean-sized tears. "Mom." She fainted as soon as she shouted. She was held in Isabella's arms in time. Aeolus dispersed his power, nodded to Isabella, and let out a long sigh as if he had aged a little. No matter how powerful he was just a father full of anxiety and worry at the moment. Chapter 707. Augilus looked at his unconscious daughter in Isabella's arms, and he looked at Chinrue with bright eyes. Oliphius has a trace of spiritual imprint containing the power of the law in her body. This power of the law is very powerful. It can increase her power step by step, but it will also make her lose her consciousness. Do you know what is going on? Of course. Chinrue knew that he had also received such a spiritual imprint. If it weren't for the miraculous effect of dual training, he would have lost consciousness and become a puppet of a mysterious powerhouse. When Augilus saw Chinrue's expression, his aura suddenly became fierce. Who is it? Strange, didn't the black dragon chick tell her dad about Mountain Secret? Chinrue pondered for a while and said the answer. Mountain Secret, Satan. It's him. Augilus was shocked and took a deep breath. No wonder Oliphius can't say his name. It should be the outbreak of the spiritual imprint that restricted her memory. Unexpectedly, it was Satan who took in Liana back then. In this way, Liana gave the Lanya scepter to Satan as the price for taking it in. Lena should be the name of Oliphius' mother. Chinrue could hear that Augilus knew Satan. He immediately asked tentatively, "Could it be that even with your Majesty's strength, you can't eliminate the influence of this imprint?" Satan's strength is unfathomable. Back then, I was a new demigod. I was arrogant and overestimated myself to challenge him, but I lost miserably. Augilus showed a rare bitter smile. Now I only faintly touch the edge of godhood, but this spiritual imprint is the breath of a false god, and it is a very powerful false god. The figure that crossed space at will appeared in Chinrue's mind, and he couldn't help but shiver. It turns out that Satan is actually a false god instead of a demigod. Augustus heaved a long sigh and said, "It's all my fault. I didn't notice the existence of that spiritual imprint and directly fused the devil-warding claw into her bloodline imprint in an attempt to increase her strength. In the end, it triggered an unpredictable mutation, although Oliphius will no longer become a puppet because of the spiritual imprint. But as you have seen, she often loses herself like just now and falls into madness. Only Isabella can appease her." It turned out that Augilus had been sleeping on the Dragon Island. After waking up, he heard Julia's report that a black dragon girl with the black dragon royal bloodline imprint appeared in the dark moon. Augilus immediately rushed to the dark moon. After some twists and turns, he met Oliphius. With the bloodline imprint on her forehead and the face that was similar to his wife, Ironce's, Augilus finally confirmed that the black dragon chick was his long-lost daughter and only daughter. Oliphius's aptitude was excellent. She had the strength close to the peak stage of the demon overlord before she was 20 years old. She was a top genius, even on the Dragon Island. Coupled with the selfishness of doting on his daughter, Augilus fused the Dragon Island's secret treasure, the devil-warding claw, into Oliphius's body. Unexpectedly, his good intention did a bad thing. It tragically, completely triggered the spiritual imprint hidden in her body, causing an unpredictable mutation. "Sir," Chinrue thought that he still had a badge that could summon Satan, and he asked, "If I find Satan, can I save Oliphius?" If it's just the spiritual imprint, of course it's possible, but the devil-warding claw is an ancient, secret treasure of the Dragon Island. It is powerful and has been tied to Oliphius's soul. With this mutation now, even if Satan is really willing to take action, he can't solve it. If he is not careful, Oliphius will be completely annihilated. When Chinrue heard completely annihilated, he didn't dare to come up with the bad idea of killing Oliphius and resurrecting. Augilus grabbed his hair in annoyance. "Maybe it can only be resolved when I break through to the pseudo-god realm and fully activate the rule artifact, the eyes of the dragon god. This time may be decades, centuries, or even longer." Chinrue frowned. This matter is really difficult to handle. Suddenly, he felt that His Majesty Dragon Emperor's 2 scorching eyes were on him, making a certain human have goosebumps. Humph. Your talent and strength are still the past, and you have a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. Augulus seemed to struggle in his heart for a while, and he reluctantly squeezed a sentence from his teeth. I will leave Oliphius to you. Shinrue thought that Augulus wanted to bring the black dragon chick back to the Dragon Island, so he was surprised to hear this request, but he still nodded. Don't worry, Sir Augulus, Oliphius is my friend. I will definitely take good care of. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the roar of Dragon Emperor, sir. Shinrue was grabbed by the uncle again. What bullsh asterisk T friend? You damn human, listen to me clearly. I entrust my daughter to you. I'm entrusting her to you. Isabella, who was holding Oliphius on the side, chuckled. Don't you understand yet? You will become Sir Augulus' son-in-law, which is really a bargain for you. Our Oliphius is the cutest princess of the dragons. No. Shinrue felt that something was wrong when he was grabbed by the roaring uncle just now. He couldn't help but be shocked when he heard Isabella's words. This is unscientific. How can I give my daughter as soon as I meet? You're actually unwilling. Augulus sneered. You only have 2 choices now. First, marry my daughter and take care of her before I become a false god. Second, I will marry Isabella and bring all the dragons of the Dark Moon back to the Dragon Island, including Rala. Rala is the top dragon's genius I have ever seen. She can't be buried in such a place. Perhaps she will also become one of my concubines and give birth to the best bloodline for the dragons. Damn. Shinrue couldn't help but swear. He finally understood the reason why Jia said Rala and Isabella had an accident. Marry your sister. Augulus was about to be promoted to a roaring emperor. If it weren't for Oliphius, who likes this place very much, if it weren't for Isabella, who can appease her, if it weren't for Isabella, who would rather break the curse than accept the power of the black dragon. Do you think I will grieve my daughter to marry a damn human? Shinrue was shocked. He had already guessed a series of things that happened when Augulus came here. If it weren't for Isabella, perhaps all the dragons, including Rala, would have been taken away. The other party's power was too strong to contend with at all. Proposing to marry Oliphius was actually a helpless move. Looking at the affectionate Ms. Intelligence, Shinrue seemed to have a strong emotion surging out of his heart. Augulus snorted coldly. The light annihilation seal on Isabella has reached its final stage, and I have no way to cure it. My black dragon power can transform her physique and extend her lifespan by 70 years. You must have the same ability to appease Oliphius' spirit as her within 70 years. Otherwise, I will take Oliphius away and kill all of you. 70 years? Shinrue shook his head. With Snow Dowlet, his Isabella definitely had more than this lifespan. Oh, Augulus misunderstood the meaning of Shinrue shaking his head. He narrowed his eyes. I heard from Paglio that you have obtained the inheritance of the ancient Grand Master. It only took you 5 years from lower demon to the current peak stage of the demon overlord. You are indeed a rare genius. However, the higher the level of the inheritance, the more difficult it is to break through. Moreover, your combat power is weaker than the opponent of the same level, so you must lay a solid foundation. In 70 years, it is already quite good that you can reach the strength of the king level. You actually want to contend with me? Sir Augulus, let me interject. Paglio spoke. Master Poison Dragon's face was full of jealousy and hatred that couldn't be concealed. This damn human was only the peak stage of the Demon Emperor a few months ago. At that time, he had the combat power to fight against the later stage of the Demon Overlord. Now that he has reached the peak stage of the Demon Overlord, he should be able to rival the king-level powerhouse. Augulus was shocked. There was an incredible look in his eyes. This human doesn't have the drawbacks of ordinary inheritance at all. He can actually fight above ranks. At this rate, if I really give him 70 years to grow, I may not be his opponent by then. Thinking of this, Augulus couldn't help but flash a murderous intention in his eyes. Paglio continued, "This human not only has strength, but he is also insidious and cunning. He accumulates wealth everywhere. His wealth is actually much more than Crobolus and me combined. The most important point is that this guy values his girlfriend more than his friends. He is willing to risk his life for his woman. This time, he went to the dangerous Dead Sea for Isabella. However, with such a person taking care of Ms. Oliphius, plus we are here, Sir Augulus should be able to advance to the pseudo-god realm with peace of mind." Chen Rue finally understood the true intention of the dead duck dragon. Paglio's derogatory words became the advantages of being powerful, smart, rich, and loving his wife in the ears of Augulus. Even the average giant dragon couldn't compare. For a moment, Sir Dragon Emperor's murderous intention disappeared completely. He nodded involuntarily. The gaze that he looked at Chen Rue finally had the meaning of a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. "You're right, Paglio." Augulus nodded approvingly, but then shook his head. "If your diligence can be proportional to your cleverness, you are likely to have reached the national level by now. I wanted to seal you for 5,000 years and let you comprehend the power of the seal in a deep sleep. However, you actually woke up in advance and even used a trick to unlock the seal. Your strength has not improved at all. It's a waste of my painstaking efforts." Only then did Chinrue know that it was actually Augulus who sealed Paglio back then. No wonder Paglio looked so respectful. Besides, Augulus had other intentions when he sealed Paglio back then. Unfortunately, the seal was unlocked by Chinrue due to a strange combination of circumstances. By the way, it was because of the silver box back then. When Chenrue was looking for Rala in the Rainbow Valley this time, he saw that the silver box was still intact, hidden in the Fountain of Resurrection in a newly built laboratory. It seemed that this secret had not been discovered by Augulus, so he naturally would not be stupid enough to take the initiative to mention it. Augulus's words made Paglio look ashamed. "Sir, you don't know. When I was sleeping, the fallen angel emperor, Midnight Sunday Lucifer, cast a shackle on me with the heart of light and dark. My early awakening may be related to this. Midnight Sunday Lucifer. I know." Augulus nodded and glanced at Chinrue. "He is a real genius. You are far inferior to him now. He didn't have any inherited adventure. He completely relied on his own comprehension and breakthroughs to reach the peak of power step by step. If it wasn't for that year... Okay, let's not talk too far. Human, when do you plan to marry Oliphius?" "Sir Augulus, don't worry." Isabella showed a charming smile behind the veil. "Oliphius doesn't know about this yet. At least ask her opinion first." Augulus thought about it and finally nodded. Chapter 708. The Paglio couple and Julia accompanied Augulus to drink in the yard. This was a good job because when Augulus was in a good mood, he would give pointers to everyone from time to time. He would even teach some dragons secret arts. Rala looked at Isabella, who was holding Oliphius and walking to the room, and then looked at Chen Rue. "Follow me." The two entered the Rainbow Valley through the space channel in the garden. That thing has not been discovered yet, and Paglio will definitely not say it. Remember not to leak it. Chinrue knew that Rala was talking about the silver box, so he nodded. After a few months of not seeing, Chinrue found that Rala's comprehensive strength had reached S++. Obviously, she was quite close to kingdomization. He didn't know if it had anything to do with Augulus. The Earth Elemental King once said that Rala's goal was the kingdom power of all 6 elements. Elements were ubiquitous. Once she succeeded, she would have the strongest kingdom power, but the difficulty was also quite high. In the demon realm where light element was scarce, Rala actually used the other 5 elements to create a territory of all elements. Even in the eyes of the Earth Elemental King, she was an amazing genius. However, the road to power was full of dangers. The higher the level, the more dangerous it was. The reason why Rala was strong was not just because of talent and luck, but she had paid several times the hardships. The difficulty of the elemental kingdom was n times that of the elemental territory. Moreover, every time an element was added, the difficulty and danger of training would increase exponentially. If she was not careful, she would be devoured by the elements and turn into ashes. If there was elemental source power, the success rate would be greatly improved, and the danger would be minimized. The elemental source power could only be obtained from the elemental king. With the help of Chun Rue, Rala already had 2 elemental source powers of water and earth. Soon she would add another one. What about the dark elemental king? Did you fail this time? The dark elemental king can't come because of some changes, but I have found another effective way to dissolve the light annihilation seal, without the power of the black dragon. Oh, Rala nodded and finally breathed a sigh of relief. During this period of time, Isabella, who had seen through everything, had become her true friend. Now that she heard that there was hope, she felt happy from the bottom of her heart. Since Isabella is fine then, another rival to steal my man. No, at Oliphius. Damn. All right, I'm going back to my research. I'll go accompany Isabella. Yes. Hearing the man's response, Miss Long curled her lips but didn't move. I'm really leaving. Why aren't you asking me to stay? At least give him a kiss. Does this guy only have Isabella in his heart? You're still not leaving? Seeing that Chenrue was not moving, Miss Long looked at him unhappily. I'm angry. Although a woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea, Chenrue and Rala were also considered an old couple, so he naturally understood her temperament. He laughed and hugged her in his arms, followed by a deep kiss that made Miss Long elated. She was almost out of breath. Rala, we'll talk about some things next time. Accept my gift to you first. Chenrue had a pile of crystal stones in his hand. Look at what this is. What a rich light element. This is the superb light element crystal stone. Rala's eyes lit up. Due to the environment of the demon realm, the light element was extremely thin. Although she deduced the power of light element from the 5 elements, the higher she went, the more powerless she was. Especially kingdomization, the light element was her biggest weakness at present. Unexpectedly, Chenrue actually got so many superb light element crystal stones, so the probability of comprehending the light element law would be greatly increased. This is a light element magic scroll, light element magic staff, light element magic robe. The things that Chenrue took out almost dazzled Miss Long's eyes. With so many good things, if she still couldn't comprehend the light element law, then she wouldn't be Rala. Then there was no problem with the foundation of kingdomization. She could only comprehend the law step by step. The problem was, where did this man get so many light element treasures? Could it be that he robbed a human magic shop that fell into the demon realm? Finally, there's a special and precious gift. I hope my baby Rala will like it. No, there's nothing more that makes me. Before she finished speaking, Rala suddenly felt the air become extremely hot, and an extremely pure power of fire element spread out. Miss Long's purple eyes instantly widened, and she cried out involuntarily, "Power of fire element!" Sure enough, this was the most precious and most special gift. Rala accepted all the gifts. Her eyes suddenly became a little red, and she hugged Chenrue tightly, not only because of the power of fire or the light element treasure, but no matter what, I'm always in his heart. I really have to go research, otherwise the materials in those instruments will be scrapped after a long time. Go to Isabella. Miss Long kissed him on the face and reluctantly left his embrace. Actually, it's all thanks to her this time. Otherwise, you can only come to Dragon Island to find me. Chenrue nodded and watched Rala walk to the lab. Suddenly, Miss Long turned around, and the purple eyes behind the glasses were flowing with love. Tonight, don't let that little demon girl, Kia, eat alone. This sentence meant that the long-awaited sexual life was about to arrive. Chinrue smiled and strode away. In a room on the second floor of the residence, Isabella was sitting on the edge of the bed, gently stroking Olivia's hair. Although the black dragon chick was unreliable in various ways, her attachment to her was from the bottom of her heart. This kind of attachment seemed to date back to the decisive battle with Obsidian in Townleaf. Isabella herself also felt inexplicable. The black dragon chick called sister, but she must be calling mother in her heart, just like before she passed out. This was also the fundamental reason why Isabella could calm Olivia's berserk state. "You're here." Isabella looked at Chinrue with a strange look. "I thought you would come at least a few hours later." "Ah, looking at some guy pretending to be stupid," Isabella giggled. Although she was wearing a veil, her limpid eyes still exuded endless charm. "Didn't Rala squeeze you dry in advance when you come to me?" Chinrue smiled awkwardly, only to hear Isabella say again, "Your luck with women is not shallow. You got Olivius again. Who is next?" "For demon God's sake, I really don't have any extra thoughts about Olivius," Chinrue said cheekily. "As for a certain sister, I have never given up my covetous heart." "Oh, sister? Then Her Majesty Empress should be careful. Not only the sister, but it seems that even the cute sister can't escape from your palm. Both sisters are in love. A certain man is really evil." Chinrue was suddenly defeated. Then he saw Isabella walking over slowly. The veil on her face had been taken off at some point, revealing the charming face that could turn all living things upside down. Without any bashful expression, she just naturally leaned on Chinrue's shoulder. The two plump soft jades were stuck to his chest, making people inevitably feel restless. But soon, the fantasies were replaced by another feeling of tranquility. The heartbeats of the two hearts slowly intertwined. "You have been gone for a long time. I miss you every day." Chinrue gently stroked her back. "I miss you very much too, very much." "I miss you more than you, because you miss a lot of people, but I only miss you." Chinrue was silent for a while. "I'm sorry." "I'm the one who is sorry. Without me, you should be much more relaxed." Isabella said softly, "Remember what I said when I left? It's still the same now. Your safe return is more important than anything else." Chinrue went to the Dead Sea to find the Dark Elemental King, but he came back alone this time, so Isabella thought he failed. "I really failed to bring back the Dark Elemental King. Actually, this time, it doesn't matter. I know that you must have experienced a lot of dangers in the Dead Sea. I pray to Demon God every day for your safe return." Isabella smiled. "Besides, with Augulaz's power, I can accompany you for another 70 years. This is simply a gift from Demon God. I have no regrets in my life. 70 years is not enough. Even 700 years is not enough." Chinrue kissed her hair. There was already a fist-sized white flower in his hand. This flower was crystal clear, exuding a sacred and warm breath. The entire room seemed to be lit up. This flower contained a powerful and gentle power. Most importantly, that kind of incomparably pure light element aura was something that the plants of the demon realm could not possibly possess. Isabella was shocked. Her eyes were full of disbelief. Her breathing was a little disordered. "This is... Remember the promise that a certain liar gave you? Finally, it's time to fulfill it." Chinrue gently handed the white flower to her hand. "Silly woman, 700 years is really not enough. Believe me, we will always be together until the end of our lives." Isabella trembled slightly as she held the flower. In her mind, the scenes of the past reappeared one by one. What if I want a snow dowlet flower from the Holy Mountain of Light? I haven't gone to the Holy Mountain of Light yet to pick that snow dowlet for you personally, so I can't leave. Maybe one day we will meet again. Maybe one day I will pick a snow dowlet for you personally. But this is just maybe. Because I'm a liar, a pure liar, don't trust me too much. In her blue eyes, Tears fell like pearls. Holy flower, snow dowlet. The only place of origin was the holy mountain of light in the human world. She thought that this man had already done a lot for her, but she didn't expect it to be more than she imagined. Not to mention the difficulty of picking the snow dowlet. Just going back and forth between the demon realm and the human world must have taken a great risk. In fact, Isabella was wrong in this regard. There was no danger with the Star Gate, but gathering the faith crystals and picking the snow dowlet did experience great danger. In the end, he even risked his life with a national-level powerhouse. And she closed her sparkling blue eyes happily. The last bit of ice sealed in her heart was completely melted by the warmth of that embrace. Yes, forever together, regardless of life and death. Chapter 709. Dark Moon Lord's Mansion, former Dark Moon Palace. At this time, it should be the time when Lord Athena was reviewing official documents and listening to reports from various subordinates in the council hall. There was also a new Lord Secretary, Kia, assisting by the side. The current Dark Moon was no longer the dilapidated land controlled by Obsidian, but the first estate with the strongest economy and military power in the entire fallen angel empire. After Jiao left, Athena carried out a series of reform measures according to Chinrue's suggestion to eliminate some previous malpractices. With the launch of a series of new things such as millet wine, newspapers, magic television, and so on, plus the signing of the cooperation treaty between the fallen angel empire and the shadow empire, the Dark Moon, which had a plan for a long time, was once again at the forefront of various estates. The economy of the entire estate once again ushered in the second spring of explosive growth. The little Loli's Princess retail store was also different from before. After cooperating with the famous luxury home of the Shadow Empire, the Purple Treasure Hall, the branches had successfully entered all parts of the demon realm. Their business and reputation were growing. As the first brand of the fallen angel empire, the Princess retail store was divided into three major parts. The first was Princess Villa, which was mainly focused on food and wine. The second was Princess Clothing, which had ready-made clothing series for the middle and lower classes and exclusive boutique series for the upper nobles. The third was Princess Magic, which sold various supplies such as magic television, magic chess, etc. When Chinrue and Alice founded the Princess retail store, he didn't expect it to be on such a scale today. As the first designer of princess clothing and the head of the Dark Moon Princess retail store, Kia's designed clothing once became the fashion vein of the upper nobles. Coupled with the limited sales promotion, the demand always exceeded the supply. For the little succubus who had lost her mother, father was equivalent to having no, apart from Chenrue, Athena had the deepest feelings. Of course, Rala and Alice were also rare relatives and friends. In order to help Athena, Kia resolutely resigned from her position as the head of the Princess retail store and assisted Lord Athena in managing estate affairs. Athena was born in Warlock Fortress and was good at military affairs. She had a headache when it came to the tedious affairs of the territory. The little maid was meticulous, had many ideas, and could be completely trusted. With her help, she felt much more relaxed. However, for some reason, the heads of several departments who came to report were stopped outside the gate by the female guards. They said that the Sir Lord had important matters to attend to, and the reporting time was changed to tomorrow. Sir Lord's most important task at the moment was to lie in the arms of a man in the bedchamber and bite his neck. This wasn't because the archdemon had mutated into a vampire, but because of the secretary's report. And this is Rala sent. This should be Oliphius, but she is very weak. There should be no intimate contact. Also, the last one is Isabella. The smell is the strongest. They must have been together for more than 2 hours. Hearing this, Sir Lord could not help but bite the man again. This guy had not seen him for a few months, and as soon as he came back, he went to Isabella's place and fooled around for more than 2 hours. No matter how careless a woman is, she is still a woman. She will never be careless in this regard. Moreover, the Dark Moon Lord and the third general of the empire, Athena, is just generous, not careless. Chinrue was dumbfounded as he looked at the little maid who was sniffing while taking off his clothes. When did the succubus have the smell talent of the hellhound? What's more, the little maid's inspection is not just using her nose, but also her lips and tongue. Chinrue couldn't help but shiver. When it comes to flirting, the succubus can be said to be the best in both worlds. Just a few ordinary parts of the stimulation has aroused a man's strong desire that he has endured for several months. However, the cunning little succubus didn't go straight to the point. She just teased him indirectly. "Is Isabella okay?" Athena suddenly asked, and the little fairy below also paused. Obviously, the two were still quite concerned about this matter. It's not a big problem. She can recover with time and medicine. Ouch. It turned out that after the Sir Lord heard the news, he nodded, and then he bit twice heavily. This is a punishment for being intimate with Isabella first. This is a punishment for being about to become the son-in-law of the Dragon Emperor. I'm wronged, Athena. I have no interest in Oliphius at all. It's completely forced by the situation. I'm trying to find a way to shirk the responsibility. As for Isabella, I'm just back to treat her. Nothing really happened. Chinrue naturally would not be stupid enough to talk about how he was intimate with Isabella in front of Athena and Kia. In fact, he and Madame Aunt really didn't do anything. They just talked, kissed, hugged, and touched. The most important thing was that after he finished talking, a certain eyesore chick woke up in a daze. However, Isabella also said that the marriage with Oliphius was imperative because the power of Dragon Emperor Augustus was too strong. Even if Chinrue, Rala, and others joined forces, they couldn't compete with him. The infusion of the Black Dragon's power was actually a process of transforming the physique. It could only be carried out by the other party, completely voluntarily. If one was not careful, it would fail, and it would also cause a lot of damage to the caster Augustus. Isabella's biggest reliance at present was to threaten with death. If she died, no one could control Oliphius's spiritual imprint when it flared up. It was likely that she would fall into a hopeless true madness step by step. Marrying Oliphius was actually Isabella's proposal. After all, Augustus was the high and mighty dragon emperor and demigod powerhouse. If he kept threatening her, his patience would be exhausted after a while. Giving him a glimmer of hope could better stabilize the situation instead. Sure enough, Augustus accepted this proposal and did not take her, Rala, and others away. Finally, Chinrue returned. However, once Augustus found out that Isabella had fully recovered, then the possibility of the Dragon Emperor falling out and kidnapping them could not be ruled out. Not only Isabella and Oliphius, but also Rala, Paglio, and Crobolus would also be captured. The spirit dragon that appeared previously would also be used as an excuse to settle old scores. Isabella's analysis made Chinrue have to give up the idea of using delaying tactics because Isabella's curse could not be delayed any longer. What he needed to do now was to prepare the auxiliary medicine as soon as possible to dispel the light annihilation seal that had tortured Isabella for many years. Snow Dowlet was the nemesis of light curses, and there was still time now. There would be no more accidents in this regard. However, before that, he had to confirm his relationship with Oliphius and try to win the true favor of Augustus. As he was thinking, Athena had stopped her punishment and lay in his arms. She bit her lip and said, "My strength can't keep up with your pace anymore. I can only watch you fight alone. The only thing I can do is not be a burden to you." "Athena!" Chinrue lovingly stroked Athena's somewhat thin face. "You are wrong. In fact, you have always been by my side. As long as I have your concern, I will never be alone. Without you, I can't be strong. It has always been so from the beginning to the present. If you dare to say the word burden again, I will punish you." Athena thought of the bits and pieces in Mountain Shillon back then, and her heart was warm. On the other hand, the little maid who pricked up her ears was jealous. She instantly took over the Sir Lord's vampire bloodline and bit someone's ribs 3 times in a row. It's really a 3-headed hellhound. Chinrue added in embarrassment. And Kia, we have experienced a lot to be together. I cherish everything between us very much. You are all the most important people in my life. The elated little maid really loosened her teeth and licked the bite mark gently. It was full of temptation. Chinrue felt the delicate tongue sliding all the way down. Just as he was cursing seductive little succubus in his heart, he suddenly took a deep breath. It turned out that the little succubus had leaned over and put something as hard as iron into her mouth. The long-lost warmth made him shiver in comfort. The little succubus swallowed for a while and spat it out again. There was a seductive, amorous look in her eyes, but she said like an appraisal expert, "And there is no smell of Isabella here, nor is there Rolla's. Athena, it seems that we have to get ahead of Rolla." Athena blushed, and her body heated up involuntarily. She gently stroked Chinrue's chest, only to hear the man suddenly sighed. "Kia, I'm afraid your plan is going to fail." The space in the council hall became blurred, and a figure appeared. It was Rolla. Was this a triggered rune teleportation? Chinrue suddenly understood. It turned out that Rolla had secretly planted an ancient rune on his clothes. As long as he took off his clothes, it would locate him and trigger a short-distance teleportation. He did not notice this rune beforehand. It seemed that the fairy Miss Long had mastered the use of ancient runes, but it was actually used in this aspect. Humph! Rolla looked at the little succubus's movements, and the light behind her glasses slid. Fortunately, I was prepared. This unscrupulous man almost let the little succubus have it all for herself. "Zola, the first person he saw when he came back was you. Now it's our turn, don't you think so?" The little maid stood up and said without a blush on her face. Her heart didn't skip a beat. This righteous sentence made Zola stunned. It seems that this is a bit reasonable. Just as she was about to nod, "Wait a minute, that doesn't seem right." The fairy Miss Long immediately played dumb. "What?" The old rules. The little maid did not fall for this trick. Although she had a very good relationship with Rolla, she was not ambiguous in this regard. She had an extra deck of cards in her hand. Draw cards to decide the order. Rolla was about to draw cards when she heard a suppressed moan from the bed. The little maid and the fairy Miss Long turned their eyes at the lord who had begun to steal. "Athena!" In fact, Athena was innocent. The one who was really stealing was the guy who had suppressed his desire for several months and was just teased by the little succubus. In short, he was destined to spend the night in bed until he died. Chapter 710. The next day, Sir Lord of the Dark Moon once again announced that he was unwell and refused to see any guests. The reason for the so-called physical discomfort was due to a night of passionate indulgence after a long separation. Now Athena was sleeping soundly on the bed in the bedroom. Even the little maid with a special physique and the fairy Miss Long were no exception. As the saying went, there were only exhausted cows, but there were no fields that were damaged by plowing. But what was very unscientific was that Chinrue was in high spirits now. He got up early in the morning. This was naturally the wonderful effect of the first passive attribute of having sex. Dual training. Not sure if it was an illusion. Even the transformation progress of the true flame shackles seemed to be faster than usual. Chinrue did not disturb the dreams of his 3 beloved women. He quietly got up, put on his clothes, ordered the lamp spirit guards not to disturb him. Then he opened the Stargate and came to the fallen angel capital. Although Isabella's matter was not completely resolved due to Oliphius's father, her life was no longer in danger with the Snow Dowlet. Now Chinrue was going to his teacher, Tetanus. Fonsac, Sky, had stepped on the stage now and became the president of the Fallen Angel Empire Mechanic Association, attracting a large number of alchemists. After Aldos received Titiniz's true teachings and the black potions provided by Chinrue, his pharmaceutics knowledge had advanced by leaps and bounds. With the support of Jia, he also became the president of the Potioneer Association. Tetanus had been living in seclusion in a house in the fallen angel capital. He rarely went out on weekdays. He carried out research and experiments in the house. The Fonsac couple often brought Alien and Eve to see him. Aldas also came to consult and visit from time to time. His days were leisurely and carefree, if there was the approaching battle of life and death. "You're finally back." The old man was not as calm as the few girls. As soon as he saw Chinrue appearing in front of him, he suddenly shouted excitedly. The content was nothing more than accusing someone of being blinded by lust, neglecting his proper work, wasting alchemy, and so on. Chinrue wanted to explain, but unfortunately he couldn't get a word in. He could only let the old man scold him to his heart's content. The old man reprimanded him for a while. Seeing Chinrue's fearless look, he angrily threw a thin book over. "All the old man's mechanics experience is in here. I also gave a pharmaceutics book to Aldas. If you need it, you can ask him for reference. If you think these are useless, find a solid mechanic and pass them on." Chinrue could tell that this book was probably newly written and was the culmination of a lifetime's worth of effort. Although the old man scolded fiercely, he was wholeheartedly thinking for the sake of his two disciples, and this kind of action was obviously making arrangements for his death. Chinrue accepted the book with a grin. Then he took out a sword and put it on the table. This sword was very ordinary. According to the grade, it barely reached the excellent grade, but it faintly revealed a strange spirituality. The old man frowned, and his eyes suddenly became dignified. He carefully picked up the sword. The more he looked, the more surprised he was. His hands actually trembled slightly. "This sword was forged by you?" "No." Chinrue shook his head. "I went to the Dead Sea this time and met a reclusive mechanic grandmaster." A cold light flashed in Tetinis's eyes. "What does this Grand Master look like? Is he a great demon who is blind in one eye?" "No, it's a dark elf. He gave me a lot of inspiration. This sword is made by him." The trip to the human world this time was too sensational, so Chinrue didn't explain it very clearly, but he told all the mechanics experience obtained from the two Grand Masters in the Emerald Jungle. Tetanus was fascinated by it and muttered to himself, "Mechanics are creating life?" Life. The old man seemed to be obsessed, and he ignored Chinrue. He began to knock on the forging table in the yard with a ding-dang-dang sound while referring to the sword. A sword embryo gradually took shape. In Chinrue's eyes, this sword embryo could be made into a legendary grade weapon. But the old man threw it aside in annoyance. "No! How can such a profound truth be expressed in such a clumsy way? How is it possible?" Wrong again. The old man's expression was sometimes happy and sometimes angry. After knocking for a while, he stopped to look at the sword, thought for a while, and began to knock again. Chinrue knew that this was the manifestation of the conflict bottleneck. He had the same experience in the Super Systems refinery. He even almost went crazy and destroyed everything. Tetanus was a quasi-Grand Master with 10,000 years of inherited knowledge. His own accumulation was also extremely strong. He was only one step away from the Grand Master. All he lacked was epiphany. As long as he truly understood it, he could break through this layer of window paper and enter a whole new realm. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Tetanus was forging other than forging. He didn't even care about sleeping. When he was hungry or thirsty, he would pick up the things that Chinrue put on the table to eat. He didn't say a word to others. Occasionally, he would rest while holding the sword. Chinrue had been accompanying Tetanus, and he also helped the old man to block Sally and Aldas, who came to visit. In the afternoon of the 3rd day, Tetanus suddenly threw the sword that he cherished like his life into the furnace. He closed his eyes and let the sword that was made by the Grand Master melt into liquid step by step. After a while, Tatini's eyes suddenly opened, solidifying the iron embryo, refining, knocking into shape. A series of processes were as smooth as flowing water. It was done in one go. Soon, a brand new sword appeared in front of him. This sword was completely different from Bernard's rough style. It was full of delicate feeling, but the same thing was that it faintly exuded a trace of spirituality. Although the spirituality of this sword was obviously not as good as the one that was destroyed, spirituality was spirituality, just like the germination of life. Huh. Tetanus laughed wildly instead of his usual sullen face. Although he lost a sword made by the Grandmaster, he gained more. Congratulations, teacher. You finally really touched the edge of the Grandmaster. Chinrue sighed in his heart. Unlike his use of the super system's birth law to comprehend the way of life of alchemy, Tetanus just broke down and then stood up. He really jumped out of the original framework that limited himself and found his own path. As the saying goes, all roads lead to the same destination, edge. Tetanus took a deep look at Chinrue. To be honest, are you also? I'm far worse than teacher. Chinrue scratched his head and did not deny it. In fact, it took him hundreds of days to comprehend in the super system, but Tetanus only took 3 days. Of course, Tatini's accumulation was not what Chinrue could compare with at present. Tatini's eyes beamed with surprise. He was even happier than his own success. He did not have much time left. Even if he touched the edge of the Grandmaster, he was still not the opponent of that powerful enemy. Chinrue was able to reach the same realm as him at such a young age. This perception and talent could be regarded as a top genius. As long as he had time, he would definitely become the most dazzling alchemy Grandmaster in the history of the demon realm. With such a successor, even if he died in this alchemy competition, he could also die with a smile. At this moment, Tetanus suddenly sensed something, and Chinrue also glanced at the door. There was a knock on the door. Before he opened the door, there were already 2 more figures in the yard. The protective magic circle of the door seemed to not exist for these 2 people. Both of them were wearing black cloaks, which looked very mysterious. One of the figures made a strange laugh. Tetanus, you are in a good mood. Race, Great Demon mutated. Comprehensive Strength Assessment, S Physique, S-Strength, S Spirit, S Speed, S-. Analysis, Fire Attribute. Danger level low. Now the Demon Overlord level strength was no longer a threat in Chinrue's eyes. What he really paid attention to was another figure. Race, Corpse Necromancer. Comprehensive Strength Assessment, S+. Physique, A-Strength, A-Spirit, S+ Speed, A-. Analysis, Clone. Danger level, Average. The Corpse Necromancer of the peak stage of the Demon Overlord was not surprising. What made Chinrue secretly shocked was the clone shown by the analysis. In the land of hatred of the Dead Sea, Chinrue once encountered Lich King Glorios. Glorios was a king-level powerhouse. Due to the restriction of the Saint Dragon's power, he could only appear as a demon overlord-level clone. As a result, the Dark Elemental King and Chinrue joined forces to destroy his phylactery. Now, another corpse necromancer of the peak stage of the demon overlord appeared in front of Chinrue, so the main body of this clone is very likely to be a king-level powerhouse. Thinking of this, Chinrue's eyes suddenly became dignified. Saman. Tetanus gritted his teeth and said. Chinrue raised his eyebrows. This cloaked man is actually the old enemy that teacher will face, the alchemist Saman who deceived his master more than 9,000 years ago. Saman uncovered the cloak on his head. It was the appearance of a middle-aged man. He was blind in one eye and had several scars on his face. He looked very hideous. Am I not welcome? Saman's voice was ugly and hoarse. I came to visit you specially. Take care of yourself. Your life is mine. By the way, you can still have it for 3 months. Saman was the disciple of the demon realm's mechanic grandmaster, Rosenbach. In order to covet the inheritance crystal that Rosenbach and another potion Grand Master worked together to condense, he killed the winner of the inheritance assessment, Dor, and severely injured his teacher, Rosenbach. Rosenbach activated a special contract in the inheritance crystal, dividing the inheritance imprint into two halves, which fell on Dor and Saman respectively, making both of them the crystal's inheritors at the same time. Under the power of the contract, Dor was resurrected and could not be killed by Saman. He could only use the rules to win the other party's life in order to completely get rid of the contract and obtain all the inheritance. If he killed the other party by other means, he would not be able to get the complete inheritance, and he would also suffer a terrifying backlash. This kind of imprint was very wonderful. It could be passed on from generation to generation by inheritance during the contract period of 10,000 years. Not only that, Rosenbach did not hesitate to burn his life as a medium to carry out the most powerful curse on Saman. The most important one of the curse was that Saman's imprint could not be inherited. In other words, as long as Saman failed once, he would really die. Therefore, the two sides had a 10,000-year battle for the imprint. However, no one knew what kind of adventure Saman had. He had miraculously remained undefeated and lived until now. Tatini's teacher was defeated and died in Saman's hands. This competition with Tetenis would be the last one within the 10,000 years. As long as this time passed, Saman would completely get rid of the shackles of the contract and curse. Chapter 711. Facing the arrival of his old enemy, Saman, Tatini's eyes showed hatred. Saman, you are not welcome here. Don't worry, little guy. Saman laughed strangely. For him, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, Tetenis could really only be regarded as a young man. Saman looked at the situation in the yard, and his eyes fell on the forged sword. He was slightly surprised. I didn't expect you to have reached this level. At least your teacher, Renz, is strong. It seems that the death match 3 months later will be more interesting than imagined. Chinrue heard from Tetenis that the contract of the inheritance crystal was very magical. Saman and Tetenis could not hurt each other within the scope of the contract, and they would not be hurt by external forces. Even if he could surpass the crystal's rule and kill Saman, then Tetenis would also die, so he could only win through the rule. This young man is your disciple? Saman looked at Chinrue for a while and shook his head. What a wonderful young life breath. It seems that you are too stingy as a teacher. You are not even willing to leave the real inheritance to your disciple. I also want to find a scapegoat who can inherit, Tetenis sneered. Unfortunately, this kind of one-track mind that only has a fighting mentality is not suitable for this at all. Chinrue was silent for a while and did not say anything. He knew very well that the old man's sharp sarcasm was to protect him, even at the expense of himself. Tetenis once asked Chinrue when he accepted a disciple. Unsurprisingly, Chinrue did not accept it at that time. With the passage of time, Chinrue had been regarded by Tetenis as the true inheritor of the legacy of fire. Even if Chinrue wanted to accept it, he would not agree. Really? That's really a pity. 10,000 years, it will be over soon. As a souvenir and as repayment for Rosenbach's curse, I will separate your soul and put it in a magic container to torture slowly. You will be in utter misery. Samantha said coldly, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being the descendant of the Dor lineage. With the soul brand contract, it's useless to escape. So, enjoy your last 3 months first. Tetenis had long disregarded life and death. He sneered contemptuously. If you came here just to fart, then you are done. Get lost. Wait a minute, teacher. Chinrue spoke. This title made Tetenis and Saman's faces change at the same time. Tetenis was shocked and angry, while Saman showed a strange smile. Chinrue said unhurriedly, Sir Saman, right? Don't you think 3 months is a bit untimely? Next year. About 10 months later, the Fallen Angel Empire and the Dark Shadow Empire will jointly hold a potioneer contest. How about we decide the winner in front of all the audience? When the 10,000 years are up, the curse and other restrictions will disappear. If so, I will of the demon realm. God will. Chin. Interesting. Saman stared at Chinrue with a gloomy gaze. I don't know what tricks you have, but I won't agree. I don't want to wait one more day. Interesting. Saman stared at Chinrue in surprise. I don't know what tricks you have, but I won't agree. I don't want to wait one more day. Saman looked at the corpse necromancer in surprise. The corpse necromancer ignored Saman. He just looked at Chinrue with 2 spots of fire flickering in his eyes. Saman frowned and nodded. Yes, that's the condition. No, Tetanus said angrily. He is not the inheritor of the soul imprint, so he is not qualified to participate. Chinrue smiled slightly. I think my teacher won't be so stingy, right? Due to the special attribute of the soul imprint. If there was no designated inheritor, this half of the soul imprint of Dor would automatically find the next successor. However, this was the last competition. The soul imprint would be completely integrated and would not be automatically inherited. In other words, as long as Chinrue did not take the initiative to accept the inheritance, even if Tetanus died, he would be fine. However, at this time, Chinrue proposed to accept the inheritance, which was tantamount to courting death. The most angry one was the old man Tetanus. He never thought that this most valued disciple would propose to accept the inheritance at this most critical moment, and it was in front of the enemy. It's useless even if he wants to be stingy. As long as you are willing to pay a certain amount of vitality as the price, and you get the recognition of me, your opponent. Saman saw Tatini's angry face and smiled sinisterly. Tetanus, do you want to give the imprint to him yourself, or do you want me to tell him that incantation? Tetanus was shocked as if he was struck by a thunderbolt. Saman showed an emotional look. History is always surprisingly similar. Tetanus, Lens did not designate you as the next inheritor. In order to revenge, you also used this incantation to obtain the imprint inheritance. Now your disciple is willing to die for you. What an enviable relationship between master and disciple. Haha. Tatini's body trembled and clenched his fists. Chinrue knew that there was such a secret, and he interrupted. This old guy is a stubborn person. I think Sir Saman should tell me that incantation. Wait. Tetanus seemed to have aged by 100 years in an instant, and his voice was full of frustration. I will pass on the soul imprint to you, but Saman, you must first swear with the imprint to push the time of the battle to next year's Potioneer contest. Saman glanced at the corpse necromancer clone next to him and nodded. Okay. After Saman swore with the imprint, the inheritance of the soul imprint was very smooth. It was like countless compressed memories entered his mind. This information was so huge that even if Chinrue's spirit power was outstanding, he still felt dizzy for a while before he recovered. Saman saw that the soul imprint inheritance was successful, so he didn't stay any longer. He laughed and left with the corpse necromancer clone. Tetanus, who got rid of the soul imprint, was equivalent to getting rid of the death race. It originally had no impact on his life, but the old man slumped on the chair. His blank look was as if he had lost his life. With a shift of Chinrue's mind, his figure quickly became invisible. After leaving the house, Saman immediately asked the corpse necromancer clone, Wuchels, why did you agree to that kid's request? The price of extending the contract is too high. Every day we delay, our life will be shortened by 1 year. 10 months is a whole 300 years. Humph. What do you know? No effort, no gain. 2 flames appeared in the corpse necromancer's black cloak. I can clearly feel the powerful breath of life that young man has. How can it be compared with a mere 300 years? If I can get his lifespan, then even Dragon Island. At this time, Saman seemed to sense something and glanced at the house behind. Although he didn't find anything, Wuchels immediately stopped the topic vigilantly. He only said one sentence. Let's go. Next year's Potioneer contest will be the time for us to harvest. The corpse necromancer clone used an unknown method, and the bodies of the two gradually thinned and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In front of the house, Chinrue's figure appeared. Although the conversation between the two was only a few sentences, he could already hear some clues. It turned out that Wuchel's purpose was for Chinrue's tens of thousands of years of life. There seemed to be some special connection between this corpse necromancer and Saman, and he even mentioned Dragon Island in the end. Unfortunately, there was a special sense between the soul imprints. Even the stealth skill couldn't block it, so his whereabouts were almost seen through by Saman just now. Chinrue thought for a while, returned to the yard, and saw the old man still sitting there in a daze. Chinrue came to the old man and smiled. "Old man, I still have something to do, so I'll go back first." "Bastard kid." Tetanus jumped up fiercely and raised his hand to slap Chinrue's face. In fact, with the current strength of both sides, if Chinrue wanted to dodge, he couldn't hit him at all, but Chinrue didn't dodge. He just looked at the old man with a grin. Tetiniza's hand trembled, and he didn't hit him in the end. He clasped Chinrue's shoulder tightly. "You idiot! Your qualifications are better than mine, and you are young. You also have the Grand Master's inheritance. Sooner or later, you will become the strongest Grand Master in the history of the demon realm. Why do you do such a stupid thing? Why? Don't sooner or later. I can do it now. As long as I defeat Saman in one fell swoop in the highly anticipated competition, won't I become the Grand Master that the entire demon realm focuses on?" Chinrue smiled indifferently. Alchemy is similar to training. If you don't experience it, how can you see your edge? "Old man, don't underestimate me. I have black potions, and I got half of the soul imprint. I will soon become a mechanic grandmaster. A small character like Saman will only become my stepping stone." Tetanus sighed. The amount of knowledge contained in the soul imprint is extremely huge. Due to time and energy, Tetanus has only digested and comprehended a part of it over the years. How can I be promoted to a Grand Master in such a short time? As for the black potions, Chinrue's attainments were not as good as Tetanus. He could manufacture the black potions by relying on the Grand Master's divine thought, which was not comparable to Saman's true understanding of black potions. Moreover, the death match of the soul imprint had a strong randomness. Once the Grand Master's divine thought failed during the battle, it would be too late to regret. The old man was actually only half right. Unless something went wrong with Chinrue, otherwise the super system would not fail. But mechanics was indeed a weakness. With Chinrue's current level of Grandmaster, he would definitely lose against Saman, who had been a Grandmaster for many years. As the old man was thinking, Chinrue had broken away from his Herculean King Kong claws and smiled. There's a saying that the waves behind push the waves in front, and the waves in front die on the beach. Forget it. You won't understand, even if I say it. I'm already old. Why do I still want to be in the limelight? Let the young people have this opportunity to become famous. I usually drink a little and do some research when I have nothing to do. Do you want to accompany Sally and Alien to go out for a walk? Do you want me to show my filial piety and get you a woman? The old man's eyes were red. He threw all the things he could pick up at Chinrue. Get lost! Looking at the figure of his disciple running away, Tetanus wanted to say something, but his words were stuck in his throat. Between mixed feelings, his old tears flowed. Chapter 712. At noon the next day, it was already lunchtime when Chinrue returned to the house. As usual, Oliphius was having a fierce battle for food with Peglio and Lomont. My nephew and Master Poison Dragon were both insensitive people. Although the Black Dragon Chick's demigod father was staring at them covetously, they had no intention of giving in at all. This was what Master Poison Dragon often said, "I'll eat even if I'm dead." Compared with these three foodies, Emerald Miss Long Crobolus and Black Miss Long Julia's table manners were considered gentle. As for the truly gentle Delia, there was no comparison at all. The fierce collision of cutlery, the confrontation of sharp eyes, and the sound of chewing seemed to have become a symphony on the dining table. Augilaz was drinking calmly on the ground, and he didn't mean to help his daughter. He could see that Oliphius was very happy and really liked to be with these friends. Of course, Sir Dragon Emperor was a super protective type. The damn poison dragon and that Lomont dared to snatch Oliphius rations. I'll settle this account when I guide her training. Oliphius successfully grabbed a plate of cabbage. She suddenly thought of something and handed it to Isabella. "Sister, this is your favorite." A certain demigod father was a little jealous. Oliphius didn't even let go of the food in front of him. But Isabella was an exception. "Thank you, I'll just eat one piece." Isabella smiled and forked a piece. She looked at the black dragon chick's bulging mouth dotingly. "Eat slowly, Oliphius. If Chunrue comes, I'll ask him to make barbecue for you." The black dragon chick nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice. Suddenly her eyes lit up. She pointed to the door and said vaguely, "Barbecue is here." "Look, who do we see?" Lomont jumped up. "Isn't that a captain? He only appeared after 4 or 5 days after coming back. Captain, you've worked hard. Aren't you afraid of overworking yourself to the point of kidney deficiency?" Just as he was talking, the 3 dishes in front of him had been snatched. 2 were Oliphius and 1 was Paglio. There were many dragons, so he had to eat his fill first. Chunrue felt everyone's strange gaze. He wanted to smash the wine bottle at the fool. He bowed slightly to Augustus and nodded to Delia and Chrobulus with a smile. Then he went straight to Isabella and held her hand in front of everyone. "Innie, our nephew seems to be a little rude. You have to discipline him later." Lomont immediately deflated. No matter what, Isabella was indeed his aunt, and this bastard was indeed his aunt's sweetheart. In fact, the cause of this incident was because he had leaked the secret. Yes, you have to discipline him well. His aunt's words about being inhumane to the opposite sex almost made his nephew hide in the corner and draw circles. But soon he added meaningfully, "But he is right. You have worked hard in the capital for the past 3 days. Chunrue heard his aunt's obvious dissatisfaction, and he quickly complained. In fact, he had been guarding Tetanus for the past 3 days. He went to the palace last night and had a long talk with Her Majesty Empress. This night, Her Majesty Empress was naturally lying in his arms and talking, but the topic was really serious. Although he was willing to overwork himself, Her Majesty Empress made it clear that he shouldn't think about it before the wedding. The fallen Angel Empire's current economic momentum was very gratifying. In addition to the 2 focus estates of the Dark Moon and Tree Shade, the rest of the estates were also developing rapidly under favorable policies. The pockets of the families and lords that had shrunk due to the war, fundraising, and other reasons slowly began to bulge again. The lives of the subjects also began to improve. More importantly, they could see a bright future, and their loyalty naturally increased in proportion. Magic TV and newspapers had been popularized throughout the empire. The sales of Magic TV were very amazing. The income from TV and newspaper advertising had also gradually emerged, attracting the attention of many businesses. The specific management, implementation, and other affairs were in charge of the newly established media department. The patriarch of the Toro family, Ridutan, was the minister. The media brought not only economic benefits, but the various estates could hear the voice from the capital immediately, which played a good role as a mouthpiece. Under various comprehensive factors, the capital's cohesion was increasing day by day. Jia's position as the empress was unshakable. To the outside world, the cooperation with the Shadow Empire was very successful. One of the symbols was the holding of the Battle Ball League between the 2 empires, which attracted the attention of fans from all over the Demon Realm, including the fans of the Bloody Empire. The TV would be broadcast live and rebroadcast at a fixed time, which also caused a large number of businesses in the Bloody Empire to pour into the Fallen Angel Empire to order Magic TV. The civil strife of the Bloody Empire continued, But second Prince Edmund had gradually declined after losing several battles in a row. He was just holing up in the Iron Fist estate north of the Warlock Fortress. If there were no accidents, the great Prince Aelius would win the final victory. During Catherine's last visit, she deliberately revealed her intention to unite with Jia to deal with the bloody empire in turmoil, but Jia diverted the topic. What the fallen angel empire needed now was not to expand its territory, but to recuperate. If they were greedy for achievements and advanced rashly, they would eventually go for wool and come home shorn. Instead, they would even lose all their capital. Judging from the current situation of the demon realm, maintaining a balanced situation was more advantageous for the fallen angel empire. And the black dragon chick sniffed. "Boss, what did you scatter? It smells so good. The previous barbecue doesn't seem to have such a fragrance." Augulus pondered for a moment and said, "It should be the seed of the blue cumin grass." The blue cumin grass is a light element plant. It is very rare in the demon realm. It's the blue cumin grass. Sir Dragon Emperor is really knowledgeable. Chinrue handed a few roasted skewers to Oliphius. Oliphius took a bite, and she immediately burst into tears exaggeratedly. "Madam, it smells so good! The boss's cooking is still the best. I like to eat it the most. It's great that you're back, boss." Chinrue smiled slightly and handed a few more skewers over. The black dragon chick almost ate the bamboo skewers. Augulus saw it and took a big gulp of wine. "It's really fragrant." A guy who was attracted by the fragrance also said shamelessly, "Uncle-in-law's cooking is still the best. I like to eat it the most. It's great that uncle-in-law is back." As soon as he said that, his ear was already pulled up by the smiling Isabella. He grinned and complained about the pain, but there were a few more skewers of barbecue, subsidized by his aunt, in his hand. "Oliphius," Augulus said, "do you want this guy to barbecue for you for the rest of your life?" The black dragon chick was eating happily. Before she could speak, she nodded quickly. "Do you want to? He will cook for you whatever you want to eat in the future." The black dragon chick then nodded. "Do you want someone to pay for you when you go out to eat in the future?" The black dragon chick nodded vigorously. "Do you want all his money to be used by you in the future?" The black dragon chick's eyes turned into dollar shapes, and she nodded desperately. Augulus nodded conclusively and said to Chinrue, "I said that Oliphius has no objection to this marriage, right? Then it's decided." Chinrue, everyone, Sir Augulus. Chinrue wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "I have a few words to talk to you alone." "It just so happens that I also have a few words to say to you." Augulus glanced at everyone, and several dragons immediately stood up sensibly. Lomont also took Delia to work in the assassination department. Only Oliphius was still gorging on the food as if she had not made up her mind. Isabella came over, helped the chick wipe her greasy face, and pulled her back to the room. "Sir Augulus, you speak first." "Humph, boy, I will leave Oliphius to you. You must make her happy every day. If you dare to let her be wronged, or if you can't replace Isabella as the person she is most attached to within 70 years, then—" Chinrue shrugged. "Destroy her body and soul? Turn into ashes?" A cold light appeared in Augulus's eyes. "No, I won't kill you. I will let you live well. But I will kill everyone else, including the woman you love, your most trusted friend, and even everyone you know. This move is really cruel." Chinrue narrowed his eyes and showed a strange smile. "But as long as I'm fine." "Stop pretending. I'm not blind." Augulus snorted coldly. "If you are such a person, will Rolla be so loyal to you? Will Isabella risk her life for you? How can I give Oliphius to you?" Chinrue was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Since this is the case, then I will say a few words from my heart to Sir. I have always regarded Oliphius as my sister, and I don't have any extra thoughts. Sir can also see that Oliphius is very happy here. We all regard her as a member of this big family. Even without Sir's coercion, I will always take care of her and not let her be bullied and wronged. It's just that Oliphius doesn't understand anything now. If she really meets someone she really likes in the future, wouldn't I be harming her? I really hope to be able to guard her side as a brother. If we really have feelings between a man and a woman in the future, then it will naturally happen. Otherwise, if I force it, Oliphius will not be able to get true happiness. Augustus's eyes flashed with cold light. You are still evading until now? I, Augustus. Scylla, the daughter of Salomon Cale, do you really look down on her? It is because I regard Oliphius as my most important partner that I have to be honest with her father instead of succumbing to the hypocrisy of power and interests. Chinrue raised his head and looked directly at Augustus without fear. From the perspective of a wise man, my approach is simply stupid. Yes, as Sir can see, I am such a fool. Augustus looked at Chinrue for a moment, and he suddenly showed a look of approval. My eyes are really not blind. Chinrue's eyes lit up. Sir Means, what you said is very good, very reasonable. Then, you and Oliphius will get married now. Otherwise, I will take away all your women and friends. F***CK. Chinrue couldn't help but blurt out. He felt that his eloquence had never failed like now. The delaying tactic actually had the opposite effect. Chapter 713. Augustus looked at his prospective son-in-law, and he suddenly sighed. Oliphius' mother died early. In fact, she was a little girl who didn't know anything. She was simple and could hardly adapt to this world. If it weren't for the good luck to meet you, it's likely that I wouldn't have been able to see her any more. This sentence made Chinrue blush. To be honest, Oliphius was basically tricked by him to be a bodyguard. The low price was simply outrageous, let alone a dragon. Isabella is a very smart woman. I have experienced it more than once. I can guess that she will definitely propose you to marry Oliphius to stabilize me. This is a strategy that is most in line with the current situation and interests. But you don't seem to follow her plan. Perhaps I can understand that you are a guy who doesn't play by the rules. Perhaps, as you said, you are a fool. Augustus suddenly showed a rare expression of appreciation. You are also a real man. I appreciate you very much. Well, Oliphius is your fiancé. I believe in your sense of responsibility. As for the future, I don't care anymore. You guys can decide for yourselves. Chinrue was a little stunned. It was the first time that Sir Dragon Emperor spoke to him in this attitude. As for fiancé, Augustus took a few steps forward and looked into the distance with a profound gaze. The path of power is like walking on thin ice. There are dangers everywhere. Even a demigod is still in danger of being annihilated at any time. For a demigod, condensing the divinity is equivalent to a gamble with his life. If he wins, he can touch the threshold of becoming a god. If he fails, his strength will be greatly reduced, or he will be annihilated. I encountered a strong enemy many years ago, and the damage to my soul has not healed until now. This situation is very dangerous for breaking through the bottleneck, but Oliphius' condition is actually very unstable. Isabella's pacification can't really cure it. There is not much time left for me, so I want to take a risk. Chinrue was secretly shocked. It turns out that Augustus still has such a hidden danger. He hurriedly said, Sir, actually, I know what you want to persuade me about. Augustus interrupted him. But you don't understand the feelings of a father. Oliphius is my only bloodline. If I can't even protect her, what's the use of me becoming a god? Chinrue was shocked and finally moved. For the first time, he had real respect for Augustus. In case I am annihilated because of this, do your best to take care of Oliphius for the rest of her life. Promise me, okay? Augustus had completely let go of his tough attitude and demigod status. He was pleading as a father. The young figure calling Dad appeared in Chinrue's mind. His eyes were a little red, and he blurted out, Okay. Augustus nodded in satisfaction, patted his shoulder, and turned around with a triumphant smile on his face. Humph, he thought, as expected of an idiot. With just a little trick of mine, isn't it still easy to capture him? Chinrue agreed impulsively. He had a vague feeling that something was not quite right. Before he could think about it carefully, Augulus handed him a space ring and said, "This is for you. The kingdom of 6 elements that Rala is going to cultivate is the most powerful kingdom. Every time she succeeds in comprehending the power of an element, her power will increase exponentially, and so will the danger. I know you are collecting elemental source power, but only the elemental king has the elemental source power. It is extremely difficult for ordinary people to obtain even one, let alone gathering all 6 elements. This ring contains the elemental dragon power essence of the kingdom. It can consolidate her kingdom power and further reduce the risks of cultivation on the basis of having elemental source power. It would have been fine if it was just an ordinary treasure, but this was related to Rala's cultivation and even her safety. So Chinrue quickly accepted it. Augus's face was even more smug. To deal with this kind of guy, one must use gentle means. As the saying goes, take advantage of others' weakness. This time, it was even more impossible to refuse. Chinrue remembered that the dragon power essence was also a material needed by the giant crystal beast in the fortress of the ancient alchemy civilization. So he asked, "Sir, I still need some dragon power essence. I wonder is it for the experiment of the undead dragon?" "That is a blasphemy to the remains of the dragon." Augulus frowned. "For the sake of Oliphius, I will not pursue the previous undead dragon. But I will not allow a second one to appear. Do you understand?" Chinrue shook his head. "I assure, sir, it is not for the undead experiment. This involves a secret of mine. In fact, I am the inheritor of the ancient alchemy civilization, and I need the dragon power essence to repair the ruins of the fortress. If sir is willing to provide it, I can exchange it with rare treasures of equal value, such as devil fruit, fountain of life, or even black potions." These treasures for exchange surprised Augulus. "So you are actually the inheritor of the ancient alchemy civilization. No wonder you have such strength and talent. If you promise not to use it for the undead experiment, an equivalent exchange is still possible. It's just that I don't have more dragon power essence on me, and I need to go back to the Dragon Island to discuss with several elders." "Okay." Chinrue's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the most difficult problem of the ancient alchemy civilization had been solved. The alchemy fortress City of Stars should have been repaired. As long as he went to the Sea of Death to get the blue star heavy water and phantom coral, he could create the giant crystal beast and the construct magic puppet. This was a powerful combat force. "You and Oliphius just have an engagement ceremony." Augulus rolled his eyes and finally went back to the main topic. "I can also let go of the worries in my heart and return to the Dragon Island to break through the realm closest to the gods." At this point, the other party had made a considerable degree of concession, so Chinrue couldn't refuse any more. "Sir Augulus, let's do as you say, but I have a request. Can you accompany me to the Sea of Death?" "The Sea of Death?" Chinrue briefly told him about the Sea of Death. When he mentioned the land of hatred, Augulus's eyes lit up. "Dark Dragon Emperor. Rodriguez?" Chinrue saw Augulus's abnormality. "Sir, do you know Rodriguez?" Augulus showed a look of hatred. "The strong enemy I encountered back then was Rodriguez. Rodriguez was the strongest saint dragon in the human world. I don't know why he came to the demon realm, killed several black dragons, and took away their treasures. At that time, the Dragon Emperor was my father, Clusier, and I was only the first heir of the Dragon Emperor. When I was investigating this matter, I met Rodriguez. His strength was far better than mine. My soul was seriously injured by him. Fortunately, my father arrived in time and fought with Rodriguez for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, he used the eye of the dragon god to destroy his body and kingdom, but his soul escaped. My father also paid the price of serious injuries. However, after my father and I returned to the Dragon Island, we encountered another huge change. Although Clusier killed Rodriguez, he also suffered a fatal injury. He planned to pass the throne to Augilez. However, the second heir, who was also Augilez's younger brother, Eucalus, harbored hatred in his heart. He actually killed his father and framed Augilez. Augilez was persecuted and hunted down. After Augilez desperately covered his pregnant wife, Liana, to escape, he was imprisoned by Eucalus. Augilez tried his best to escape using the eye of the dragon god passed down by his father. He hid in a secret place and trained bitterly. Finally, he returned to the Dragon Island and defeated Eucalus with his powerful strength and regained the throne. Unfortunately, he could no longer find his lost wife, Liana, and that child. Chinrue suddenly understood. Rodriguez had mentioned that he was seriously injured by Raphael and then went to the demon realm. Then he encountered a strong enemy which led to the destruction of his body and kingdom. So it turned out to be Augilez's father. For the sake of the throne, father, son, and brother would kill each other. This was actually a very cliché. However, this kind of plot was not uncommon since ancient times. Even the dragons were like this. Eucalus, this name seems to be familiar. Chinrue was startled, but his attention was soon attracted by another question. Sir Augilez, Rodriguez's matter should be tens of thousands of years ago, maybe even longer. Then I would like to ask, Oliphius, how old is she? Humph. Don't you know that from pregnancy to laying eggs and hatching dragons, it can be as short as tens of years, or as long as thousands or tens of thousands of years? Augilez glared at him. Oliphius is now at the age of a little girl. She is much younger than Rala. Chinrue was speechless for a while. He cleverly did not ask in detail on this issue. So, Sir Augilez, when are we leaving for the Dead Sea? Rodriguez is my enemy. I will definitely not let him go. Besides, he has now lost his kingdom and body. Even if he recovers part of his power, he is still not my opponent. Augilez glanced at Chinrue and snorted. Don't get away from the main point. Let's get engaged to Oliphius first. This father-in-law was not easy to deal with. Chinrue smiled bitterly. At this point, he had no more choice. Moreover, Oliphius's matter was settled. Isabella could also use the snow dowlet to treat the curse with peace of mind. Getting engaged to Oliphius was actually very simple. He just had to give Oliphius a ring in front of everyone. For the black dragon chick, the more things that were free, the better. She looked elated. When Oliphius asked seriously, "Can I eat it during the engagement?" Chinrue suddenly felt like he was committing a crime of deceiving an ignorant girl. However, when Dragon Emperor Sir told his daughter seriously that it can be eaten, Chinrue suddenly felt that he was deceived. What made Chinrue feel a lot of pressure was the eyes of Athena, Rala, and Kia. It seems that I didn't hold any engagement ceremony with them. It also seems that women like to compare the most. In contrast, Isabella seemed more considerate. She had been helping him. However, after the ceremony, during a short period of time alone, Madame Ant immediately showed her fangs to someone. After this trip to the Dead Sea, I must be the first woman you touch. Otherwise, I will marry Augilez and let you call me Mom like Oliphius. Too vicious. It's really devil's snare. Chinrue burst into tears. Chapter 714. The engagement with Oliphius was just a ceremony. Except for a symbolic kiss, there were no more intimate actions, let alone any follow-up like pa pa pa. Although the black dragon girl showed a rare blush when she kissed him, her attention quickly shifted to the precious gems inlaid in the ring. Augilez did not break his promise. He went to the Dead Sea with Chinrue the next day. Since he felt that the journey was too slow, Augilez turned into a huge black dragon and grabbed his son-in-law in his claws. They were already out of the dark moon estate with a whistling sound in their ears. The demigod giant dragon, even without the magical power of teleportation. Its flying ability alone was quite terrifying. That kind of speed almost compressed space. If it was an ordinary person, his body would have been shattered under the wind pressure. In this way, It didn't take long for the two to reach the edge of the Dead Sea in the south of the Blue Lava Estate. The Dead Sea was boundless. This time, Augilus did not show off and sat on the Devil's Snare ship. It was not the first time that Chinrue came to the Dead Sea. The Sandmen were even more experienced sailors. They walked toward the water elemental's sea area with ease. When they marched to a sea area, there were bursts of singing in the distance. Siren. Augilus had hundreds of thousands of years of experience, so he immediately identified the source of the singing. Chinrue nodded. When he and Moore entered this sea area, they were attacked by the Harpies and Siren. As a result, Moore showed his prowess and killed a large number of Harpies who came to attack and deterred the Siren tribe. Augilus's sensing power was far from comparable to Chinrue, so he heard more things. This singing, they seemed to be fighting. Chinrue frowned when he thought of the Siren and Harpies joining forces to murder the passing passengers. He ordered the Sandmen to approach the location of the singing. The scene that fell into his eyes was a bit unexpected. The enemy fighting with the Siren was not a passing passenger, but a kind of sea demonic beast with blue scales and two fangs protruding out of its mouth. It looked very ferocious. The combat power of this demonic beast was very amazing. The singing of the Siren did not seem to have much effect on them. Under the fierce attack of the demonic beast, the casualties of the Siren were increasing. Blue Icefang beast. Chinrue had some impression of this demonic beast. The Earth Elemental King had hunted several such demonic beasts back then. In Augilus's eyes, this fierce battle was no different from a fight between ants. The Dragon Emperor's gaze fell on a Siren, and he showed a look of interest. That little Siren's singing is interesting. Chinrue took a look. It turned out to be the Siren Princess Helen. She was a stubborn chick with the strongest talent. Her singing voice could shake the soul. Compared with her stunning appearance, he was more impressed by the sentence. If you can help the Sirens completely solve the problem of Nagas and phantom corals, I will be yours. I know these Sirens. I'll go and help them. With Chinrue's current realm, Helen's singing could no longer shake the defense of his soul. It just so happens that the Siren's temperament is unyielding. The singing of that Siren should be helpful to Oliphius. I was just thinking about how to snatch it and make it sing for Oliphius obediently. Augilus looked at Chinrue. Go ahead. Let me see your strongest power. If you can solve it in 3 seconds. 3 minutes, I will agree to the matter of dragon power essence directly. At most, I will go back and beat up those old guys who oppose. As soon as he finished speaking, Chinrue's figure had disappeared, and he appeared on the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Some Sirens had discovered the Devil's Snare ship previously, but they had no time to be distracted. Chinrue used the face that the Sirens had seen before. He successfully came to the Siren Queen, Elena, and asked, "Elena, what's going on?" "It turns out to be Sir Aguile. There has been some kind of mutation in the sea recently. We have been attacked frequently by the blue Icefang beasts. Our people have suffered heavy casualties. Is the Earth Elemental King, Royal Highness, with you? Please help the Siren tribe." Mutation? Chinrue frowned. He looked at the battle and said, "Queen, immediately order all the Sirens to retreat. I will deal with them." "You?" Elena was shocked. In her impression, this Aguile only relied on the power of the Earth Elemental King. Although he has a certain strength, he can't compare with the strongest peak stage of the demon overlord like the Elemental King. Now, he actually wants to deal with thousands of blue Icefang beasts alone. Augilus's voice came to Chinrue's ears. There are still 2 minutes and 11 seconds. It seems that Sir Dragon Emperor has even calculated the time of the journey. Chinrue suddenly exuded a powerful aura, and he shouted at Elena, "Hurry!" The terrifying aura startled Elena. A strange song floated in her throat, and the Sirens began to retreat quickly. Helen, who was retreating, also recognized Chinrue, who was flying forward. She was surprised to see this figure facing thousands of ferocious demonic beasts alone. The nearby sirens and the blue ice fawn beasts felt an extremely terrifying aura at the same time. This aura exuded strong destruction, ferocity, and mania. Their senses seemed to be filled with this terrifying aura. The sea began to surge restlessly, and strange whirlpools appeared out of thin air. Just by accumulating power, it already had such a terrifying might. On the Devil's Snare ship, Augulus raised his eyebrows. Interesting. Despite feeling a strong sense of danger, the blue ice fawn beasts were fierce and aggressive by nature. They also had an absolute advantage in numbers, so they still swarmed over. Facing the surging blue ice fawn beasts, Chinrue's pupils suddenly burned with a flame-like light. Scorching dragon roar. In an instant, everyone's eyes only saw a crimson red. Then, countless long snake-like beasts bathed in flames flew forward with the figure as the center. They wriggled, twisted, and crisscrossed. The entire sea became a prison of death, shrouded by giant beasts. The sea water boiled wildly, and the blue ice fawn beasts screamed in horror. Wherever the red light passed, it was like the scythe of the grim reaper, reaping lives madly. After a long time, the sea calmed down. The sea was full of the corpses of the blue ice fawn beasts floating on the surface of the sea. More than 1,200 blue ice fawn beasts were turned into ashes by the scorching dragon. Under this blow, less than 400 beasts were left. Many of them escaped because of the distance. Even though the blue ice fawn beasts were fierce, they couldn't help but lose their fighting spirit. The severely injured one in the distance seemed to be the leader of the blue ice fawn beasts. With a low roar, all the sea beasts began to retreat quickly and disappeared into the sea in the blink of an eye. You have exceeded the time limit. Augula's figure appeared beside Chinrue in an instant. After the move is launched, there is no time limit. The actual time is only 1 minute and 32 seconds. I have counted. Augulus did not care. Your move is a bit impressive. Even opponents of the same rank will find it difficult to resist it. The disadvantage is that the power is too scattered and it can only be used as a range attack. If you can gather all the attacks of those demonic beasts into one point, then even if there is no qualitative improvement, the power can be increased several times. Maybe it can even make a beginner kingdom's strength suffer. Augulus's knowledge was extraordinary. This suggestion hit the key point of the scorching dragon's roar. However, theory and practice were two different things after all. For his current strength, the power of the scorching dragon was too great and difficult to control. Not to mention there were so many of them. It was quite difficult to reach the level that Augulus mentioned. The sirens at the back witnessed the whole process of Chinrue defeating the blue ice-fanged beast. Their eyes were full of awe when they looked at Chinrue, especially Queen Elena. Now she really saw the true strength of this man. Even the Elemental King may not have such a terrifying combat power. Sir Aguile, thank you for your help. Please forgive me if I was rude before. Elena, transformed into her human body, stepped on the waves and bowed respectfully. The sirens behind also bowed their heads in the water. It was a beautiful scene. Queen, you're welcome. Chinrue smiled slightly. I haven't finished what I promised you yet. Did the Fountain of Vitality last time work? There was some kind of mutation in the Dead Sea. Many marine races were eroded by strange forces, and their reproduction rate was greatly reduced. They had to rely on phantom corals to resolve this erosion. Otherwise, there was the danger of extinction. Therefore, the Sirens and Harpies formed an alliance to fight against the Naga tribe and snatch phantom corals to survive. Last time, when Moore subdued the Siren tribe, Chinrue promised to help the Sirens solve the phantom corals problem and provided the Fountain of Vitality. Later, he entered the Black Sea and did not return to ask and understand from the Sirens. The effect of the Fountain of Vitality is very magical, but it can't replace the role of phantom corals. Elena hesitated for a moment. However, the fountain of vitality also caused some changes to the sirens, and their strength has increased a lot. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to compete with the blue ice-fanged beasts this time. What's going on with the blue ice-fanged beasts and the mutation you mentioned before? I don't know the specific reason. Although the blue ice-fanged beasts are powerful, their intelligence is not very high. We have never had any conflict with them. I don't know why they suddenly attacked us. Not only the blue ice-fanged beasts, but many tribes in the nearby sea are also killing each other. Augulus suddenly interjected. I'm afraid this matter is not simple. Let's go to the destination immediately. However, this little girl has to go with us. Augulus was referring to Helen. Elena's face changed slightly. Helen swam over slowly and said to Chin-Rue blankly, I will go with you, but you must fulfill the previous promise to solve the problem of phantom corals and nagas for the Siren tribe. Otherwise, you will only get a corpse. The Siren princess knew very well that with the power of the Siren tribe, it was impossible to stop the other party from using force. So she simply agreed. The problem of the Black Sea God could be solved. The Nagas did not need to sacrifice their tribe members with sea sacrifice, coupled with the relationship between Strina and Adeline. Even without using force, Chin-Rue was confident to persuade Queen Nagamodesty to share the phantom corals with the Siren. I promise you. Chin-Rue smiled slightly. I have no interest in your corpse, but I am interested in the corpse of the blue ice-fanged beasts. Their bodies, eyeballs, teeth, and blood are all valuable things. With that said, Chin-Rue's figure appeared on the sea and began to collect the corpses of the blue ice-fanged beasts. Greedy guy, the little mermaid princess said in a low voice. Sir Dragon Emperor looked at the figure approvingly and nodded. Not bad. You have some virtues of dragons. Chapter 7:15. With Siren Princess Helen, the Devil's Snare ship came all the way to the deep blue sea of the water elementals. Helen had never been kind to this guy who had forcefully taken her away. In fact, the culprit of this kidnapping should be that guy's father-in-law. According to Augustus, even with Chin-Rue's current realm, he could benefit from the little mermaid princess's singing. But the premise was that she was willing to sing to him with her heart. If she used puppetry, she would lose the power of her soul. She could only do it voluntarily from the bottom of her heart. Unfortunately, judging from Helen's current attitude toward Chin-Rue, this possibility was basically zero. The power of the siren was not good, but her temperament was fierce. Even Augustus had no good way to deal with her. The water elementals were no strangers to the Devil's Snare ship. Chin-Rue was not hindered along the way, and he successfully boarded the deep blue island. Water Elemental King Lambost received the report, and he came out with Earth Elemental King Moore. The two elemental kings' understanding of Chin-Rue's itinerary was still a few months ago when they went to the Black Sea with Hegel. Initially, the two wanted to understand the situation of searching for the origin fragment of darkness as soon as possible. Before they could ask, their eyes fell on Augustus, who was behind Chin-Rue. Lambost and Moore looked at each other in surprise. They performed an ancient salute and said in unison, "It's an honor to meet the inheritor of the eyes of Dragon God, the Emperor of the Dragon Island. You can recognize the breath of the eyes of Dragon God at a glance." Augustus solemnly returned the salute. "You are indeed the clone of the Elemental King. If I have the opportunity to enter the elemental plane, I will visit the two great kings." Clone? Elemental plane? The great kings? Chin-Rue thought of what Moore had said before, and he seemed to realize something. He smiled bitterly. "Can you not be so knowledgeable? I don't quite understand." The father-in-law gave his son-in-law an uncultured look of contempt, and he looked like he was too lazy to respond. Moore came to Chin-Rue's side and said with a smile, "My friend, please forgive me for not telling you some things. You will naturally understand in the future. By the way, your advancement in strength surprised me. It seems that the harvest in the Black Sea this time is not small, But why didn't I see Hegel? Lambost also noticed the change in Chenrue's strength, and he said, "Let's go into the palace to talk. It's fine with this cunning Mr. Aguile, but if His Majesty the Dragon Emperor stands outside, then it will be rude of me as the master." Aguilas was slightly surprised. He could see that, as Isabella once said, the friendship between the Earth Elemental King and Chenrue was quite deep. It could be seen from their words and attitudes. But he didn't know why even the Water Elemental King was so casual, like a friend. If Sir Dragon Emperor knew that the crown of Water Wave on the Water Elemental King's head was a gift from a human, he would not be so surprised. Lambos knew in his heart that compared with the Water Origin Fragment, the water source power that Chenrue asked for was nothing at all. Speaking of it, he still owed Chenrue a favor. After entering the Aquamarine Palace, Chenrue told the general experience of him and Hegel going to the Black Sea. Of course, he definitely couldn't say that he was teleported to the human world due to the activation of the space seed in his body. He just said that he used the space secret technique to escape, but he was in a coma for a long time before waking up. He invited Aguilas to come this time to deal with Rodriguez, pseudo-god Saint Dragon's soul. The Water Elemental King and the Earth Elemental King were surprised at the same time. They didn't expect there was such an existence in the Black Sea. In this case, there should be a reasonable explanation for the recent changes in the Dead Sea. Lambost nodded in realization. As the Siren Queen said, there were some changes in the Dead Sea. The battles between the races were becoming more and more frequent. Most of them were races that originally had no conflict. These races that took the initiative to attack were generally low in intelligence. Their temperament suddenly became very violent. They usually wouldn't stop until they were dead. The scope of the racial battles was getting larger and larger. It had gradually evolved into a war. Even the strongest water elementals in this area were attacked. It is still just a creature with low intelligence now, but as this power increases, it will affect more and more sea creatures. The scale of killing will also increase. Lambost's tone seemed very solemn. These days, Moore and I can faintly feel that the battles and disappearance of these lives seem to be attracted by some special and powerful force. Just like sacrifice. Aguilas interjected with a rare solemn expression. According to Chin, Aguile, the soul of the Saint Dragon Rodriguez, should have fallen into a deep sleep, and this change is likely to be related to the recovery of his kingdom power. When my father, Cruzier, defeated him back then, he was already in the realm of false god. The power of a false god's kingdom is extremely terrifying. If he really wakes up completely, even if he only has half of his strength left, it is not something we can match. At that time, it will bring a devastating disaster to the Dead Sea and even the entire demon realm. Therefore, we must completely destroy his soul before his power recovers. Chenrue was secretly shocked. When I fought with Rodriguez, I used Shura's hand to make him fall asleep, but I didn't feel such a terrifying power. Now the incomplete kingdom power can affect such a far range. What kind of power is the false god's kingdom at its peak? The false god is already like this. What about the real gods? Lambost nodded at Aguilas's words. Unless the water elementals migrate, otherwise once the Saint Dragon really recovers, this deep blue sea will definitely not be spared. Yes, we have to hurry up and go to the Black Sea now. With my ability to sense the water elements, I should be able to find the land of hatred hidden in the deep sea. Then let's go together. Moore also spoke and smiled at Chenrue. Soon, the Devil's Snare ship had 2 more guests, 2 elemental kings. Lambos did not bring the elite water elementals. Because of the mutation, the deep blue sea needed to be guarded. Moreover, ordinary powerhouses couldn't intervene at all on this trip to the land of hatred. The little mermaid princess Helen looked at Lambost and Moore, who had just boarded the ship, in surprise. Forget about the Earth Elemental King. Even the Water Elemental King Lambost, the supreme powerhouse in the sea area, is actually talking and laughing with Aguile. That cunning and despicable guy, I don't know how he has such tricks. By the way, the other guy who said he wanted her to sing for her daughter is also very annoying." Chinrue saw her shocked expression. After getting along with her these days, he suddenly understood a little. If the little mermaid princess knew that the annoying guy she mentioned was the emperor of the giant dragon and a demigod powerhouse, would she still have the courage to ridicule him as usual? Judging from the stubbornness in those beautiful golden eyes, she should probably. Under the urging of Lambos' water element, the Devil's Snare ship reached the Thunder Snake Archipelago on the periphery of the Black Sea at a speed several times faster than usual. This was the territory of the Naga tribe. When entering the Thunder Snake Archipelago area, the Devil's Snare ship was surrounded by sea snakes that appeared from all directions. Then, dozens of large ships appeared in front of them. On the ships were female warriors with snake bodies holding scimitars. Some had 4 arms, some had 6 Naga. On the big ship in the lead was Queen Naga Modesty, who was wearing a golden crown. In the past few months, the Naga tribe had suffered many unexpected attacks. Even many of the huge sea snakes that had been tamed by the Nagas had begun to bite their masters. Modesty made a prompt decision and ordered the killing of a large number of troublesome sea snakes. She also spent a lot of secret potions to firmly control the remaining sea snakes and eliminate a large number of invading sea beasts. In order to prevent being attacked, Modesty personally led the army and set up heavy defenses around the Thunder Snake Archipelago. Now, facing this ship that invaded the Naga territory, the Nagas clenched the scimitars in their hands. As soon as the queen gave the order, they would rush forward and tear the entire ship apart. At this moment, Modesty's expression suddenly changed. The bright sky suddenly darkened, and an oppressive feeling surged in the hearts of every Naga. At the same time, an indescribably terrifying pressure emanated from the enemy S warship. The rushing sea water stopped in an instant. All the Nagas, including Modesty, lost their ability to move at the same time. The only thing they could do was tremble under this pressure. A cold snort came from the Devil's Snare ship, and a circle of powerful energy fluctuations spread out. The sea snakes that surrounded the ship began to turn into particles and dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye. This fluctuation gradually spread in all directions. Wherever it passed, everything except the seawater was annihilated in an instant. The Nagas' sturdy ship was no exception. The Nagas felt the terrifying threat of death, but they couldn't move. They could only watch death approaching them step by step. At the critical moment, a voice came from the ship. Wait a minute. The terrifying annihilation power suddenly stagnated, and the pressure that bound the Nagas gradually disappeared. The Nagas who regained their ability to move no longer dared to act rashly. Although they didn't know what kind of existence was on this ship, it was obvious that it was not something they could contend with. If they were careless, the entire Naga race would be in danger of extinction. Modesty slowly floated up and walked to the front of the Devil's Snare ship. She folded her hands in front of her chest and bowed respectfully to the Devil's Snare ship. "Respected powerhouse, I am Queen Modesty of the Naga race. Please allow me to sincerely apologize. Recently, we have been attacked by unknown enemies countless times, so please forgive me for my ignorance this time. Your Royal Highness, do you still remember me?" Chenrue's figure appeared in front of Modesty. "You." Modesty saw Chenrue's face clearly and said, "You are a Gual who participated in the sea sacrifice, aren't you?" Modesty still remembered the sea sacrifice a few months ago. At that time, she had gritted her teeth and mentally prepared to lose one daughter, but in the end she lost 2. She also lost the future queen of the Naga race. This matter became the deepest pain in the queen's heart. The Naga's subordinates also felt that there was more haze in the eyes of the Queen Royal Highness, and she was more temperamental. Now that she saw the demons who boarded the ship with Adeline as a sacrifice appeared in front of her alive, even Modesty, who never showed her emotions, almost lost her calm. "Your Royal Highness, let's talk on the ship. I need to know the latest situation in the Black Sea before my companions, and I go to save Strina and Adeline." Chinrue said. Then he turned and flew away slowly. Modesty was shocked. She followed Chinrue and flew to the Devil's Snare ship. A tear fell from her cold eyes. "Great, they are still alive. My daughters." Chapter 716. According to Modesty's description and the analysis of the information obtained by the Water Elemental King, the scope of the mutation really radiated from the Black Sea. The scope was quite wide, almost covering all the nearby sea areas. Many sea beasts that were usually lurking in the Black Sea surfaced one after another. Not only that, under the influence of this strange force, the production of phantom corals suddenly doubled, but the previous effect seemed to have decreased a lot. If this continued, even if there were no other changes, it would lead to the gradual extinction of the creatures in this large area of the sea. Then, on the other hand, as long as the source of the strange force was eliminated, the original dependence of the creatures on the phantom corals due to the mutation would disappear. There would no longer be the danger of extinction due to fertility problems. Of course, the laws of nature were always generated according to the environment. At that time, a new demand chain and food chain were likely to be formed. Carrying the hope of Queen Modesty, the Devil's Snare ship passed through the Thunder Snake archipelago and entered the Black Sea. It was smooth sailing along the way without any obstacles. But something finally happened in the early morning of the next day. The sea ahead was tumbling. A large number of demonic beasts were fighting. On one side was the demonic shark that Chinrue had encountered before, and on the other side was an unknown huge sea beast. Although the demonic shark was weaker than the sea beast individually, there were a lot of them. The death of their companions made them attack even more crazily. Those sea beasts gradually couldn't hold on anymore. They were swarmed up and gnawed into bones. The surrounding sea was dyed red. The scene was extremely bloody. Seeing all this, the little mermaid princess showed an uncomfortable expression. Although she had participated in more than one war herself, she couldn't help but turn her face away at this moment. After the demonic sharks killed the sea beast, they immediately turned their target to the newly discovered Devil's Snare ship and swarmed over. Chinrue looked at his father-in-law, who was sleeping leisurely on the recliner and drinking without any intention to make a move. As he was about to fly forward, Lambost, who had been sitting and chatting with Moore, stood up. "Sir Captain, let me go. Just treat it as the fare for this free trip." Lambost smiled slightly. That kind of neutral and soft face had a bit of the charm of a nanny killer. The surrounding space rippled like water ripples, and the figure of the Water Elemental King had appeared in the group of demonic sharks in the distance. The demonic sharks didn't seem to be able to feel the pressure from Lambost, and they pounced on this Elemental King fiercely. Lambost drew a circle with his finger, and the surging seawater began to condense rapidly. It was not ice, but a jelly-like state. This change caused all the demonic sharks to stop moving as they were wrapped in the jelly. Then Lambost flicked his index finger, and all the solidified jelly disintegrated. It was not crushed, but disintegrated. The entire process was as gentle as water droplets. After the seawater decomposed, it was still seawater, but the demon sharks had already dissipated into particles and melted into the seawater, disappearing without a trace. Not even a drop of blood was left. There were literally no corpses left. Lambost's attack seemed gentle and calm, but the effect was indeed terrifying. No matter which elemental king, the origin power they possessed was astoundingly powerful. The power of water was both soft and powerful. A sentence from Tao Te Ching appeared in Chenrue's mind involuntarily: the softest thing in the world, the strongest thing in the world. He seemed to have a deeper understanding of the water sword intent, as if he was enlightened. At this moment, Augulez, who was enjoying the superb yellow wine on the recliner, suddenly sat up. Lambost, who easily killed the demonic sharks, suddenly had a strange expression in his eyes. The calm water surface suddenly broke open, and a huge tentacle emerged. This tentacle was dark red with a diameter of nearly 10 meters. The part that was exposed from the water surface was 30 meters long. The tentacle was covered with terrifying suction cups and barbs, exuding a terrifying breath. Lambos seemed to be caught off guard. He was hit by the tentacle, and his whole body suddenly shattered into countless water droplets. Chinrue was taken aback. However, in the next second, Lambos' figure had already appeared above the tentacle. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, and the water surface solidified into ice. The tentacle was frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye, like an icicle that suddenly appeared in the sea. The water ripples in the space twisted, and Lambost had returned to the Devil's Snare ship. Sir Aguilas, this is a bloody octopus that is about to enter the demigod level. I can't suppress it, so I can only trouble Sir to take action. With your strength, you can hold on for at least another half an hour. You can even make that guy suffer a little. Aguilas glanced at the crown of water wave on Lambost's head, and he raised his head to take a sip of wine. Can this kind of lazy behavior be regarded as the cunning of the water elementals? At this time, the icicle had begun to crack. Lambost had an ice glass in his hand. He raised his glass to the Dragon Emperor unhurriedly. I should understand it as Sir's praise for the wisdom of the water elementals. That bloody octopus. I know it. It was Chinrue who spoke. This bloody octopus was the octopus king known as the Black Sea God. His current analytical eyes could already show the detailed strength level, comprehensive strength assessment, SS+. As Lambos said, he was already at the peak of the kingdom level. He was close to the real demigod level. His name is Red Pipit. He once signed an equality contract with me. Chinrue, who fully opened his perception communication, frowned. I don't know why, but his consciousness is full of struggle now. He seems to be fighting with emotions such as violence and killing. I can't communicate with him, for the time being. It's very simple. Just beat him until he is awake. Only the father-in-law could say such arrogant words. Seeing Sir Old Tarzan waving the empty wine bottle at him, his son-in-law immediately handed another bottle sensibly. Your Highness, Lambos, do you want a glass? The water elemental king shook his head. The liquid fermented by this plant, even if there is a little diluted fountain of life in it, it can't arouse the interest of the elementals. This sentence made Chinrue and the Earth Elemental King look at each other and smile because Moore said similar words at the beginning. There was some flashing blue crystal liquid in Lambost's ice glass. For the water elementals, Blue Star Heavy Water is the real wine. Blue Star Heavy Water? Chinrue's heart moved. This is the most important material missing for the assembled puppet. Helen didn't hear the conversation clearly. She just stared at the huge tentacle that had shattered the ice wall in horror. Suddenly, she saw a figure in front of the tentacle. He was actually holding a bottle of wine. In an instant, the tentacle disappeared, and so did the figure. Just when the little mermaid princess thought it was an illusion, the nearby sea suddenly boiled, setting off huge waves that were tens of meters high. Lambos sighed. It seems that the Dragon Emperor, His Majesty, still doesn't want the wisdom of the water elementals to succeed. As he said, the water elemental king's crown of water wave emitted a faint brilliance. The Devil's Snare ship was wrapped in a huge crystal ball and suspended in the air. No matter how monstrous the waves below were, it remained motionless. The surging waves became more and more powerful. The world seemed to have turned upside down. It was not clouds that flowed in the sky, but surging seawater. It was constantly changing into various strange shapes in the terrifying force field. Suddenly, there was a bright light in front. A huge body could be vaguely seen breaking through the waves and flying into the air. Judging from the unbalanced state of flailing tentacles, it seemed to be thrown up. Then, countless water columns rose up like giant snakes emitting black gas. They caught up with the huge body in the air. Boom, boom, boom! The entire sky was shaking. The white protective crystal ball also disappeared, and the suspended sky ship returned to the sea. Soon, everything returned to calm, but the huge figure that flew into the sky seemed to have disappeared. It didn't land for a long time. Shinrue and the two elementals glanced at the sky at the same time. They saw a figure falling from midair and falling on the deck. This was a burly man. To be more precise, a fat man. He was wearing a dark red shirt with a swollen face. At first glance, Shinrue thought that second senior fellow apprentice also transmigrated here. Race: blood-striped, demonic, octopus comprehensive strength assessment, SS+. Physique, SS+. Strength, SS+. Spirit, SS-. Speed, SS-. Analysis: water attribute, regeneration talent. Danger level: extremely dangerous. It turned out to be Emperor Octopus. Sir Chi-Yen? Shinrue asked tentatively using analytical eyes. This voice made Emperor Octopus barely open his bruised eyes. When he saw Shinrue clearly, he was taken aback. "It's you." Shinrue nodded. It seemed that he was really awakened this time. Augulus had returned to the recliner and continued to drink as if the special effects movie scene just now had nothing to do with him. Shinrue didn't use analytical eyes anymore. He said directly, "You seem to have lost your mind just now and were attacking us. So, my, wife's father helped you wake up." Emperor Octopus was secretly shocked. This guy is really not simple. He actually has such a powerhouse supporting him. That title made the father-in-law feel comfortable. He said to Chi-Yen, "Little Octopus, do you still want to help?" Emperor Octopus shook his head quickly. There was fear in his eyes. In fact, he had already woken up during the battle. He tried his best to defeat this sudden enemy, but he couldn't even touch the opponent's side. Obviously, the strength of the two was not on the same level at all. If someone's wife's father wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. The reason he could survive was probably related to the someone in front of him who he once regarded as an aunt. Mr. Guile, didn't you go to the hidden Misty Sea? Why are you back here?" Emperor Octopus's tone seemed very polite. It was completely different from the arrogant attitude when they first met. Who asked his wife's father to have a strong fist? The last exploration failed, so I came again. By the way, I know that there is a mutation in this area of the sea. The demonic beasts with low intelligence are all affected and killing each other. But why even Sir Chi-Yen? What happened? Chi-Yen stood up with a grin, glanced at Augulus with fear, and said, "It should be related to the Dark Dragon Emperor. The contract power that binds my soul has undergone some kind of mutation, causing me to lose my mind and kill crazily from time to time. The believers that I have cultivated with great difficulty have all died in my own hands." At this point, Chi-Yen couldn't help but grit her teeth. Augulus frowned. "When did it start?" "I just faintly felt something abnormal before. About 2 months ago, this abnormality became more and more serious. My actions began to be uncontrollable. The contract power in my heart constantly urged my killing intent. If I was restrained and couldn't leave, I would have escaped long ago." Chi-Yen saluted Augulus and said, "Sir, please help me out of this predicament for the sake that I and Mr. Guile are old acquaintances and have a contract. I will definitely repay you generously." Emperor Octopus was not stupid. Aguile failed last time, so he found a backer this time. He must be determined to win. Whether he could get rid of this killing intent or even restore his freedom was completely in the hands of the other party. Shinrue knew in his heart that the mutation was probably not so simple. At that time, Rodriguez accidentally consumed the power of the origin of light fragment to achieve his body of light. Later, he was restrained by Shura, so he had no choice but to occupy Dodo's body. As a result, Dodo's strength was too weak, so he was beaten up. The angry Saint Dragon cast Spirit Cage, wanting to imprison Shinrue for 10,000 years. He fell into a deep sleep to recover his strength. Rodriguez definitely didn't expect that Chinrue actually broke away from the cage and went to the human world. But Chinrue also didn't expect that in just a few months, Rodriguez, who should still be sleeping, seemed to have undergone some unexpected changes. His strength became a lot stronger, and the recovered kingdom also began to emit a strange force to affect the surrounding sea area. He should be using killing to speed up his recovery. Wait for my good news in the Black Sea, Sir Chi-Yen. Chinrue left Emperor Octopus and also left a sentence of hope. He drove the devil's snare ship away from this sea area. Hidden misty sea, hidden misty island. A blue-haired girl was curled up in a corner of the beach rock, shivering. The girl's face was fresh and beautiful. The snake body on her lower body was the characteristic of the Naga tribe. The girl's face was pale at the moment. Her expression was full of pain and fear. It's here again, that terrifying feeling. Aguile, Aguile. The girl shouted this name tremblingly. Her eyes were a lot clearer, and she seemed to have found the courage to continue to be strong. After a long time, the girl finally recovered. She leaned against the rock and panted. She seemed to be exhausted. She chewed and swallowed a handful of herbs in her hand. Gradually, her face looked a little more rosy. Adeline. There seemed to be some kind of call in the wind. The girl was startled. She thought she heard it wrong, so she pinched her arm fiercely. The pain and the clear voice told her that this was not an illusion. The girl's pupils suddenly lit up with a strong brilliance. The usual dullness was swept away. She didn't know where the strength came from, but she bounced up abruptly. The winding snake body gradually turned into 2 legs. After taking a few steps, she hesitated again, and she finally turned back into a snake body. She quickly moved toward the source of the voice, and she made the loudest voice in her life. I'm here. Chapter 717. On the Devil's Snare Ship. Chinrue looked back at the hidden misty island that was shrouded in mist. Although he could not see the scene behind clearly, he could imagine the thin figure that was still waving his arms constantly. Chinrue didn't know what major changes had happened in the land of hatred, so he didn't bring Adeline with him. He left Helen behind to accompany the Naga girl who had difficulty seeing on the hidden misty island. Are you still thinking about that snake woman? Humph. Believe it or not, I will destroy that island now. Aguilas on the side was not happy. Why don't I see you thinking about my precious daughter? Speaking of which, when I saw Adeline on the island previously, the Naga girl fell because of excitement and was hugged by Chinrue. The father-in-law began to oppress his son-in-law with a scrutinizing gaze. Chinrue ignored Aguila's gaze. He only felt sorry for the Naga girl. Adeline's temperament was weak, but she lived alone on this island for several months. The loneliness and fear alone were unbearable. The strange power from somewhere at the bottom of the Nether Sea also made the Naga girl with keen perception suffer terrifying mental torture every day. Adeline, do you remember the promise I gave you? Wait for me. The Naga girl looked at the Devil's Snare ship that disappeared in the haze in a daze. Chinrue's last words were still echoing in her ears. You will see the castle in the sky with your own eyes. Your beautiful sound of the zither will make everyone intoxicated. Chinrue took out a bottle of wine, clinked it with his father-in-law, and briefly explained the process of getting to know Adeline. In my heart, she is a very loving sister. This confession, or pouring out, made the father-in-law's expression slightly better. Sir Dragon Emperor's eyes flashed with vicissitudes of life. He no longer mentioned the topic of destroying the island. After taking a big sip of wine, he grasped a key word again. Oliphius is also a sister. How many sisters do you, this greedy guy, have? Lyrics? Chinrue looked at Aguilas with a strange gaze, and the latter was puzzled. Then the human shrugged. Yes, Oliphius is still my sister for the time being, but I will work hard. Temporarily? It's obviously a perfunctory act. Aguilas snorted coldly, but at least you didn't lie. I warn you, except for Oliphius, the other sisters can only be sisters. After spending the past few days together, Chinrue had a good understanding of his father-in-law's temperament. He raised the bottle and smiled. Understood. 1 day later, the Devil's Snare ship passed through the hidden Misty Sea and entered the Netherworld Sea. There was no living creature in the entire Nether Sea because all creatures had become undead under the cruel means of Lich King Glorios. Now that Lich King was annihilated, the undead creatures along the way naturally disappeared. So they were not attacked along the way, but the weather was still bad with thunder and lightning in the storm. Lambos frowned. Do you feel it? More nodded solemnly. The rather chaotic elemental breath is full of uneasiness and irritation, as if some terrifying power is brewing. There is a faint kingdom breath in the sea. It is not very strong, but it feels a little wrong. Augulaz's observation angle was different from the two elemental kings. It seems that this time it is not as easy as I thought. After all, Chenrue's knowledge and experience were far inferior to the three of them. He just faintly felt the abnormal breath and asked, Your Highness, Lambost, the land of hatred should be somewhere in the deep sea of this sea. Hegel and I dived to the bottom of the sea in the dark ship. Now that there is no dark ship, I wonder if Your Highness has a way to go to the bottom of the sea? Of course, I'm the Water Elemental King. Lambos took off the crown of waves and threw it into the sea. A strange ship appeared in front of everyone. It was a bit like a yacht. The whole body was transparent, as if it was made of glass. It glowed with a magnificent blue light. Let's call it the Blue Water Boat. Chenrue kept the Sandmen into the Earth Essence, put away the Devil's Snare ship, and entered the Blue Water Boat with Augulaz and more. The Blue Water Boat gradually closed, and its appearance began to change wonderfully. It turned into the shape of a big fish and dived into the sea. The speed of the Blue Water Boat was very fast. It was like a real sea fish diving in the water flexibly. The light it emitted was not very strong, but Chenrue could clearly see the situation outside as if he shared vision with this fish. More than that, in the belly of the big fish, there was no water pressure or turbulence outside at all. It was like flat ground. Tables, chairs, and other furnishings could be changed at any time, just like water mimicry magic. Compared to this, the dark ship, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, which surprised Chenrue, could only be described as weak. Lambost opened his hands, and his hands actually merged with the wall of the Blue Water Boat. There were 2 more golden lights in the eyes of the big fish. It sensed the changes of the power of the elements in the sea and adjusted its direction. A day and a night passed, and a light spot appeared in front of them. As the Blue Water Boat moved forward, the light spot became a huge area, but the specific situation inside could not be seen clearly. It should be here. Lambost stared at the place of light in front of him. The power of this boundary is very strong. I want to try to break through it by force first. The Blue Water Boat shone brightly, and a blue light ball as thick as the mouth of a jar shot out. It was like a giant torpedo shooting towards the place of light, trying to break through. However, the barrier of light only trembled slightly. Immediately after, countless meteor-like rays of light appeared in the water and shot towards the Blue Water Boat, leaving white trails in the water. Lambost's mind moved, and the Blue Water Boat was wrapped in a huge crystal ball. The white light hit the crystal ball, causing a violent vibration. Cracks appeared on the crystal ball one after another, and it finally survived this round of attack. Chenrue was secretly shocked. When he and Hegel came here, there was no such powerful boundary, and it would even actively attack the invaders. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed before it entered, and the things that happened later would not have happened. What kind of misfortune had happened? This is the power of the light element. It is actually comparable to the power of the crown of water wave. Lambost frowned. Such pure light element power could it be? Origin of light fragment. Chenrue reacted and said in a deep voice. Lambost and others listened to Chenrue talking about the battle with Rodriguez at that time. except for the secret of going to the human world that was related to the super system. Chen Rui did not conceal the rest of the details, including the origin of light fragment and the origin of darkness fragment. Moore's eyes showed doubts. Without the light elemental king, why can the origin of light fragment exert such power? Break the boundary and you will know the truth. Augilez put down the wine bottle in his hand and stared at the dazzling light in front of him. There seemed to be black flames burning in his pupils. Sir Augilez, the light element has a great restraint on you. Besides, I don't know what will happen inside. Don't waste your power now. Moore stood up slowly. I have an idea. Although the power of this boundary is strong, it is relatively dispersed. It will also become weak while attacking. I will go out and guide these light element powers. Lambost will take this opportunity to break the boundary with the origin of water fragment. Use all your strength. Don't hold back anymore. I have always adhered to the principle of never use 40% of my strength to solve a problem that can be solved with 30% of my strength. However, judging from the current situation, I'm afraid I have to use 10%. Lambost smiled slightly. As for you, the Earth imprint has not been completely digested. It is inevitable that your power will be damaged. It's better not to be fragmented. Moore also smiled. I won't be fragmented. The Earth elemental's defense is not the delicate water elemental. Wait a minute, Moore. I'll go. Chinrue spoke. You? Lambost frowned. Now is not the time to show off. Even Moore, with the strongest defense power, can't be unscathed under that kind of light element power. I'm not showing off. It's just that I'm more confident than Moore in facing this kind of power. Moore, do you trust your friend? He's my best friend. Moore added and sighed again. Well, I choose to trust as always. Lambost didn't talk nonsense. He opened an entrance for the blue water boat. Chinrue smiled at the three of them and flew out. As soon as he went out, he felt the terrifying pressure of the deep sea. If it was an ordinary person, their bones and internal organs would have been shattered. However, for Chinrue, who had reached S+ physique and trained for hundreds of years in the deep-sea training ground of the super system, it was nothing. A faint brilliance appeared in Chinrue's hand. He waved from afar, and a ripple of vacuum wrapped in water slid toward the barrier. The barrier immediately reacted, and countless brilliance surged. Chinrue didn't dodge. He just made a defensive posture. In the blink of an eye, he was wrapped in white light, and there was a violent tremor. Just at the moment when the white light attacked Chinrue, the blue water boat quickly changed into the shape of a swordfish. Its body was full of blue light, and it rushed toward the barrier. The entire barrier trembled violently, and a gap that seemed to be pierced by a blade appeared. At this time, the tail of the swordfish turned into a tentacle that rolled up the figure in the fading white light. It flew toward the gap at full speed and finally passed through the barrier before it closed. Are you okay? Moore was surprised to see Chinrue, who was almost unscathed. Your defense power surprised me. In fact, unlike Lambost, who was fully focused on the crown of Water Wave, Moore also found that most of the light power seemed to be devoured by Chinrue's body. It was probably related to the human's identity or some special physique, but Moore didn't point it out. Barely passable. Augustus's tone was belittling, but his expression was a little proud. How can you be worthy of my daughter if you don't have some strength? At this time, they had entered a strange dry and waterless space. Lambost put away the crown of Water Wave. In this space, the seawater was blocked from the sky, and the water ripples were faintly visible. It was the land of hatred. The only building was the white tower in the distance. Above the tower, there were two strange forces flying and circling. One was a billowing black gas, and the other was a dazzling white light. The two forces were mixed together, and the shadow of a giant dragon could be vaguely seen, as if the dragon had sensed the arrival of the intruders. A terrifying power overwhelmed the sky and oppressed Chinrue, and the other 3. Augilez's expression changed slightly. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Chun Rue. His hands were steaming with black flames, and there were countless illusory, translucent sceneries around him. Then he charged forward. "Don't move. This is the resistance of the power of the demigod kingdom." The crown on Lambost's head moved slightly, and a soft protective force enveloped the 3 of them. Chapter 718. Lambost's words shocked Chinrue. Demigod-level kingdom power? Forget about Augilez. When did the remnant soul of Rodriguez in the Tower of Hatred recover to the demigod level? Try to restrain your breath. More reminded, so as not to affect the kingdom and distract Sir Augilez. Chinrue immediately used the breath-holding skill to restrain his power and breath. Despite the protection of the crown of water and the fact that it was not a frontal confrontation, Chinrue could still clearly feel that the 2 stalemate forces were unprecedentedly powerful. The oppression brought by the spirit alone was unparalleled, as if the collision between worlds. The demon overlord level power was as small as an ant in this world. It was just like a mortal. Even if his body was tempered to the peak, he could not resist the power of nature. This was an essential difference, unless he truly transformed into nature. Although Chinrue could not activate the blue star kingdom of the polar star transformation, now, when he felt the power of the demigod-level kingdom, the concept of quality had slightly deepened. If he could break away from the polar star transformation and truly comprehend the kingdom, it might be the time to break through the blue star rank. The black flames in Augilez's hands gradually became lower and lower. It seemed to be suppressed on the surface, but he was actually accumulating power. The black pupils suddenly turned into the vertical pupils of a giant dragon. As the light flashed, he opened his hands amidst a loud shout. The kingdom power of the Tower of Hatred was suddenly torn apart, and all the phantasms disappeared in an instant. Chinrue only felt that the pressure was suddenly relieved. Then the scene changed. The Tower of Hatred had approached from afar and appeared in front of everyone instantly. The blow just now should have disintegrated some kind of strange power of space separation. In front of the Tower of Destruction were statues. There were not only silent, dark, iron, mystic ghosts, but also Nagas, elementals, and resentful souls, including Strina. Strina and others seemed to have lost their souls. Their bodies were plated with a layer of alternating gold and silver metallic brilliance. They were frozen. It was caused by the aftermath of Saint Dragon Rodriguez's light and dark prison. The key to opening the Tower of Destruction, the Dragon's Eye Ring, had fallen into the hands of Saint Dragon. However, it seemed that the Tower of Destruction did not need the key to open it at the moment, because Augustus had punched the Tower of Destruction from afar. The Tower of Destruction shook violently, and a large number of cracks appeared on its surface. If not for Chinrue's warning, the aftermath of this blow would have destroyed all the sculptures. The 2 swirling black and white auras whizzed out and quickly condensed into the shape of a giant dragon. The eyes of the giant dragon slowly opened. The left side of the dragon's pupils was gold, while the right side was silver, emitting a terrifying light. Who was it that actually destroyed the cage and awakened Lord Dark Dragon Emperor from his eternal slumber? A deep and resounding voice sounded. "Dark Dragon Emperor?" Augustus sneered. A saint dragon from the human world actually dares to claim to be the Dark Dragon Emperor? The giant dragon seemed to have just woken up, and his true identity was exposed. He was slightly startled, then he looked at Augustus with bright eyes. "A demigod black dragon? Who the hell are you?" A familiar voice sounded next to him. "Sir Rodriguez, do you still remember me?" "It's you, you wretched human," Rodriguez roared. He could not forget the shame of being forced into oblivion before he fell asleep. Could it be that 10,000 years have passed? When the water elemental king heard the word human, a look of shock flashed through his eyes. Then he saw more nodding at him. Lambos thought for a while and regained his calmness. Stop talking nonsense. Augustus's black eyes turned into vertical pupils again, and the breath of his whole body began to change rapidly. I will settle the account of the past together today. Eyes of the dragon god. Rodriguez's voice was filled with horror and anger. You are Cruzier. No, I remember. You are the little black dragon from back then. The Emperor of Dragon Island, Augustus. Scylla Salamonkiel. Augustus's vertical pupils were shining, and his breath skyrocketed. He punched the shadow of the giant dragon. Today, your remnant soul will be completely annihilated. The Tower of Destruction suddenly emitted a strange light. Under this light, the cracks on its surface, which had been caused by Gules, began to peel off rapidly, revealing the white, jade-like material within. The patterns engraved on the surface seemed to have come to life. Gules' attack seemed to have disappeared like a clay ox in the sea. It was completely nullified. Remnant soul. Ignorant black dragon. I'll let you see how powerful this remnant soul is. Rodriguez let out a creepy laugh. By the way, I seem to remember something. Human. This time I benefited from the disaster. Most of my soul and kingdom power have recovered, and I can already use the Tower of Glory. It's all thanks to your invasion last time. In order to express my gratitude, I will let you enjoy all the pain before you die slowly. Tower of Glory. This name made the earth Elemental King and the water Elemental King exclaim at the same time. Shinrue saw countless mysterious patterns suddenly appear under his feet. In the blink of an eye, the scene had changed abruptly. The four of them appeared in a strange space at the same time. This place was full of chaotic and powerful breath. Yes, the Tower of Glory. The feeling of regaining control of it is really pleasant. Rodriguez's voice came. If it weren't for this space artifact back then, I would have died in the hands of Raphael. Today, you will all be buried here. The eyes of the dragon god will also become my trophy. The sun and the moon appeared in the sky at the same time. The originally chaotic breath of power suddenly became more violent. The overwhelming pressure was like a high and mighty god. Did you see it? This is the supreme power of the fusion of light and darkness. Rodriguez's laughter was full of pride. As long as I thoroughly understand this rule, I will embark on the path of a real god step by step. Before the attack was launched, the pressure from this sound wave alone almost made Chun Rue's blood stop flowing. The pressure was so great that it was several times more than when he was in a stalemate with Aguilas previously. Even the two elemental kings found it difficult to move. The only one who could move was Aguilas. His vertical pupils ignited with black flames that quickly spread to his whole body. A set of majestic full-body armor appeared. It was the first time Shinrue saw the demigod-level armor of faith. This armor was completely black, and it exuded a deterrent breath that made people unable to look directly at it. After putting on this armor, Aguilas's power skyrocketed. Shinrue and the other two suddenly felt the pressure was relieved, and they regained their mobility. Fusion of light and darkness? Shameless boasting. It's just the power of the origin fragment of light and the origin fragment of darkness barely combined under some coincidental circumstances. Aguilas shouted, and the phantom of the kingdom that he had seen before appeared beside him. Faintly, scenes such as castles and mountains could be seen. It quickly spread in the space and intertwined with the kingdom of the sun and the moon. The scenery of the two kingdoms began to collapse and shatter. Only the sun and the moon in the sky remained the same, causing Aguilas to show a strenuous expression. Moore and Lambost looked at each other and jumped at the same time, turning into two clouds, one blue and one yellow, blocking the sun and the moon. With the help of the two elemental kings, Aguilas was already able to resist Rodriguez's kingdom. He shouted, Chun Rue, although Rodriguez's kingdom has undergone some kind of mutation, the strength of his real body cannot be synchronized. He has not even reached the level of a kingdom. The three of us will restrain his kingdom and spatial artifact. You immediately find his real body and kill him." Chinrue knew that the situation was urgent. He spread out his perception to search for Rodriguez's whereabouts. Rodriguez's laughter sounded from all directions. "You think this ant-like human can kill me? I was just careless last time. I won't make the same mistake twice. You are already trapped in the power of my kingdom. As long as I kill him, you will gradually exhaust your strength and eventually turn into ashes. I'll let you see with your own eyes how your last hope will fail." As soon as his voice fell, countless rays of light appeared around Chinrue. They were high-density energy, threads that could cut through space. They surrounded him in the middle. The rays of light intertwined in an instant, trying to cut the human body in it into countless pieces. A transparent blue light shield appeared. The rays of light left countless terrifying cracks on a light shield, but in the end they were unable to destroy the protection of the defense shield. Before the next round of attacks could begin, the light shield suddenly disappeared, along with the figure in the middle. The disappearance of Chinrue surprised Rodriguez, who was also hiding in the dark. He began to launch various attacks to probe, but he couldn't find the whereabouts of the other party. It was as if he really disappeared. At this moment, Rodriguez, who was in the void, suddenly had a warning sign. He appeared and waved his hand toward the back. A light flashed, and a figure teleported to the distance. It was Chinrue. "What?" Rodriguez was slightly surprised. "You actually know I'm here?" Of course. Chinrue wouldn't say that he used S++, S perception, and analytical eyes to find the other party. He just said calmly, "I also know this kind of hidden trick to deceive children, so you don't have to embarrass yourself." Race: slime mutated, comprehensive strength assessment, S++ physique, S++ strength, S++ spirit, S++ speed, S++, analysis, transformation talent, devour talent, immortal body, recovery talent, imitation absorption talent, dragon's demeanor. Danger level, quite high. The level of S++ assessment really didn't reach the national level, but it was above Chinrue's current strength, especially the talents of the slime, which were terrifying. Wait, slime? Chinrue seemed to understand something, and his mind immediately entered the super system. In the spiritual link, Dodo's master servant link was still retained. It seemed that Dodo's soul didn't completely disappear, but it still existed in the body. Rodriguez didn't know that Chinrue's stealth had a time limit, so he didn't use any more hiding methods after hearing that. "It has been less than a year since the last battle. I didn't expect your strength to grow so fast. Unfortunately, my change is far beyond your imagination." Chinrue's mind turned. The so-called change. Does it mean that a saint dragon became a slime? This slime isn't simple. It can actually devour the power of the origin of light fragment and the origin of darkness fragment, making the two fuse together. My soul power and kingdom are also recovering quickly under this fusion. Rodriguez sneered. "This is all thanks to you for sending this body. As long as my soul is fully recovered and I master the highest law of the integration of light and darkness, I can truly be reborn even without the black dragon's body. By then, the entire demon realm will kneel down under the majesty of a newborn god." Chinrue took a deep breath, and his power was channeled at high speed. "You seem to have forgotten something. Are you talking about the master-servant contract?" Rodriguez showed a strange smile. "You can try." Chapter 719. Although the contract power in this slime is very weird and I can't cancel it, even if you use the destructive power of the contract, you may not be able to kill me. Rodriguez's gold and silver pupils glowed with a strange light. "Do you want to try? Maybe something interesting will happen." Playing hard to get? Or is it a trick? Chinrue vigilantly kept a distance from Rodriguez. His mind turned quickly. Dodo's soul should not have completely disappeared. I don't know if it was assimilated or merged. With the master-servant contract, It's just a piece of cake to kill Dodo's part. Rodriguez seized Dodo's body to survive, but he never destroyed Dodo's original soul. It couldn't be because he was soft-hearted. It must be because the two had formed a subtle connection. If Dodo was killed, even if Rodriguez didn't die, he should be considerably damaged. All along, Dodo had been playing the role of a mascot who only knew how to flatter, and a lazy servant who was a burden, and a cunning servant who liked to snitch to the mistress. Since Chen Rui first entered the demon realm until now, his hands had been stained with blood on the road of training and survival. Countless lives were buried in his hands, including beauties like Sabrina and Colina. He was still decisive and merciless in killing. However, facing the servant that seemed to be easily abandoned now, he couldn't bear to do so. Dodo once went through hardships with Chen Rui in Mountain Shillong. This time he entered the Dark Dragon Emperor's treasure place because of his discovery. Living together for a few years also made the slime unknowingly become a part of the Dark Moon's home. How do you know that Dodo is a slime? Don't kill Dodo. Who dares to block Sir Dodo's way? Sir Dodo is really amazing. He finally found a superb treasure. Master, it's not my fault. I was forced by the mistress. Master, this is Dodo's collection for many years. It wasn't easy for me to steal it from a ferocious magical beast. Chen Rui took a deep breath and gave up the idea of using the contract to kill him. Defeat Rodriguez head-on. Then, try your best to save the slime. At this moment, a familiar voice came out. Don't act rashly. The slime's talent combined the power of light and darkness. Instead, it imprisoned Rodriguez's soul, making it impossible for him to kill him. If you destroy the soul of the slime, you will let Rodriguez fully control this body and truly integrate with the kingdom. The voice came from the moon in the sky. It was Hegel's voice. Chen Rui was shocked. He suddenly understood that the Dark Elemental King had involuntarily become a part of Rodriguez's light and dark kingdom. Damn it! Rodriguez's trick of tricking Chen Rui to annihilate Dodo was exposed, and he was furious. His pupils flashed, and Hegel's voice suddenly became weak. As long as I defeat him and take away the 2 elemental source fragments, Chen Rui only had time to hear the sentence clearly. There was a sudden warning. Rodriguez had closed the distance in the blink of an eye, and he punched. Chen Rui was already prepared. He blocked with his arm, only to feel that the opponent's fist was extremely powerful. This punch made him take a few steps back to the side. His arm was faintly painful. Before he could stand firm, Rodriguez's figure had already moved to the back. Chen Rui immediately launched teleportation, making the opponent's kick miss. As Rodriguez was about to pursue, he frowned suddenly. The shield with the dragon head appeared in his hand. Sparks splashed, and he had blocked Chen Rui's palm blade. However, the invisible sharp chi of the palm blade penetrated the defense of the dragon shield, leaving a shocking wound on Rodriguez's cheek. You actually have this move. Unfortunately, you forgot that this is an immortal body. The wound on Rodriguez's face healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it recovered instantly. This move is indeed a bit interesting. Before he finished speaking, his figure appeared in front of Chen Rui. His 5 fingers were like a beast's claws, revealing a terrifying red electric light, and he swept toward Chen Rui. S++. S speed was extremely amazing. Even if Chen Rui reacted in time and bounced back, his ribs were also scratched with 5 shallow scratches. Although this claw did not break the defense of the mystic jade armor, a few traces of the remaining force penetrated the armor, and he felt a burning pain. How's my move? Rodriguez did not pursue, and his gloomy voice was filled with pride. This kind of claw force was very similar to the aura blade just now. The direct power was even more powerful, and the invisible sword chi was relatively weaker. This was enough to make Chen Rui secretly shocked. Due to his timid and lazy character, Dodo originally had a strong potential, but his combat power was very low. After being possessed by Rodriguez, these talents were like adding wings to a tiger, and it became more difficult to deal with. Except for the spirit power that was on par with Rodriguez, Shinrue's other qualities were below his opponent. The most important thing was that he was shackled by true flame, so he couldn't activate polar transformation. Therefore, he could only fight with the strength of S+. A dangerous and bitter battle was inevitable. You have no hope of winning. If you give up resisting, I can let you die faster. The electric light on Rodriguez's claws sizzled. In Shinrue's eyes, he seemed to see a terrifying dragon figure roaring at him. Shinrue did not hesitate or fear. Countless stars appeared around him, and he rushed toward the dragon. Hidden misty island. The elegant sound of the piano fluttered in the haze like countless flying elves. With a hint of sadness, it brought thoughts to the distant sky. It's beautiful. Helen revealed an intoxicated expression. I've never heard such beautiful music before. What song is this? Although the little mermaid princess had a strong resistance towards the Naga girls at the beginning, for the two kind-hearted girls who had the same hobby, there was nothing better than music to communicate with. The distance between the two gradually closed, and after a few days, they had become friends. Sky City. There seemed to be a strange light dancing in Adeline's dim eyes. This is my favorite song. It was created by Sir Guile. That bad guy? The little mermaid princess golden eyes showed an unbelievable light. Are you sure? How can he make such a beautiful song? Helen, I have told you several times that Sir Guile is by no means a bad guy. The Naga girl's face showed nostalgia. Life can be strangled, but hope always exists. Without him, as a sacrifice, I would have died in despair more than once. I will always remember the words he said when we first met. Life can be snuffed out, but hope will always exist. Humph. Helen's beautiful eyebrows frowned. You are too kind. You don't know how sinister people can be. Don't be fooled by this guy's flowery words. Adeline showed a confident smile. The mouth can lie, but the heart can't. I can clearly feel the persistence and kindness in his heart. You have some misunderstandings about him. I believe that you will understand after a while. I don't want to get along with that bastard for a long time. The little mermaid princess suddenly thought that it seemed that this was not up to her, and she couldn't help but feel depressed. Hope exists forever. The two had their own thoughts, and they were silent for a while. After a long time, the siren princess's moving voice suddenly sounded. It was Sky City. There was no song, no accompaniment, only a soft hum like the sound of nature, with a trace of hope in the heart, even if the hope was in the sky. Tower of Brilliance. The constantly shining flame in the space dimmed from strong to dim and then disappeared. Unknowingly, a whole day had passed, the two figures fighting fiercely, finally separated after a violent collision. They confronted each other while looking for the best time to attack again. Incredible power. Rodriguez took a deep breath, and his breathing gradually became even. I didn't expect you to be able to fight with me to this extent. Shinrue didn't speak. He just panted violently and clenched the sword in his hand. His body was full of shocking wounds, and his physical strength was greatly consumed. Although he had the passive characteristics of recovery and self-healing, plus the supplement of potions, his strength was almost exhausted. Rodriguez's body didn't have any wounds, but his armor was full of cracks and gaps. The light in his gold and silver eyes was also a lot dimmer, which showed the intensity of this battle. Multiple domains, time rule. These are no longer the means of ordinary powerhouses. Even ordinary demigods can't have this kind of rule. Rodriguez's voice was full of surprise. What surprised me most was the sword in your hand and the mask and shield that appeared. They should all be. What kind of existence are you? You can actually surpass the power of bloodline to control the legendary supreme. Shinrue still did not answer. All he could do was to seize every precious second to recover his combat power. Up until now, he had used all his trump cards. If it was an S++ enemy, he would have fallen long ago. However, Dodo's physique was too special. That kind of immortal body and super strong self-healing ability were simply invincible. Ordinary attacks were almost ineffective. The only thing that could restrain him was the sword of fallen angel with a soul-splitting characteristic. Soul-splitting. After stabbing the enemy, it will directly kill and split the enemy's soul power and devour the enemy's flesh and blood to transform into the user's power. No matter who you are, you will be a loser today. Rodriguez's words changed, and he suddenly thought of something. This slime has a special talent of devouring. It can have the opportunity to obtain the ability of the devoured. I'm going to devour you whole. Maybe there will be an unexpected surprise by then. As he said, Rodriguez couldn't help but laugh with his hands on his waist. That almost vile attitude was just like the usual Dodo. Rodriguez immediately came to his senses and put down his hand. Damn habit. It was not the first time that Shinrue discovered the existence of this habit. He had used this flaw 3 times previously to narrowly escape the killing. Dodo's soul's influence on this body still existed, but the dominant one was Rodriguez. Weight habit? An idea flashed in Shinrue's mind. He instantly moved over, and the sword of fallen angel in his hand pointed at Rodriguez's armpit like lightning. Rodriguez was about to counterattack, but he suddenly saw something in his opponent's hand. It was a fruit with a strange fragrance. Shinrue threw the fruit into the sky, and Rodriguez involuntarily turned into a horse-shaped demonic beast and jumped toward the sky. At the same time as catching the fruit, he felt a pain in his abdomen. The sword of fallen angel had pierced through it. The characteristic of soul-splitting caused Rodriguez's soul power to suffer a lot of damage. Rodriguez screamed and desperately broke free from the sword. He returned to his human form and landed on the ground. He roared, "What the hell is going on?"